Good morning and welcome to the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors meeting for May 22nd, 2018. Madam Clerk.
Item 1 on the closed session agenda, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation, County of Calaveras versus Pacific Gas and Electric Company et al., San Francisco County Superior Court case number CGC 18564465.
Is there any public comment on this?
There sure is public comment on this. This weekend I was up in Sonoma and Marin County area, and I went up there to get some compost, and I was just listening to the radio, and it was just flooded with advertisements against the proposed legislation to shield PG&E. And I was thinking about this, and my significant other was in the truck with me. Very romantic going and get compost with your significant other. But I said, there's no way they'd pull that off through the legislator. There's something else. And I said, PUC. They're going to use the Public Utilities Commission. The PUC is basically controlled by PG&E. It's a revolving door of attorneys that work for either PG&E or the PUC, and they're going to use some sort of rate or tariff adjustment to shield themselves. I just know it. So that's what you're going to be looking at. Then after that, we went and did some errands and went over to the airport and did a little bit of work, and then by the time lunch came around, I went up to Jack London State Park. I always go to Jack London State Park. I get what's called the Plymouth Rock, which is a turkey sandwich with cranberry sauce at the Safeway there in Sonoma. I always do this. And then I go up to Jack London State Park and eat it. And I went out to the point beyond the silos, and I was looking at the landscape, and that's the burn area. And you see where the fires came through, and you see that you had multiple fires. And there's no way that you had so many multiple fires if there wasn't neglect involved. And there is no way that that conditions have been so different. They are different because of global warming, but so different than the 1960s or 1970s that would have allowed a different situation unless there was neglect, unless they weren't clearing around power lines, unless they weren't maintaining their easements. So remember that. I don't know what you have they're going to talk about in closed session. You might tell Singleton that I just don't have time to call him back. He calls me. He's actually my attorney for something else. And I don't have time to answer emails or call him back because I have important things to do, like work on airplanes and boats. Damn it.
Any other public comments on this item? If not, Madam Clerk.
Item 2, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, one case pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2.
Any public comments on this item?
Yeah, I do have public comments. As we know, you guys don't see anything until the last minute, so it's pretty much open here. Last week you heard the Snowden situation, and as you know, I warned you, so there's no I told you so here that he should have been allowed to have his attorney present. The problem here is after you guys denied him, they abated that property. You guys are going to have to come to some, even though you eventually denied it, it's going to look as if you denied it the second time to protect yourselves. So you have to come to some. You guys are going to have to come to some financial agreement on that. Talk to your insurance company because it's going to be over I'd assume it'll be over the $125,000 deductible. But make it good because it looks bad in the community. We all make mistakes. Don't worry about that. But when we make a mistake, we have to make it right by the people involved. And we don't want angry marijuana growers now, do we? At least I don't. Okay.
Any other public comments on this item? Seeing none, Madam Clerk.
Item 3, Public Employee Performance Evaluation, Government Code Section 54957B1, Title Planning Director.
Public comments?
As you know, Peter's become my friend, and the reason he became my friend is I do regular checks on Peter, whether it's a general plan or it used to be marijuana, and so I talked to Peter, I think it was yesterday, and I said, listen, when you have the bull by the rest is sure to follow. So there's not too much you can do. You can't get rid of him at this point because we need that general plan. And most likely that guy's is going to retire after he gets it for us. It's been a slow plodding process, but understand that a lot of the problems you have are related to having marijuana and not having enough time and staff to deal with other issues, other planning items. I understand that you're down in you're in Clyde's area. They will the health clinic that's being heard on Thursday, and great to hear that. Anyway, the guy does a good job. He's a nice guy. I know. Friends and friends and friends. A lot of friends. So, let's go for it.
Any other public comments? Seeing none, Madam Clerk.
Item 4, Public Employee Performance Evaluation, Government Code Section 54957B1, Title Building Official, has been pulled and will be heard at a later date.
Okay. No public comment on it?
It's been pulled.
No public comment on P.
It's been pulled for a later date.
Okay, so
All right,
enjoy your closed session.
we will now go to closed session.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, do we know why item 4 was pulled?
CAO, let's.
Yeah, I had requested that it be pulled just based on the schedule and time today. I expected in talking with council that items 1 and 2 were going to take the full hour this morning, which left lunchtime for item 3. And not knowing what time the board was going to end today, it would have been hearing item 4 at the conclusion of the regular board meeting, which could have been into the evening.
Good morning. Good morning. Welcome to the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors meeting for May 22nd, 2018. Shall we all rise and pledge the flag? Madam Clerk, will you please lead us? Madam Clerk.
Report of closed session. Item 1, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1, conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation, County of Calaveras v. Pacific Gas and Electric Company et al., San Francisco County Superior Court case number CGC 18564465. There was no reportable action taken. Item 2, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, one case pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2. There was no reportable action taken. Item 3, public employee performance evaluation, Government Code Section 54957B1, Title Planning Director. This item will be heard during the lunch break today. Item 4, public employee performance evaluation, Government Code Section 54957B1, title Building Official. This item was pulled to be heard at a later date.
Thank you. Moving on to announcements. Madam Clerk.
Announcements. This is a time for board members and county staff to provide updates of upcoming county events that may be of interest to the public.
Is there any board announcements? Supervisor Mills, your light is on.
Mr. Chair, I do. Had an opportunity to watch the frog jump this last weekend and noticed that you lost to the mayor. And in a way to support the county in the future, the staff and I have gotten together to get you a better frog.
Well, actually, there was some controversy, but I conceded and agreed to, thank you. I agreed to buy lunch and concede that she won, and I will be buying lunch for city manager, the mayor, myself, and the CAO at a time and place to be determined. So, thank you.
So we don't have frog gate. You just threw it in.
Yeah.
No frog gate here.
No. Any other board announcements? Any staff announcements? Seeing none, moving forward. Madam Clerk, item number 5.
Item 5 is from the Behavioral Health Services Mental Health Program to adopt a proclamation recognizing May as Mental Health Awareness Month in Calaveras County.
Mr. Chair, I have the proclamation.
You have it?
I have the proclamation. Okay.
Supervisor Mills.
Good morning. This is a proclamation declaring May as Mental Health Awareness Month. Whereas Mental Health Awareness Month is part of a nationwide effort in the month of May to reduce the stigma and discrimination surrounding mental health challenges, and increased awareness of tools and resources to prevent mental health challenges and reduce the symptoms. And whereas mental health is essential to everyone's overall health and well-being, and whereas prevention is an effective way to reduce the burden of mental health conditions, and there is a strong research that diet, exercise, sleep, and stress management can help all Americans protect their health and well-being, and whereas with effective treatment, individuals with mental health conditions can recover and lead full, productive lives, and whereas by passing the Mental Health Services Act of 2004 as Proposition 63, voters dedicated resources to keep individuals healthy so they don't reach the crisis point in our jails, hospitals, or homelessness. And whereas California's mental health system now empowers people living with mental health challenges and their families to break down stigma and reduce discrimination associated with mental illness, and whereas every Californian can support Mental Health Awareness Month by wearing lime green, the color of California's mental health movement.
So you want to come speak?
So, good morning, Chairman and members of the board. My name is Susan Sells, and I'm the Mental Health Services Act analyst for Calaveras Behavioral Health Services Division for Health and Human Services. Today I'm here to ask you to grant our request to proclaim the month of May 2018 as Mental Health Awareness Month. Organizations, agencies, and individuals across the nation dedicate the month of May to increasing awareness of mental health issues and educating the community in hopes to reduce the stigma associated with mental illness. We want to start a conversation about mental health, about how anyone can be affected and that mental illness does not discriminate. Mental health challenges cross economic, social, racial, and ethnic boundaries, and you can't tell by looking at someone if they're struggling with a mental health issue. We want to encourage people to talk about mental health. It's not contagious. We want people to be able to have a conversation about bipolar disorder, schizophrenia, or depression without fear of judgment or shame. I'd like to introduce KB Alvarado, and she is the MHSA, or Mental Health Services Act, Community Health Liaison, to review the May Awareness Month activities that Behavioral Health Services Division has sponsored this month.
Can I reach? Thank you and good morning, Board of Supervisors. Thank you, Susan, for the presentation. My name is KB Alvarado, and I am the Community Health Liaison with Behavioral Health, and I would like to discuss some of the activities that the Calaveras County Behavioral Health has sponsored this month. On May 5th, 2018, there was a Kick Out Stigma barbecue event happened at the Wellness Cabin, formerly known as the Living Room. Center provides opportunities for socialization, education, information on resources, outreach, and help to people with mental illness and peer support for recovery in safe and a caring place. We want to acknowledge everyone that came to this event and show their support. In addition, we want to recognize all the staff that had part to do in the planning and coordination of the event. And the Wellness Support Center, the staff from the ASOC team has provided this planning and coordination, so we want to recognize their hard work and dedication for the barbecue stigma kick-out event. On May 11th, Behavioral Health staff provided informational resources at the food bank with, in addition to produce days. So we decided to have information booth there and provide educational material about mental health, suicide prevention, and also the Wellness Cabin activity calendar. We reached about 75 to 80 people, and I was there myself presenting the information on mental health and awareness. And the community really they welcome Wellness Day. So I am so proud that we were able to reach 75 to 80 people that day. Mental health first aid training is coming up on May 24th. And it's an 8-hour course to demonstrate how to assess a mental health crisis, provide help, and connect persons to the appropriate care. Like CPR training, mental health first aid prepares participants to interact with a person in crisis and then connects person with help. This training, we still have 5 spots left, and it's on Thursday, May 24th. And thank you to our partner, Mark Twain Hospital. We were able to get the training room there. Wellness Recovery Action Plan, it's a RAP workshop, other known as RAP. It's I facilitated that at the Wellness Center on May 2nd, and I have 6 attendees, and they're all mental health consumers from Calaveras County Behavioral Health. It's going to be ongoing for 8 weeks, and it was created as a personal tool to assist individuals with managing their mental wellness, their emotions, and their lives. This workshop provides participants with wellness tools and teaches them how to develop and implement a plan for dealing with difficult times before they escalate. In closing, we respectfully ask that the board adopt a resolution proclaiming the month of May 2018 as Mental Health Month and wear the green ribbon provided today to show your support. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Are there any public comments?
I have something to say about everything. What a wonderful child. I just met her, Hazley, over here. I'm the first person she's ever run to and embraced. So that was very special. As usual, I'm unprepared, but I have information. Mental Health Awareness Month was started by Mental Health America. And Mental Health America was founded by a fellow by the name of Clifford Beers. Clifford was at Yale, and he's had some mental issues that started there. And then he went to work for a newspaper. His brother died, and that dramatically affected him and sent him into depression and other related mental illnesses, and he had to be institutionalized. While in there, he found the condition so dismal that he set on a course of healing himself. And much of the work that we do today is founded on the work that he did at the turn of the last century. Clifford Beers wrote a book, and it's called Finding Yourself, I believe it was, and it's used as a text still to this day. Clifford Beers was a cousin of my grandmother, Emily Beers, and my father can remember Clifford when my father was a child at the family dinners, the family reunions, and holidays. And so there's that direct connection between me, America mental health, and the mental health industry that seems to never tire of bringing me into mental health issues. I have a text this morning from somebody who's suffering from a form of addiction, and they needed a little pick me up, so I texted them back. As you know, I've dated many years ago somebody with a mental health condition. It seems like an ongoing and everyday event that I have something to do with mental health issues. And so this date, this event is dear to my heart, and I hope you find it in yourself to vote unanimously to accept this as Mental Health Awareness Month in Calaveras County. With that, I'll let you get going because somebody's calling me, I see.
Thank you. Bill Wilson, District 1, mental health. Mental health is a big problem, not in our county, just our county, excuse me, but throughout the country. Mental health is in our family. My wife's sister has problems with depression. Her mother suffered from depression. Most people at some time or another are debilitated by depression. A lot of people in this county are suffering from depression because of actions of this board. One way or the other, you were kind of in a rock between a rock and a hard spot, I understand. Anyway, I think it's admirable that we have a proclamation. My only disappointment is that it's only been made 22 days into the month, and it should have been early in the month. Thank you.
More public comments?
Is that about this subject?
About this subject only, yes. All right, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board.
Mr. Chair, I have the privilege of serving on the Mental Health Advisory Board for the county for the last year and a half, as I have a 2-year term on it. And I want to really commend the staff who is working very hard on this. Kristen and her team, and Susan and Dave, they've all really working very hard for our community. And the Wellness Cabin event earlier this month was really great. So I think that we're making progress in this county. I know Susan's had great success in writing grants, so we have people working in the jails. We have crisis workers to go out and meet people on homeless issues. We're making progress, and it's a very difficult issue, and I think we're all touched by it by different ways, and I really commend the board should we pass this motion. I think it's important. Thank you.
Supervisor Mills?
No, I was just waiting for
You're waiting for a motion?
waiting for a motion,
So
sir.
I was hoping you would make the motion.
I will make the motion.
All right. Do I have a second? I have a motion.
I'll second it.
I have a second by Supervisor Clapp, a motion by Supervisor Mills. Any other discussion? If not, I'll call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously.
Now therefore be it proclaimed that the County of Calaveras proclaims May 2018 as Mental Health Awareness Month and calls upon the citizens of Calaveras County to help to end mental health stigma and be informed of resources to improve their mental wellness. And Susan, did you want to come up and KB?
Chris, I'm going to bring Kristen up too.
Scoot in. Perfect. Scoot in, Susan, a little more, please. Susan, can you scoot in? Scoot in. There we go. One more. Thank you.
All right, moving on, public comments. Madam
Public
Clerk.
comment. Any item of interest to the public that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board and is not posted on the consent or regular agendas may be addressed during the public comment period. California law prohibits the board from taking action on any matter which is not posted on the agenda unless it is determined to be an emergency by the Board of Supervisors. If public comment is completed before the 30-minute allotted time period, the board may immediately move to the next order of business. If public comment is not completed during the allotted time period, it will be continued as the last item of business in order to provide an opportunity for the remainder of comments to be heard. Just a reminder that there is only 5 people in the aisle, and please don't block the door. So you can step outside and still hear with the TV. And if you could have a single file line with 5 people. Thank you.
Mr. Chowton.
Good morning. First, I'd like to thank the gracious people of Calaveras County for always letting me go first in public comment. I think that's very kind of them. I'll only take 2 minutes and 49 seconds of your time now. What I'd like to talk about is, let me choose something, ambulance service in Calaveras County. If the people ever found out how dismal the response time is in general to emergency calls in Calaveras County, they would probably recall all of you. We haven't reviewed that contract. The contract, when it was written, and it's a very general contract, didn't provide safeguards for the local community, the small local communities like West Point. West Point traditionally had a standby ambulance, and now it doesn't. 24-hour standby ambulance, which was cut to 12 hours and then removed entirely. The response time is by law 45 minutes, and they make the 45 minutes, but if you respond in 45 minutes and get somebody to the hospital, it's going to take another 45 minutes to get them to the hospital, taking them well outside that critical 1 hour period that you need to treat people for stroke and heart attack and other conditions. So it would be I would advise you to bring forth that contract, review that contract publicly, let the public give comment to it. It's very important. Recently there have been some changes in my family, and we are going to. I'm going to rent out the house and down the Bay Area, and we're going to move to another location. But we're deciding where we're going to land, and we're looking at the North Bay. We're not looking at Calaveras County, and it's specifically because of emergency services, not the fire, because that's well covered, but the ambulance service. Everybody wants a safe place for their family to reside. And if you want people to stay here, if you want people to come back here, if you want people to come here, you will look at ambulance services. 40 seconds to go. 39. Anybody want to talk about anything else? I can talk about anything, as you guys know. I was very pleased. This morning I was over in the elections office, and I was looking at the financials, and it was actually very interesting to see where the money is coming from. And there's nothing there that would concern me. Just interesting to see. I wish you all the best of luck in your elections and your whatever you have going on. You never know these days. But I like all of you, and I'd like all of you to stay. Okay? Excellent. Thank you. Take care. Have a great day.
Good morning, Supervisors. Thank you for your time. My name is James Marvin. I'm the co-owner of Big John's gas station in Mountain Ranch, California. I'm really coming here out of desperation. I've currently taken out a $25,000 loan on the business. We're now in a net loss of about $2,300 or $3,000 every week. After the fire, we felt this type of dip, but then we recovered due to the growers. And I'm projecting that this loss of revenue is because of the growers being gone now. We'll have a better understanding next week for our sales, but if we don't make the sales after Sunday, we're going to be closing our doors. That means 7 families that are going to be out of work. What I fear is that there's irrational or emotional decisions that are being made that kind of resemble the wedding cake model theory. If you're taking psychology or sociology, you're aware that sensational cases usually make a decision for the population as a whole. We all know about the case about the people being held for basically slavery for the growers that had happened. But as a population, we could feel, Sender's Market and Big John's is a barometer for the county. If we're going to fail, I know other businesses are feeling it also. You got to think that's loss of tax revenue, property tax. Me, myself personally, I haven't paid my a little less than $9,000 in sales and use tax for first quarter of this year. So I got to figure that out too. With the ban of the marijuana growing, you got to think that's lack of resources. And me, myself, back in 2000 to 2003, I used to work side by side with Operation Wolf. And if you don't know, that's a counter-drug operation that was specifically for Northern California. The handful of sheriff's officers or officers that we have right now, I know aren't able to support actually enforcing a ban. And me, myself, actually have a minor in criminology from Davis. And a law is useless unless it's enforceable. I see the realities of the environmental impacts too, and that's my concern. So what I'm proposing that I think will solve everybody's concern, that's talking about with finances, with revenue, small businesses, family, environmental concerns, and especially the support of our sheriff's office, is to really allow the growing to happen, enforce it properly, and to eliminate something happening like that wedding cake, that sensational thing that had happened with the persons being held involuntary. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Brenda McHenry, and I've recently moved here to Calaveras County, and I am working as a volunteer with the League of Women Voters. On their website, votersedge.org, for the June 5th election. And I'm here today just to make sure that you all know about it. The League of Women Voters is a nonpartisan political organization of women and men which encourages informed and active participation in government. It works to increase understanding of major public policy issues and influences public policy through education and advocacy. To that end, the League provides services to voters, including voter registration, candidate forums, and pros and cons publications. These, by the way, you will find in the local library. In addition, Voters Edge is an online free service allowing candidates to post their information and priorities. A voter can log in to votersedge.org, plug in the residence address, and see what's on the ballot. They can see information provided by the candidates, information about propositions and local measures, and even where and how to cast your ballot. Until now, our county voters could only see candidates for the state elections and federal. This year, because of an invitation from the Registrar of Voters and my availability, we are able to include Calaveras candidates and measures. I have emailed and mailed invitations to all of the local candidates. They're asked to post 3 priorities if elected, and may also add other information like endorsements and videos. The two measures on the June ballot for the county and for Angels Camp are also there. And I've added some articles I found that have further discussion. Some of the candidates have entered their goals, and I've followed up with the others with additional emails and phone calls as I'm able to have contact information. There's still time to participate. You got another 2 weeks. And I would encourage any candidates who have not completed the two required items, profession and priorities, to do so very soon, as we're getting real close to June 5th. And many voters have already mailed in their ballots. Thank you for this opportunity, and we'll be back in November, I expect, as well, with a little more advance notice. Thank you.
Good morning, Board. Sandy Maitrot. I stand before you today on behalf of myself and others who own property in District 2. I will ask those who are there or who are here with me today to now stand. I was elected spokesperson to ensure the board is made aware of our deep appreciation for code compliance and their efforts as they proceed with the imposition of fines and summary abatements where code violators have refused to come into compliance. The code compliance team is addressing code violations that have existed in our communities for a considerable amount of time, and their work does go beyond cannabis. It's not a fast process. Code compliance takes into consideration the length of time the violations existed, the culpability of the person or persons causing the violation, the willfulness of the violation, the extent of it, and most importantly, the effect the violation has on neighboring properties. When abatement action is taken, there's the potential to lien the property for administrative and abatement costs and the collection of fines. The action taken by members of this team allow the violations to be abated and neighborhood normalcy to return. Myself and my neighbors wanted to ensure that you as the Board of Supervisors know our support for these people and the jobs they do, along with expressing our appreciation to you for supporting them and moving swiftly on the abatement cases that we all assume you will hear in the hours, days, and weeks ahead. Thank you in advance for ensuring this team continues to be valued, and that the costs associated with securing our quality of life are recovered by the cost causer, not by the taxpayers of Calaveras County. Thank you.
Good morning, David Sweet from District 3. I'm informed that there's no provision for members of the board to censure one of their own members for lying in this chamber. And because that lie contributed to a horrendous decision that is affecting hundreds of family farmers in this area, I'm going to ask you to informally make your feelings clear to this community that you oppose or censure Mr. Mills for lying in this chamber. This document that he concocted, called Cultivating Disaster, is basically a 61-page lie. The big lie is there's no difference between illegal and legal growers. Mr. Mills had to convince the general public that regulated growers pollute just as badly as illegal growers. Unfortunately, Mr. Mills never expected that a real scientist, this was not written by any scientist, by the way, would take a look at his report. I'd like to read from Patrick J. Sullivan, PhD, a 40-year environmental scientist consultant. This is what he had to say about the report. I'll just read some excerpts. In attempting to support the stated purposes and conclusion of Cultivating Disaster, Mr. Mills has demonstrated his report contains no scientific basis or evidence. Cultivating Disaster is nothing more than junk science that is intentionally misleading and is contradicted by the Environmental Impact Report. Mr. Mills' report presents a deceptive environmental picture of cannabis cultivation in Calaveras County, since he makes no distinction between illegal and legal cannabis. Much further in this report, which I'll make all available and is on the internet as we speak, Mr. Mills claims in one section of his report that should the county initiate similar safety protocols, the costs could quickly jump to $2 billion in this county alone. Mr. Sullivan says this makes no sense. In closing, I wish I could read a lot more of this. His closing comment is, finally, Mr. Mills apparently believes there's no distinction between legal cannabis cultivation. In the attempt to write a scientific environmental report, it's either very bad example of creative writing, or just plain science fiction. You should be ashamed of yourself, sir.
Proponent Randall Smith, District 3. Apropos the big lie of Mr. Mills, I stand before you as a compliant cannabis business owner. We are licensed by the state of California, and I have the following statement I'd like to share with the public. This is a press release for immediate release dated today, May 22nd, 2018. Calaveras County, bait and switch. Magic Show LLC, a California state licensed cannabis cultivation business, California license number TML 17-17, is holding a press conference at its warehouse to announce its self-abatement of cannabis plants that will be too young to harvest or take to market at the time the ban goes into effect. The estimated retail value of these plants, if they were to be grown to maturity and processed, is about $678,000. This action is being involuntarily taken because state licensed and tax-paying businesses are being shut down by a ban on commercial cannabis cultivation enacted by the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors on January 10th, 2018. The ban goes into effect on June 7th, 2018. We will offer an important newsworthy statement for the press, followed by a tour of our facility while the plants are being cut down. Film crews will have the opportunity to take footage of the destruction of our grow and to interview the owners of our business and its employees, all of whom are losing their jobs as a result of your ban. When? Wednesday, June 6th, 2018, 12 noon. Where? 5113 Commercial Way, Hathaway Pines, California, 95233. The owners of other Calaveras County businesses impacted by the ban will be present to share their stories as well. Moreover, opportunities may be made available for news teams and film crews to visit other previously permitted and taxed Calaveras County medical cannabis grow sites, where self-abatements will also be implemented on this most solemn of days. I want to follow up this statement with just one thing. I want to commend Jack Garamendi for his interview last week on the community TV. And he pointed out there's a lot of good people here and there's a lot good happening in this county, and it's true. There's a lot of really good people here, and I'm feeling sorry for them because they're losing out too because of this. It's shameful. You guys are making this county look like a joke, a laughingstock, but that doesn't mean the people here are bad people. We have good people here. There's a lot going on, and you guys have done your level best to ruin this place.
Good morning. My name is Allison Charter-Smith. Thank you. I'm the board president for the Mountain Ranch Resource Center and Community Club, and I bring with me today two of my board members, just as we're a board of 7. I have on my left Lynn Darmstead. She runs our pantry program up in Mountain Ranch, and this is Madeline Schiffel. She is one of our directors at large. I provided a packet for you today I just wanted to provide a little bit of what's going up on in Mountain Ranch and the reason why I'm here today. We currently serve the Mountain Ranch area with community-based programs and services in our community. We are a county-owned building, so we are one of your assets. It's approximately a 50-year-old building that was formerly used as a school. We are a volunteer board, as I said, of approximately 7 board members, and we are a 501c3 that relies 100% on donations for running of our operating expenses. The reason for us coming today is we're requesting to the county to assist with us with the replacement of windows, bathroom upgrades, insulation, and minimum roof repairs. We met with Patrick Martin, a facilities manager, yesterday, who gave an assessment of our property, gave some really great ideas, and I know that he was wishing to come today to if you had any questions for him. We had originally got a quote from a contractor last year, which is the 3rd page of that package, which speaks about the quote that originally he had determined was replacement of that roof, and that was a $33,500. Based on Patrick Martin's assessment, there may be less minimal requirements needed. I wanted to talk a little bit, so that was the reason I came today. And I don't know if you all are aware what the Mountain Ranch Resource Center and Youth Alliance does, but we do, as I said, we support the Mountain Ranch area. And some of the things that the packet has more information, but some of the things we're the most proud of is we do a food distribution program, which is the USDA commodities program, as well as through the Resource Connection. We serve about 73 households and 136 individuals per month. We have a homebound delivery program for people that deliver these pantry foods to people that cannot leave their homes. We have a Lunch With Us program, which survives about 70 people per month, which provides a nutritional, low-cost meal for all community members, as well as cooking demonstration programs for these same people that are through the pantry programs to help them learn how to cook with limited resources, of course, because some of these people are still living in campers or limited access to be able to cook nutritional foods. And this is through the UC Davis and the Master Gardeners program and the Gardens to Grow program. And then we also, some of the things we're most proud of is that when I said services, is that a lot of people in the Mountain Ranch area find it very hard through age and so forth is to go through that. Thank you so much.
Good morning, gentlemen. Bill Wilson, District 1. Report from the fair. Fair was flat this year. No ups, no downs. Most of you came by the area we had our booths. A couple of you didn't. Understandable. We did get about 150, 175 signatures, most out of the parking lot. People weren't really comfortable with signing in the fair because of retaliation from individuals on this board. Amazing. Anyway, one other question I'd like to know is that since there is no regulated growing anymore, just illegal growing, and we all knew there were 1,000 illegal grows out there, and the county code compliance folks said they're going to try to get 300 of those. Gentlemen, which one of the 3 of you do I come to get into that 700 club that you're not going to bother with? I mean, I understand that if we pay enough to one of you individuals, it's very possible we won't be bothered. We won't be one of those 700. I know there's 2 of you that we don't have to worry about, but there's 3 of you up there. All of you voted to end regulated growing. You were between a rock and a hard spot. I understand that. I even talked to one of your sons this weekend. And he told me that he didn't agree, but there wasn't anything he could do. The 2 of you aren't on very good terms. Anyway, it's just a shame that this county is now looking for revenue. Revenue. You need to find money somewhere from not just the individuals who are willing to pay taxes. You need to find money from everybody in this county for storage containers or whatever else they may have on their property. Amazing. Amazing, gentlemen. You know, you could have had about $18 million this year in taxes, legal taxes. Instead, we had 8 days of legalization in this county. And you three are responsible for the mess that we're going to have this year. I hope nobody dies this year. I swear to God, if they do, it's your fault.
Bonnie Newman from Double Springs. The last time I spoke, I got cut off because I spoke too long, so I want to pick up where I left off, comparing the two sides of my poster. One side has Vladimir Putin on it as a communist, Benito Mussolini as a fascist, Adolf Hitler as a racist, and Donald Trump with a question mark, because it's questionable. To contrast, the other side of my poster board has free speech, free press, free choice, and freedom. To take away any of those freedoms would be a loss of freedom. And I think the other side of my poster epitomizes the kind of people that would take away those freedoms from me, and you, and all of us. That's really not why I came here today. I came here today to talk about something very near and dear to my heart, which is IHSS. Our contract expired 7 years ago. Our union is supposed to be representing home care providers. Do you see them? You see them once in a while, maybe a flash of purple somewhere. Maybe that's just your imagination, because they have not stepped up. 7 years our contract has been expired. We've been paying dues for 7 years. Now they want $45 a month. The president of our union makes $20,000 a month off of a bunch of minimum wage workers who no longer have to pay dues, but since they've never really been informed of their right to not pay dues, many of them continue to pay dues to a union that does not provide proper representation. So I don't count on them to give me a fair contract. I'm counting on you folks to give us a fair contract. If and when they ever step up to the table, begin contract negotiations, I'm going to depend on you folks to give us what we deserve. A standard of living that is above minimum wage, which is one step above poverty. Most home care workers work 120 hours a month, average. Can you pay your mortgage or your rent, your gas, your electricity, your gas, your food on $1,200 a month? I'm finding it real hard. Thank you.
Good morning, Board. I'm Greg Stark from the Calaveras Deputy Sheriff's Association, and I'm here to talk about the letter that was distributed to the citizens of Calaveras County that had some slanderous wording in it. Our membership took exception to that, and they asked me to come here to speak to you and let the public know. Some of the information in there is misleading and false, and I'm going to read some of the experts. Morale among the deputy sheriffs and other staff are poor because of despite significant pay increases.
Can we stop for just a minute? Stop this time. I'm sorry to interrupt
Yes,
you,
sir.
Greg. George, this will be our last speaker. We've reached our time. My microphone wasn't on, so I wanted to make sure everybody understood. This will be our last speaker until the end of our agenda. Okay?
Thank you. That calls are not being returned and overall poor customer service. There's a divide between law enforcement and the community, and someone needs to restore the trust and faith in our sheriff's department that everybody deserves. The staff of the sheriff's department is working extremely hard in difficult conditions day and night. We're pushing the limits to keep the citizens safe in Calaveras County. For this letter to allege that we've lost the faith of the citizens and are providing poor customer service is misleading and slanderous. It's insulting to the membership, not only to the Deputy Sheriff's Association, but other staff members there that go out and risk everything every day and do the best we can with minimal staffing. I know for a fact there's 5 guys leaving right now. They're range masters, they're search and rescue coordinators, they're senior dive team members, and the sole reason they're leaving is lack of pay and lack of benefit package. And everybody knows that the only person's responsible for that is the board. And it's insulting that this person would use this rhetoric to gain political fodder amongst people who are uninformed of what's going on. So I'm here to tell the public that we are working extremely hard every day. We've had multiple guys work more than 20 days with 1 or 2 days off, over 12-hour shifts each day. It stresses the family, it stresses the deputies, and to say we're not doing enough or more can be done is just misinformed. And I'm here to let you guys know, and I'm here to let the citizens know that we are there for you and we're working as hard as we possibly can. Thank you.
All right, we are back in session. Madam Clerk, consent agenda.
Consent agenda items are expected to be routine and non-controversial. They will be acted upon by the board at one time without discussion. Any board member, staff member, or interested party may request removal of an item from the consent agenda for later discussion.
Is there any board member that wishes to pull an item from the consent agenda?
Item 17.
Item 17. Any other item from the board? If not, does staff have any item they would like to pull? Seeing none, members of the public, is there any public member? Please step up to the microphone so we can get you on.
I didn't know if you could hear me or not. 14 and 15, please.
Any other item? Seeing not, I'll bring it back to the board. We'll take a
Just 1 second. I can't see anything. Go ahead.
Jack forgot his glasses. He has to get his glasses. So he will take a minute.
Write those down there. Write those down there. Too close. Was 18.
All right, we're back. So I am looking for a motion for the remainder of the consent agenda.
I'll move the ballots, Chair.
I have a motion by Supervisor Mills.
I'll second it.
A second by Supervisor Clapp. Any further discussion? If not, call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Could you please confirm who made the second? I couldn't hear.
Supervisor Clapp.
Thank you.
And it was 5-0 vote. All right, moving on.
Item 14 is from Code Compliance to uphold an administrative citation for Paul and Jean Eastridge for Code Case 2064 and the property identified as APN 020-022-011 located at 4601 South Railroad Flat Road, Mountain Ranch, California 95246 authorizing abatement and a lien for administrative and abatement costs.
I believe I see Mr. Meinhardt back there. Are you here to be able to speak to that item?
Mr. Wilson, you had a question on this item?
Yes, I do. My question on this is, what are the administrative abatement costs and lien to this property? I might want to bid on it. It's up in Railroad Flat. It's kind of a good place to grow illegally, isn't it?
Courtney Meinhardt, Calaveras County Code Compliance. The price on the lien, the abatement would not be that much. It would be the removal of a trailer and some garbage. So other than that, I don't have a cost.
Okay. Any other public comments or questions on this? If not, we'll bring it back to the board. Board comments or questions or a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to accept.
I'll second.
A motion by Supervisor Garamendi and a second by Supervisor Mills. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. Mr. Wilson, you have a question on number 15?
Hold on.
Okay, hold on. I'm sorry.
Item
Madam
15 is from the Administrative Office to approve the annual payment of the $137,121 to University of California Cooperative Extension.
Since I just had two sons graduate from Columbia College with honors and distinction, I question a payment of $137,000 or $140,000, let's call it that, to the University of California Cooperative Extension. Both of my sons had to leave the county to obtain their college degrees. We signed up, I think, for 10 years ago, more, for an extension campus with the San Joaquin Community College. Was supposed to be built in Valley Springs area somewhere. Are we paying this $140,000 to the university for what? Just because we got so much money we don't know what to do with it? Let's give it to the California Extension. Can we take a course in this county? Can I go down and sign up somewhere? Can I take a course at a local high school, at a community, anything? Do I have to take it online? What are we paying the University of California Cooperative Extension for?
Brian Moss, Administrative Office. Specifically, the UCCE program provides expertise guidance in the fields of agricultural and natural resources, pest management, youth development, that's 4-H, Master Gardener, nutrition, family, and consumer science, among others. It is not the campus in terms of a college and college courses. Actually, it is a program wherein it supports these things like natural resources. And again, 4-H, they've been on campus for many, many years. This is an ongoing agreement among multiple counties. As a matter of fact, our staff that we have for this program actually are shared in part with Tuolumne County as well. So this is something that you're going to find in most counties. Unfortunately, it is not what we think of as a college campus. A good example, when I was having my previous hat on in environmental health, sometimes people would come in and ask questions about given insects or given issues with plant diseases, that kind of thing. And so that was kind of a situation where both the ag commissioners sometimes would get involved and UCCE would get involved as well. So it's a resource, really, for people in the county. Like I say, what you see more than anything else is the support and the programs for 4-H, as well as our even Master Gardener program out here on campus. So that's really what this is.
This is something we do yearly. We've done for many years.
Correct.
Yep. So.
Correct.
Is there any other public comment on this item?
Just one question. Does this money come out of the general fund or where?
This money is allocated out of the general fund, yes.
I'll bring it back to the board.
I'd like to make a motion to approve.
I have a motion by Supervisor Garamendi. Do I have a second?
I'll second it, but before I do, this is money that was allocated out of the general fund and has been budgeted from the general fund over year, correct?
Absolutely. This is not a new allocation or a new increase. This is the renewal of what has been a longer-term contract.
My second stance.
And in support of that, the annual payment to UCCE was approved by the board on July 12, 2016.
So I have a motion by Supervisor Garamendi, a second by Supervisor Mills. Call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Item 17 is from the Administrative Office to adopt a resolution continuing a local state of emergency for the winter storm damage from extreme weather events that began on January 7th, 2017 through the month of February 2017.
Supervisor Oliveira, you pulled this item.
I did, Mr. Chair. I have questions, probably of Michelle Patterson. We'll start with that. Good morning. Thank you for coming over.
Sure. Good morning. Michelle Patterson, OES Director for Calaveras County.
Can you give me a current update on the Murphy's Drive situation and the Blagan Road situation?
Yes.
And where we are in that process?
So next week, the notice of exemption is going to, for CEQA, is going to the OPR. I don't recall off the top of my head what that stands for at the state. Basically, starting our 35-day waiting period to go through that CEQA process. After that, we just need to get a couple of hydrology reports done, send those to FEMA to approve the hazard mitigation grant, and then we can get shovels in the ground.
Okay, who's administering that program?
Can you clarify the question? Which
Who's
program?
administering those two projects? I understand Quincy Construction was our manager.
So
Construction, are they still in charge of those programs?
No, it's the Office of Emergency Services is doing the project management for all of the Butte Fire and Winter Storm projects at this point.
Why is that? What happened?
There was a variety of things that we were concerned about as far as compliance with FEMA policies and procedures. So we decided that it was in the best interest of the county to put the project management back in the Office of Emergency Services.
To your knowledge, were you aware of any documentation, a 7-page memo that came out to reflect this particular issue?
I was not aware of a 7-page document, no.
Did we put this project back to step one, or are we continuing to actually proceed with this?
Oh, no, we're proceeding.
And who's going to actually do the management? It'll be your office?
Yes.
And we're right on schedule?
Oh, yeah.
And we don't anticipate any problem or delay?
As long as the process has been, so the process so far has been going really smoothly in getting us through all of the various clearances. And if we continue to move as quickly as we have been over the past couple of weeks, we should be making excellent progress.
Will they be administered through Public Works? Or are we doing it ourselves, or how are we going to handle that?
The actual construction of the project?
That's correct.
We're going to explore using force account. So
Force account?
Yeah, for that project.
Under the direction of your office in Public Works?
In conjunction with Public Works, yes.
Okay. All right. Is there anything I need to know that I don't have to talk to you about right now?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Not that I'm aware of.
Thank you.
Yeah, no
Appreciate
problem.
it. Mr. Moss, are you available?
Okay.
Look at that. Thank you very much for waiting. Mr. Moss, I understand that you're going to be in charge of Public Works in an interim position?
That is correct, yes.
And is there a restructure of any Public Works and Planning Department that'll affect this project?
I don't see that would really affect that. As far as changes, I don't see them actually being an issue for OES. As a matter of fact, if anything, I see a greater support for OES, just even from an engineering standpoint.
And the work will be done on force account?
That is my understanding.
Can you explain force account for the folks?
Well, my understanding of force account is and I am not really prepared for this one, but my understanding of force account is our existing labor and what can be reimbursed, as an example, by FEMA and or Calaveras. Okay, but again, there are very specific guidelines on how you actually do that.
Brian, we're encroaching on this. That's not what's on the agenda, right?
Mr. Chair, I think that is on the agenda, and it's regarding projects in my district that were actually involving Murphy's Drive under the storm damage and under the FEMA program. Now, I understand that that program has been interrupted to an extent. We've actually released our contracting manager, and I want to make sure that we're able to go forward. I think it's very appropriate that we address this issue.
Can I add one piece to that? Last week at our presentation that was provided on recovery, which again, I mean, I recognize I'm a little outside of the scope of this item, but I just want to clarify. Last week when we provided the presentation, the timelines that were provided in that presentation were already based on this information, i.e. Quincy not being the project manager and Office of Emergency Services being the project manager. So the information that was provided to the board last week at the update is the same that Mr. Moss or Ms. Patterson would be referencing. So we don't feel, based on that discussion, that we've lost time. In fact, I think we've gained time.
Did the presentation, and I don't recall, I think I was here, involve the termination of Quincy contracting these two projects? I know it might have been based on it, but I wasn't aware of it. I was informed of that and the restructure of our public works and our planning department maybe at the fair by another employee. And I feel very slighted that this board or this administration did not inform me of what happened, especially in my district. And when another supervisor is having that discussion with another candidate and it comes to my attention, that's very unsettling.
Well, with all due respect, I think you were misinformed by whomever you spoke to, in that we certainly had the discussion last week about what our timelines were and what our transitional plan for public works has been. The goal obviously is not to lose any time.
Board Chair, I just want to clarify and bring the discussion, and obviously it's certainly within the scope of your discretion, Chair. However, this item is just the resolution to continue the resolution and continue the declaration of emergency. The updates as far as the project specifics are done in the agendized items for updates on the actual projects, which was done last week, and we can certainly bring another update forward for further discussion. But I do believe that this discussion is going beyond the item that is before the board today.
Okay.
So I encourage you to tighten.
Appreciate your advice, Council. I am concerned about a 7-page memo that I'm going to need to see that wasn't provided, and I'm sure that we can take care of that administratively. Thank you, Mr. Moss.
Thank you.
Is there any public comments on this item?
Mr. Chairman, I'll have to say that I agree with you. If a member of the public had come up on this particular agenda item and going on a trip through the weeds, find some other project that may have been involved in it, we would have been told that we were off base. I agree with you. The fact that information was given to the supervisor regarding a project in his district and he doesn't remember it doesn't surprise me entirely, but I hate to see this process turned into a political campaign advertisement where all of a sudden we dig down in the weeds on an agenda item that makes it easy to get to as a board member and talk about their. No, I'm precisely speaking to the item. And I hate to see this turn into a campaign event. Go ahead.
Okay. We'll have order out here, please. We'll have order. She is somewhat correct. I was about to cut you off, that we're talking about a resolution. He went off. I understand, but your comments need to this item. So
yeah, hopefully the rules would apply to board members and members of the public when it comes to addressing items on the agenda. Thank you.
Other public comment on this item?
Tim McDonald, Calaveras County voter. Not sure it does relate to the item, but I think if it's a Blagan Road project and there is a 7-page memo, I want to know if that's going to be made available to the general public as well.
I haven't seen it either myself, so I don't even know if it exists, because I have not seen it. I don't know if anybody else has. So, but if it is, it will be public. If it can be, if it was issued by county council, then that's up to her discretion whether it will be made public or not. So,
on this agenda item number 17, I'm dismayed at Supervisor's consternation with, I don't know how to say it, being left out of a loop or something, and hearing secondhand conversations between a candidate or another supervisor. Is all kind of vague. We get a lot of vague stuff out in public. Can you guys, this just doesn't sit right. So figure out your game plans. Include everybody. Don't make this a little personal. Don't get the clicks going on the board. You guys are going to kill this county.
all right. I'll close public comments and bring it back to the board. I'm looking for a motion.
So moved.
A motion by Supervisor Mills. Do we have a second?
Second.
A second by Supervisor Garamendi. Any other comments by board members? If not, I'll call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. Moving on to the regular agenda.
Mr. Chair, can we just take a very brief moment for a break so that our presenters can get set up?
Sure.
Thank
Take
you.
a 5-minute break. All right, we're back in session. Madam Clerk.
Item 20 is from the Administrative Office to receive a presentation to acknowledge the donation of 26 laptop computers for eligible foster youth in Calaveras County from the Rural County Representatives of California, RCRC, and the National Homebuyers Fund, Incorporated, NHF.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair, members of the board. Thank you for the time this morning. My name is Justin Caparuso, and I'm with the Rural County Representatives of California, better known as RCRC. And sitting next to me is Reed Cox, and he is with iFoster. Good morning.
Good morning.
We have a brief presentation to walk you through in a short video, and then we'll be open for questions as well. So RCRC was founded in 1972. We have 35 of the 58 California counties as members. The kind of commitment of our organization is to improving the ability of counties like yourselves to provide services by reducing the burden of state and federal mandates, promoting a greater understanding among policymakers at the state level and federal level about the unique challenges that face California's small population counties. Supervisor Garamendi sits on our board of directors as the delegate for your county this year. Under the umbrella of RCRC are a couple of affiliate organizations, one of which is called National Homebuyers Fund. National Homebuyers Fund, or NHF, was founded in 2002 and has assisted 37,700 individuals across 35 states purchase a home. So operating within the entirety of the United States, and provided more than $319 million in down payment assistance to those families. Through the resources provided through NHF and the other affiliate organization called Golden State Finance Authority, RCRC has been able to develop a platform of giving back and several give back programs. The first being a veterans housing project in partnership with NHF, a 12-unit homeless veterans housing project that we brought to completion in Sacramento County. That was 2 years ago that we completed that, and the final families are moving in at the end of this last phase this year. That was in partnership with Volunteers of America and Home Aid. One of the second give back programs is a human trafficking education program that was rolled out to all 35 of our member counties over the last 3 years. We're in the final year of that. And that was funded through RCRC and NHF in partnership with 3 nonprofit organizations. Protect is a program for 5th, 7th, 9th, and 11th grade on human trafficking. The third give back program that we've been able to assist our counties with is through the Golden State Finance Authority affiliate, and that has been emergency disaster assistance. And you may recall that Calaveras County was a recipient of $450,000 of those funds in response to the Butte fire. This video is our president and CEO kind of discussing the reason behind the give back programs.
RCRC and 2 of its affiliate entities, Golden State Finance Authority and National Home Buyers Fund, have created 3 give-back programs to help support our rural communities that we serve. One of them is a human trafficking education and prevention awareness program being implemented in all the public schools of 35 rural counties in California in the 5th, 7th, 9th, and 11th grades with approved curriculum.
I can tell you as a prosecutor in these cases that the impact on the victims is devastating. They continue to suffer long after the perpetrators are sentenced to prison. What Protect does is it gives these kids a chance at the front end so that they're never trafficked to begin with.
Another is the rehabilitation or renovation of an apartment complex to house homeless veterans and their families so that they get not just a roof over their head, but an ability to be on a path to really get things back on the right track for them and their families.
Currently, we have 4 families that moved in as our first residents, and now we're finishing 2 additional buildings that will have 8 more families. As Volunteers of America, I just sincerely want to say thank you to our community partners. It's a long list, but without them, and especially RCRC, this would not have been possible.
The third is a disaster assistance program to help Calaveras and Lake counties from the fires in 2015, where so many families lost their homes and so many structures were destroyed. We provided $1.5 million so they could get back on their feet. Because after those fires occurred, a number of them left with nothing more than the clothes on their back.
We had no time. The fire was moving 85 feet in 1 minute. Anything that fire touched, it burnt it.
Well, RCRC helped out so much. Thank God that, they were there to help.
The mission, the purpose of the organization is to enhance and protect the quality of life in rural California. And so all 3 of these efforts that we are participating in do that to different degrees. And I love that we have an organization of board members that would support doing this. I feel proud to be a part of it, and I'm very thankful for other employees and board members that have completely joined into the effort.
And good morning. I'm Reed Cox, co-founder of iFoster. We're a national non-profit that serves the needs of children being raised outside of their biological homes. We're based out of Truckee, California, and we serve all 50 states. A little background on the plight of children in foster care. There's currently about 430,000 children being raised by not their parents, removed due to abuse, neglect, or violence, being raised sometimes by community members, sometimes by trained and licensed foster parents. Those licensed foster parents receive about 50% of the average cost of raising a child that an average family would spend raising their own biological children. So the children that they're raising in the foster care system do without a lot of the resources and opportunities that other children will have in their lifetimes. The stats are terrible. Less than 50% of children in foster care will graduate high school. Over 70% will be on some form of social assistance when they age out of the system. 50% will be homeless. Less than 3% will ever get a college degree. And so providing laptops to children in foster care who otherwise would not have the resources to keep up with their peers in high school and see the world beyond their walls is tremendous. So thank you so much. We're blessed to have received funding from RCRC to distribute over 1,200 laptops across the 35 rural counties.
So at our annual, RCRC has an annual meeting in September each year, and in 2016, one of the panel topics was foster care, and iFoster served on that panel. In 2017, the boards of directors for RCRC and NHF both unanimously voted to provide $200,000 each in funding and contribution to provide a laptop computer to every eligible foster youth age 16 to 21 in care in RCRC's 35 member counties.
I think an obvious question is, what difference does a laptop make in the life of a child? We conducted a study on 780 foster youth across California in 4 different counties, 2 of which were rural, 2 of which were urban. That study was conducted by the University of Southern California, and the results of that were absolutely staggering. We're going to see on the next slide, which I'll actually go to now. Oh, the one with the bar chart. There we go. 90% of teenagers in the U.S. have access to a computer where they live. 79% of low-income teenagers have access to a computer where they live. And when you look at teenagers in the foster care system in California, 20% of urban youth and less than 5% of rural foster youth have access. If California foster children were a country, we would rank in the bottom 2% globally in the resources that we provide to them. So by providing these youth, these 780 youth, with laptops and measuring the differences it made in their lives, we found in 3 major categories. I think the most obvious one is academic performance. Not surprisingly, we had improved grades, we had reduced truancy, and we had increased pursuit of further education and employment. We found much stronger social networks, improved relationships with social workers, with the court system, biological families, and foster families. And then a little bit surprisingly, we found massive increases on the social aspects and psychological aspects, increased self-esteem, reduced depression, and staggeringly reduced attempts at suicide, all from providing a youth with a $300 computer. The process, which we've got pretty much dialed in by now, we've distributed over 12,000 laptops nationwide. California is our home state. We've done about 1/3 of those in California. We work very closely with the child welfare system to identify youth who do not have a computer and are in need of a computer. We have a partnership that we worked out with Microsoft, who very kindly donates Windows and Office. They donate about $180 worth of software on every laptop we distribute. And these are the laptops that we actually developed in partnership with Microsoft and Intel for this program. We conduct monthly follow-ups with each one of the youth that receives a computer to make sure that they still have it, that it's functioning, that it's serving the purpose that they need, and provide any tech support that they need. And then we are continuing the study. We're doing a second round of the evaluation that we did on the first 780 youth. So the youth in Calaveras County will be part of this much larger study. And the benefit of the study is we want to take this program federally and make sure that within the supplements that foster care families receive, that there will be a portion that is allocated to give them the technology they need to succeed in school and compete. And then lastly, the laptop is an access point. Right? Not only does it provide the tools that they need to learn things like Word and Office, complete their homework assignments, etc., but it also opens up the world to them. It opens up a program we call the TAY Assistant, which is a partnerships we have with over 400 different global corporations who provide the resource and services that they provide to all of us that we buy. They will provide it to our community at either greatly reduced prices or free. This includes things like tutoring, eyeglasses, orthodonty, all the services that these youth are not getting to help make up that 50% lack in funding that the government provides children being raised outside of their biological homes. So the youth in Calaveras County will have access to all of those resources as well as all the other youth that we provide this to.
So here locally, over the next month, 26 laptops will be distributed by your social workers through their individual meetings with the foster youth age 16 to 21 in the county. And we just want to thank county staff for working with us and working with iFoster. The eligibility requirements and kind of going through the assessment to determine how many laptops are needed in each county and how the distribution will happen is quite cumbersome. So we appreciate you guys being one of the first of our 35 members to walk through that process with us. And we thank the board for allowing us to be here, and again, thank our board of directors for this contribution to California's rural counties.
I do, thank you. Thank you for your presentation. You're willing to support the foster children in our county. As a former foster parent myself, I can tell you that mine did graduate from high school. The point is, though, is that your laptop has an expected life cycle. Do you know about how long that would be?
From a physical standpoint, they're warranted for a year. From a physical standpoint, they're made out of a much more durable plastic. They're drop resistant. So from a form factor standpoint, several years. From a software standpoint, that's the question mark, is when does the motherboard not support software upgrades? But the quick answer would be 3 to 5 years.
So enough to get them through high school,
yes,
if they're identified.
And that particular model, what's unique about it, it has an 11-hour battery life, and that's one of the big issues for kids is getting to school and not being able to recharge a laptop or college. So it's extra durable, extra long battery life.
So you've thought this through and
we've gone through a few of them.
Kind of know where the market is. Excellent. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Supervisor Garamendi.
First, I'd like to say it's an honor to serve on the board, and I really want to continue to thank RCRC and Golden State Financial and our affiliate organizations for supporting this county after the Butte fire. The members that contribute have no more money than we do for the most case, and so they're stepping up to help out their neighbors and friends who will always be appreciated in this county. And then please pass that on to the staff that participated in that as well. And this is a great program. When I saw the original presentation and the impact that a $300 computer can make on a kid's life, it's a no-brainer. It's very rare that you could find that critical point or you could step in. So I'm very proud that this is happening in our county, and I'm proud of RCRC and all the work that they're doing to help out rural communities. Thank you.
All right, we'll open it up to public comments. Public comments on this issue?
Good morning. Happy Tuesday, Calaveras County Board of Supervisors, and thank you, RCRC, for being here. My name is Laura Larson. I'm the Program Manager over Child Protective Services, and I, for one, am very thankful for programs like this because it truly does take a village to raise a family, and programs like this really help remove some of the needs and some of the barriers that our foster youth have. In Calaveras County, we have 113 children in foster youth, and 26 of those qualify for this program, and this is just one element of a very large need base for these children that helps them move towards success in their life. So I'm very thankful for that. In addition to the donation of the laptops, we have a lot of internal staff that are involved. Kelly is here. She's the social worker that's overseeing this program, and she's actually brought with us, very happy, come on up, brought 2 youth who are going to receive the laptop, so they're going to share with you as well.
My name is Kelly. I'm a social worker at Calaveras Health and Human Services, and it's been a long morning for some of us. I do want to thank iFoster and everyone involved for providing computers for our youth. our youth are in desperate need of a way to access online classes, connections with their families and friends, as well as looking for jobs and creating resumes and et cetera, things that they need to do research on. So I want to thank them from the bottom of my heart. Thank you so much. I want to introduce Adriana.
Hello, I'm Adriana.
Good morning.
And with receiving the laptops pretty soon, I will be going to school in the fall. So that means I can be a stay-at-home mom and go to school for the career I want to be in. And I would like to say thank you guys for doing that. That's awesome. And that's it. Thank you.
So I'm Kai. I'm a foster youth. I was put in at 16, and I know for a fact, at least for me, this computer is not only going to help me do college, but I'm going to look up different ways that I can do at-home work, because I have social anxieties in bigger places. I'm not much of a people person, so I prefer to work alone, have my laptop, do tech support, calls. I don't really care. This will honestly help me make money without having to go out of my social bubble. So thank you guys very much for having this program.
Thank you.
I want to applaud you gentlemen for this whole program. I wish it was nationwide. I hope it gets there. One of the concerns I might have is I hope that these children, when they receive this laptop, also receive online a high-speed internet connection, because that laptop without a good connection puts you in a car without gas. And without gas, you don't get very far. Without being able to be online and be online consistently and not be throttled by some minutes or hours or time that they can be on there. I have children that spend hours and hours on computers, unfortunately. And actually a good thing too. Anyway, I think it's a great idea. I hope you've contacted HP, IBM, and every other tech community and tech manufacturer out there. I know that coming from that area that they're very generous with their funding, and like you say, Microsoft stepped up and provided all the software for these units. I think it's a great thing. I just hope the program gets bigger. Thank you.
Other public comments?
Ann Hill from District 2. My question is kind of follow-up from there. High speed. How do these kids up country connect? I've been asking for 17 years for high speed up where I live, and even at the fair and all this year, there's no high speed for some of us up in the higher country. So you give these computers to kids, and then they can't connect them to anything. So what are you doing there? Do you only give them to the kids down lower where that can connect on, or what's the program like that?
Sure.
Thanks.
You've identified a bigger issue than we've been able to figure out how to solve. The access to the internet is a series of ISPs spread across the country, right? And there's all sorts of regulation around where they will and won't go and how much they'll charge. The key for us in distributing the laptops is that it has all the software on it resident, so that it doesn't have to be tethered to the internet. A Chromebook, you have to be tethered on the internet in order to access the software. These have full resident versions of Office and Windows. So we cannot currently solve the I can't get on the internet issue. All we can do is make sure that the youth have the tool in their hands that they need, that it functions offline as well as online. And unfortunately, they're going to need to get to a place where they can get internet access. That's just an issue that's well beyond our capacity to solve. And if we waited to solve that issue, kids wouldn't get computers for 20 years. So sorry about that, but we'd like to solve it.
Other public comments? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board. I'm seeing this as an action item, so we need a motion.
Mr. Chair. Oh, I'm sorry. RCRC, Your Honors.
Thank you. I'd like to move to accept these gifts of computers.
I'll second, Mr.
I
Chair.
have a motion by Supervisor Garamendi and a second by Supervisor Oliveira. Any other board comments? If not, I'll call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. Thank you so much. Thank you. And we'll take a couple-minute break for them to get organized and break down. All right, we're back in session. Madam Clerk.
Item 21 is from the Economic Development Department to receive a presentation from Government Financial Strategies Incorporated on the proposed transient occupancy tax increase.
And since Kathy is out of town today, I will just kick off this piece for her. This is in follow-up to a discussion we had back in April at the board on having government financial solution or strategies, come in and give us a presentation on the consulting work they're doing for us for the transient occupancy tax measure that tentatively we're targeting for the November ballot.
Not only meant to provide you with some assurance, but it also means that in addition to what you would like to happen, we bring those professional standards to you for your thought process. This is our understanding of what are the best practices. Matt is Client Services Director, and he supports our company's effort. We actually have 13 people in our company, and some of the people who've been around in the county for a long time will also remember Jonathan Edwards of our staff. He's most memorable to people who are trying to remember who he is. He has an Australian accent, and he came here many times. But he did move back to Australia, and he tried to quit the company, and we, kind of like the mafia, we said, no, let's try keeping you in. And he actually does work for the county from Australia. And so he's on video conference and on phone conferences and email, but he doesn't come in person to the meetings. But if you hear that accent, you know it's coming from down under. Our company is dedicated to working with public agencies. We have we're very careful about conflicts of interest, and in fact, we have over the years done some work for the City of Angels Camp, but recently they put out an RFP. We declined to participate because we work for you. And we've been serving the county since 2005. Now, this is just I know it seems like a boring, small font list, but we just wanted to give you a sense of the breadth of what we do for the county over many years since 2005. And this is what I would say. The counties, Calaveras County in particular, but all counties are very horizontal. There's a lot of people who do various financial work for the county, department heads, including some departments which are specifically about finance, the CAO's office. So one of our roles, we're like another financial person that tries to bring all that together when there's a special project, because all of these departments are very operational in their work, and we have an understanding of what everybody's doing, and we really support the CAO's office in bringing that all together. The other thing is we're very busy and we're not interested in doing things that someone else is already doing. So we're sort of plugging in where there needs to be someone to push this item along. And hopefully, because of our familiarity with the county and our financial expertise, when we plug in, it's not in a disruptive way, it's in a supportive way and doesn't interrupt the general operational flow of business. And that's another reason why, although all of our clients stumble over the name of the company, Government Financial Strategies, we try to be coming in and help our clients with strategic efforts that need that extra labor and expertise, as opposed to the day-to-day operations where you have full-time staff working on it. So there's many things we've worked on over the years having to do with new development, the tobacco settlement revenues, the new jail project, dealing with pension obligations. And our last presentation before this board, not all of the people, but in this room, was 2016. So it's been a while since we've been here. But one thing about the jail project is over the years since the measure passed, we've had reflected to us how positive the process was to get to that measure in terms of being very inclusive and having time to take into account everybody's perspective and history. And for some of the people who remember way back to 2007, about 2 years before that, we started looking at a capital improvement plan, and we ended up with a bond that was about the jail because that's where there was a consensus that developed about what was important to do with a bond. And so we're trying to approach things with a very positive and consensus-oriented view in considering the possibility of a TOT measure. Now, our firm is regulated, Municipal Advisor, we're regulated by the Securities and Exchange Commission and the Municipal Securities Rulemaking Board. And so we are a fiduciary to the county. We provide independent advice, and that includes communication about financial options with county staff, elected officials, and community members. And we're very detail-oriented, so we did provide a very specific scope of work for our work in helping with the TOT, and that was an addendum to our contract that we have with the county. So that's how it works. If something comes up that the county would like help with, if it's just a question here or there, it goes under our general scope of work. If there's a specific endeavor, we prepare a written scope of work, and that's reviewed with staff, and then we start working on that. Now, something that you may not know, but the Auditor Controller's Office knows when they see our bills, as well as the CAO's office, every invoice our company has sent out in the history of the company has printed right on it, 100% satisfaction guaranteed, 100% of the time. Now, I've been told that that is not a grammatically correct sentence, but that is the way I wrote it when I started the company, and we have stuck with that. Our goal is not to gin up a bunch of hours. Our goal is to make sure that the county's goals are met, and that we are scoping the budget so that there's no surprises. And often, when you're on a tight timeline, as this TOT measure may be, you need labor to jump in and get things done because county staff are busy, and so that's part of our role. And when we think about community engagement, we want to share information about the county situation, and we want to receive input from the community. There are several distinct communities within the county, and of course, public resources may not be used for campaigning. County Council instead will provide information on exactly what the do's and don'ts are, but providing information and receiving information is part of the job. We need to do that. And just some questions for you to think about. And I've been in this board room many, many times, and I see lots of people come and speak. And what I think about is there's people here who are expressing themselves and who are also fairly knowledgeable just because they found their way to this room and have something to say. But what does the general public know about county services? What do they know about the need for additional county revenue? What do they know about the county and how finances are managed, even where we get our money, how we spend our money? My experience being in finance is that most people would like to ask me a financial question, but they don't want to wait for the answer. And what I mean by that is people are either interested in finance or they're not. And so they want to have a general answer, and so we want to be ready with good information to support you and all of the county decision makers, but we realize that for most people, they don't necessarily want my explanation of currency exchange or whatever it happens to be. So we want to know, what do people know? How do they understand how finances are managed? What do they care about? And how do traditional constituencies overlap with constituencies for measures submitted to voters? Because that's a very distinct thing to walk into a voting booth and vote, as opposed to any number of encounters with government services that you may have, or a need for service and you don't have an encounter with that service. You're feeling that it's missing. Very, very different, those experiences. Now, one of the things that I think is very interesting about Calaveras County and our history with voter-approved measures is that it seems as if people are either overwhelmingly opposed or overwhelmingly in support. And these are our historical measures. The ones on the top that are pink are the ones that did not pass. The ones that passed are in green. And what you'll see is it's very consistent on the ones that passed that we get over 2/3 vote. But on the ones that failed, there's only one that even got 52%. And the other two got even less than that. So my point is, in some communities, there's kind of a gray area between 50% and 2/3 that you're trying to travel. That does not seem to be the case, at least based on this history, that things in this county, there's either a strong support or a strong opposition. At least that's what I'm seeing in this data. Any questions about that? Okay. Now, we have, this chart is showing you what other counties are charging in terms of TOT, and we've been calling this hotel stay tax because people don't seem to know what transient occupancy tax means. It's a hard term. Some people know, but it's a hard term. So we've been referring to it as hotel stay tax, and I'm sure there's somebody who's like a branding person who would say, oh no, these are the right words, but these are the words we've arrived at for now to understand what we're talking about. And I will say, my last hotel stay that I had myself in another county, it said occupancy tax. And I didn't really feel that I had fully occupied the room, just slept there a few hours, but that's what it was. In any case, you can see both the counties in the area, other municipalities, including the City of Angels Camp, and you can see that our county is quite low compared to where everyone else is. We're not quite as low on other taxes, but this one for sure. And then the county voter demographics, one of the things that's very predictive of whether a vote will go a certain way is actually independent of the measure and really dependent on the type of measure. So for example, there are communities where people are kind of generally opposed to tax increases, and there's communities where they're generally in favor of more services. I won't say they're in favor of more taxes, but they're more in tune with, we want that extra service. There are others where I don't really care what the service is, I don't want the tax, right? So, and so one of those things has to do with, we have to go with the data available, because of course people's votes are confidential, but what we do know is that the voter profile, because we do know how many people register as Republicans versus something else, we do have a high number of Republicans compared to Democrat and other, and we actually have a lot of other in Calaveras County, so that tells you a lot of independent-minded thinkers, and I definitely have seen that with the people who speak in public here. Lots of opinions and thoughts, and I think it's important then to recognize the need for community engagement around something that involves voters, because we do have this diverse group. So one of the things that we recommended to the county, and we're underway with the work of that, is a public opinion survey. Now, that's not work that we do, but we assisted with a request for proposal to get a survey researcher. And the survey should answer some very basic questions. Whether a measure could be successful at all under any circumstances. There are some communities where you're so far from being able to have a successful measure, you just have to step back and do different work to think about that. But that's what we're looking for. Are we in an environment where a measure could be successful? And if we are, what are the elements crucial for success? What are the services to be funded? What does it cost? What do people need to know about it to make a good decision? And then what should the election date be? And the election date is important not only because different people vote in different elections, but also what else is on the ballot. And I know for myself, if I see a ballot and I'm getting down to like the 20th thing to vote on, I'm a lot more tired of everything I've been asked to vote on than I am if it has 3 items on the ballot. So those are things that we need to understand. The process, we want to use a competitive process to get the best value for the county. We did a request for proposals. We had written proposals received. Our office analyzed those and provided a written memo to staff, and then we interviewed the responsible respondents via video conference, which was good in that they didn't have to travel just for that. And our goal a lot of people think interviews are just about hiring the right firm. Our goal of that interview process, as you know, Supervisor Clapp, and thank you for participating, was to become more knowledgeable consumers of survey research. And so we had 3 different firms interviewed, and I'll leave it to you to describe whether you felt more knowledgeable at the end of it. I do this all the time, and I still learn new things, because the way to understand public opinion, it's a science, but it's a changing science that gets modernized. We did select a firm out of that process. The name of the firm is FM3 because there's 3 people with the last name that begins with F and then 1 person with an M, so they call it FM3. It should be, in my view, I'm a math person, it should be F3M, but they call themselves FM3. And the survey method of getting information is both telephone and email, and then our expectation is that on June 26th, there would be a presentation as to what the survey revealed. Right now, the questionnaire is being developed. Now another, and I want to say that that's all community engagement, opportunity to provide information, opportunity to receive information. Now the Frog Jubilee was a great opportunity to get more input, and one of the things that we did that came out of our conversations was there's been a messaging around how much people love Calaveras, and so we did these message boards. You may have seen them at the fair. I'm sure you're going to get a more extensive presentation on how this works. There was also an informational booth. So you're going to hear more about this. But one of the things in thinking about raising new revenue with any kind of a measure, it has to come out of a positive environment. People have to be positive about, I'm willing to have this additional tax, whether I pay it or not. I'm willing to have it in my community because of what I'm going to get for it, and that I believe it's a good value, and that it will be stewarded properly. Those are just sort of basic messages that go along with any kind of a measure. So here's the deliberation process we've been working on with staff to allow the board to make a decision about whether you would like to have a TOT measure either on the November ballot or a future ballot. So obviously you know that you appointed the ad hoc committee. There's been 4 meetings to date. We've attended one of those. So again, the staff is being judicious as to when they bring us in to support. We're happy to attend whatever meetings the CAO's Office in Economic Development feel are useful for us. And then we had this RFP process to get the survey firm, and now the survey questionnaire is being developed. And obviously there was some support for engagement at the fair, and now we're here at May 22nd. So what's going to happen after this day is June 26th, the survey results presented, and then if those survey results tell us that there is a ballot measure that might be effective with the community, then we'll have a presentation. Here's what the survey said. Here's a ballot measure that would respond to the desires of the community, and then the board, if you wanted to proceed, you would give direction for that, and there would be a opportunity on July 24th for you to approve a measure that would go on the November ballot, and so on, as you can see. Now, it may be the case that the survey says that we shouldn't do a ballot measure, or that we shouldn't do it now. Now, obviously, from a financial perspective, we know we need additional revenue. The question of whether we should do it and what time we should do it and all those features, those are based on public input. And the decision makers in a ballot measure are the people who are registered to vote, who vote. And very often in a survey we find surprising information, because not everybody who is registered to vote and is a voter speaks up in public. And I can tell you just my own perspective. I live in a community, I pay taxes. Just because of what I do, I never go to the podium in a public meeting, even though I'm asked. I just simply do not participate in my community that way because of what I do for a living. I feel like it just would be bad form. People ask me privately, I'll give them my opinion. But that's not what I do. But there are people who do that. So we have to, it's another way of getting information. And this is not our only way. Not only will you continue to take information here, but there's the town hall meeting, Supervisor Clapp, that you've been having, and there's many other opportunities. We want to continue to have that community engagement. So I have lots of stuff in the background, overview of how hotel state taxes work, or TOT measures, if you will, historical and budgeted county hotel state tax revenue, current use of the revenue, statewide election history on this kind of tax, and then the rates throughout California. I will say one thing, just to prevent anybody saying it, because I think the evidence doesn't support it, which is that people often say that people should be in favor of a TOT measure if they live somewhere, that's where they vote, they should be in favor because they don't necessarily pay it, because they're not staying in hotels. And what I just want to share with you, if that were true, then I think you'd see these things pass all over the state routinely. And I'm going to share with you that's not the evidence. So that's one of the reasons that the survey is so important, is to find out what people think. One other thing that I would say that we are recommending to the Economic Development and CAO's office and working on is that we've always, in Calaveras County, as long as I've been working here since 2005, been very inclusive of department heads and the financial leadership in all the conversations, and we want to continue to do that because they have insight into how people think about financial matters, and some of those people also run for elections, so they get talked to in the public about financial matters. So we want to get as much information as possible before you are faced with a deadline to consider a November election, so that you have that information. And we also want you to be able to ask further questions and direct us to do further research. So that's the essence of our presentation, but glad to answer any questions or go through any of the reference material.
Supervisor Garamendi, your light's on.
Thank you, Mr. Riley. Thank you so much for coming up today. You watched the video, so you know I was the dissenting vote against your contract. You're now on our team, so we'll saddle up and get going. But there were a couple questions that I asked in that meeting. As you were well aware, I had problems with this because I'm not so sure there's a proper use of public funds. There was no RFP, and there was no scope of work when it was presented to us. Nonetheless, the vote went through, and we're together now. My questions that weren't answered in your presentation haven't been answered yet. Take us back to 2007. One of the questions I asked in the meeting last time was, how were you paid in that, and what was your role in that campaign?
So we don't do campaign work because we're a financial advisor, not a campaigner. So when we had the jail bond, we were initially brought in, and I actually have this on a slide, so I'll go back to it. We were originally brought in because the county was under some pressure from a land developer that wanted a community facilities district put in for their development. And as soon as one person broached that line, we had pop-ups of other developers who wanted that, and we did several things. Not only did we meet and work on that, what was the county's policy going to be with forming community facilities districts for new development? And one of the things that came out of that was the formation of the debt committee and the debt policy, which actually it has a very nice priority of when the county will consider taking on debt, with the first priority being for the general public, the second priority being specific neighborhood or community areas, and the third priority being to be responsive to developers. And then there's many things that came out of that. For example, one of the things that forming that debt committee and having that focus on what are we really committing to long term in terms of debt actually focused on something else that the county was doing, which was the county had been for years buying safety vehicles on lease purchases, which meant every few years we were taking on debt, and the debt was extending beyond the lifespan of the safety vehicles. And there were several other things like that just came out of having this debt committee, because someone would say, here's something that's been bothering me for years, I don't think this makes sense. So we actually did a lot of financial improvement, and I'll defer to some of the people who are involved to speak to the quality of our work, but I think because we've still been around, it's because everyone was satisfied. So our contract has been renewed every few years, and so this scope of work that we provided for this work was just an addendum to that existing contract. But our work is, we help organize the debt committee meetings, create the agendas, we do the financial modeling about how much is this, like if we were going to do a CFD, what's the tax, how does it work, who's it apply to. In the case of the most recent thing with the pension obligation, or the second most recent thing, the pension obligation bonds, we did all the analysis with Rebecca Callan's office as to why that was a better way to go than to have the side fund obligation. So all the financial modeling and presentations in front of the board. Then the most recent thing, we did some refinancing of outstanding debt, and that was, we do all that financial modeling as well as assist with getting the competitive bids for the financing, et cetera.
I do not question your qualifications on financial strategy at all. My question is specifically, as that 2007 campaign came about, were you doing similar work than you're proposing to do for us, that you are going to do for us here? And what was the payment mechanism?
So we were paid by the hour. I'd have to look to see exactly what we were paid, because it was a long time ago, and I'm sorry I didn't have that number for you. But we're paid by the hour, and so our work basically went up to the point of the board calling to put the measure on the ballot. And by that point, we'd made several presentations, both in the debt committee and the board, so there was lots of factual information that there was a campaign effort, and I know the sheriff was a very frequent speaker at that time on that measure. Our information was used, but our work was done during that campaign part because we're paid by the county, so we're not doing that campaigning. And then after the measure was successful, we assisted the county in the financial modeling of how the bonds would fit into the state funding that we were getting for the project, and then we arranged the competitive sale of the bonds, et cetera.
Okay, so let me try to clarify. So the work that you did in 2007 was not the same work that we're doing now?
No, it is the same.
You did the survey work?
No, we don't do the survey work.
Right, you contracted out the survey work for John Fairbanks or whomever?
Right.
I mean, I'm trying to figure out, are we comparing apples and apples? And I guess to be specific, and maybe Tim knows, did we pay you with bond revenues? Did we pay with general fund? How were you paid? My concern is how we're using our
You're
public
talking
funds.
specifically for the jail?
Well, for the jail bond, yes. In the presentation we had for this, that was cited
I'd have
as...
to research what we did on the jail. If I recall, we might have used, and it was spelled out with the certificates of participation, some of those funds to support. Well, no, that would have been before the COP, actually.
Right, so the work that we do on a specific financial transaction, and there's some federal laws that apply, once it's clear that you're going to borrow, and we're actually doing that specific
So it was a
effort,
commission
it's
when it was done?
it's not a commission. We're actually the only financial advisor that I know of in the United States that does not take a commission. So we're paid by the hour or a flat fee for the work that we do. So but the source of the funds was the bond itself for that jail bond. Now, the work that we did prior to the measure being put on the ballot was paid to us from the county, and whether the county reimbursed itself for what we were paid for our hourly work prior to the measure being put on the ballot, if that was actually reimbursed from bond proceeds, I don't know offhand, but I could check.
Okay.
But we do not do contingent work for the obvious ethical reason, even though I know that is common in the industry.
I would appreciate that. I was asked for it at the last presentation on this, and I was hoping I was going to get the answer. Just final question is, have you worked on a TOT campaign before?
We've not had one come to ballot. We have worked with other counties on the consideration.
Excuse me, gentleman in the back. Excuse me, gentleman in the back. Can you please take it outside if you're going to continue to talk, or keep it down? Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
I have no further questions.
Supervisor Mill, if you'd like to.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Neri. I was sitting in the audience when you did that presentation back in December of 2016, and it was very well thought out, a very good presentation. I have the same expectations for what you'll be able to provide here as far as information. Although you won't be doing the surveys, I think that is an opportunity to find out what keywords strike a positive note with potential voters. And if we can understand, I can refer back to Prop 47 saying it was for safer schools. What keywords will give us the better response and cause people to have a little bit better overall result at the poll. So keywords, I think, are going to be a key. I looked at the words that were used in those previous attempts, and convoluted at best, to say that you can leave voters very confused, and as a result, they'll just say no. So we have to be very careful on how we present if this is going to be we're one of the lowest taxed counties in California, if I remember correctly. So this is an opportunity for us to, as long as the voters understand why and the reason we're going to want to do this, and what the effects are overall on our economy. The current occupancy rate, by the way, in Angels Camp is 91%. That's just amazing that that's screening for more hotels and motels in Calaveras County. So it isn't like we don't need more, but we're not going to get more if we don't have a driver to accomplishing that goal. So keywords, very important. Any other board questions or comments?
Seeing none, I'll open it up to the public. Public comments, questions?
I thought we didn't need $13 million. How come we're trying to tax hotels and motels now? In RR, can we have bed and breakfast? Can I set up a hotel in my non-existent garden anymore? I got 3,000 square foot of camping area. You can bring your trailer, water, electricity. Interesting. We need to spend our money for people to come and tell us how to tax our citizens and our visitors to our county when we have 3 board members that say we don't need taxes, even though the voters voted for that. Why would the voters support a tax on hotels when they voted for something and we have 3 individuals on the board who said, we don't care what you people want. We don't care if you people want that money from regulated stuff. We'll just raise the hotel taxes. We'll get more developers to come in, build more hotels. You gentlemen are just too much.
Chair, I'd like to recognize Mr. Lynch as the former mayor of Angels Camp.
Good morning. Jack Lynch from Angels Camp. I was on the city council for 8 years. Angels Camp had already instituted its transient occupancy tax before I came on the council. Angel Camp right now is at 10%. As board members, you are listening to probably the premier organization to help the county in this effort. While I was on the board, we looked at a sales tax. We used this group to do the telephone survey. I am in the process of discarding all my papers from various meetings of the city council. The one group of papers that I am not discarding is the group of papers and studies prepared by this group. The excellence in terms of analysis of the phone survey told us what we could expect. But further than that, the comments that she has made, and I saw firsthand, of the financial analysis, the strategy, that's the name of their organization. You are blessed to have them again helping you. Now, as a final comment on transient occupancy tax, at 10% in Angels Camp, it is the #1 source of revenues for our city, transient occupancy tax. It exceeds sales tax. It exceeds property tax. So I hope the board is disposed towards a transient occupancy tax. Thank you for your time.
Marty Crane. I've been under the radar for a few months, so I was not aware that this selection was made with no RFP, no prior notice to the public or any discussion, so that part really, really bothers me. I think we have a process for how we go about contracting, and it feels like that was not followed. I've always been in favor of raising the TOT. It didn't make any sense to be at 6 when everything around us was higher, way higher. And yes, this might be the premier group, but still bothers me that what I heard from Supervisor Garamendi was that there was no, did I get that right? There was no RFP, there was no, it sounds like a back door. I don't know. Bothers me. Thank you.
Any other public comments?
Al Segala, Taxpayer Association. Normally, we represent the taxpayers in our county, but the poor people that'll be paying this don't have any representation, so they're going to have to do with me. Wouldn't it be great if we had a slogan that said, "Come to Calaveras County, we tax you less. We tax you less." What a blessing. Every dollar that is taken by tax from people that come to our county is one less dollar that goes in circulation for our sales tax and other things as well. It seemed like we have the most, I think, the greatest Visitors Bureau in the state. They're just fantastic people, and they're producing in spite of having only a 6% TOT tax. I wonder if we lowered the TOT tax to maybe 5% or 4%, would they get even better? They're raising money other ways. There's two ways that people can exchange money. One is through theft or taxation, which is very similar, or by agreement. Okay, our country is founded on the idea that people have individual rights, and that the way that people move ahead is through agreements. We have contract law. We have a whole process of civil law called common law. Our Constitution, in many places, indicates that people have the rights to life, liberty, and property. So we're talking about taking property by force for people to come to our county, and we're doing it saying, well, they don't know any better, because if they go someplace else, they'll pay more. And there may be some truth to that. People don't normally look at their hotel bill until they leave, and then they see what the tax was. But I think it ought to be at the beginning. We tax you less. And I think that the Visitors Bureau and others that are promoting our county can find ways to do it without taxation. Thank you.
Benjamin Stopper, District 5. Generally, I would agree with Al. I'm not in favor a majority of the time for raising taxes, especially for effect on people within our county. The TOT tax being put forward right now does make a lot of sense to me. But as we progress on this, I would like us to look at what type of revenue is coming in. And when we're trying to tell that we could put this money towards fire departments, we could put this so much towards whatever else when it comes to services as we move forward, let's put that inside the bond that the people vote on. Let's put a percentage goes towards the fire departments, because so often we vote on things within the state even that's promised to us that we're going to take care of this, but it's not, there's no provision inside what we vote on. So let's put 10% for the fire departments. Let's put, let's go, when you go over the money, this is projected what we're going to retain from this. Let's say we do want this much to go to these type of things. We'll have the people vote on it, and they can see for a fact that that money is going to be presented to what we promised them that would happen. Thank you.
Bonnie Newman from District 1. Forgot. We used to be District 5, but, we've been thrown around. Anyway, I'm an oddball. Me and Al are on opposite spectrums here. I believe in taxes. I want to be taxed. I want to benefit from what taxes generate. What I'm opposed to is unfair taxes. I'm opposed to exemptions. I'm opposed to exclusions. I'm opposed to loopholes and poop holes and any way you can get around not paying what you need to pay to keep everything working. So I'm odd. And if we are charging less TOT than other counties, we need to bring ourselves up to the level that people are expecting to pay. And I don't think we're going to lure anybody to our county because we have a lower transiency tax, transient occupancy tax, or whatever it's called. I think they're going to come to our county because of the quality of life that we can provide, by the attitude that the people have in our community, and by the welcoming that we can offer people by providing them with litter pickup. Why can't we fund litter pickup so all the garbage on the side of our roads isn't apparent to everyone that would want to come and visit? And I'll just say there's a half a dozen things I think we could and should be using this money for to make our community better, so that we can attract the people that some people might think are not coming here because of our taxes. But I'm in support of elevating this ratio, this rate, to what other counties are charging and expecting. Thank you.
Joan Wilson, District 1. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Calaveras County is a wonderful place to come and play. And fortunately, I have had a job for many years now that I am in contact with many people that do come here and play here. They come here because it is an inexpensive place to vacation. They come here because we're close to skiing. They come here because we have caves here and things like that. Do we need this tax? I don't know. We didn't need $13 million annually. That's already been talked about. So if we didn't need that money, why do we need to discourage people to come here by charging more in our taxes? Will it discourage people? I don't know. You know, things are getting more and more expensive out there. Fewer and fewer people are able to take vacations and go to some place like this. I certainly do hear about it. And I do hear from the people that are coming up here for just the day. Just the day. They're not taking the family vacations that were being taken years ago, especially when I was growing up. You know, a lot of people used to take family vacations, but that's not being done. Gas is going up. Well, that's something to consider too before we start thinking about, you know, the burden that we're going to put on people to come here and play here. Are they going to be able to afford to get here? And once they get here, are they going to be able to afford to stay here and spend a little bit more of that money here? Maybe take care of some of those businesses that are going out of business because they're losing funds. They're losing money because people are moving out of this county. Wow. You know, I drive down 49 and you look at all those empty stores. And you drive down 49 and you look at more empty stores in this town and in the next town. It's rather sad. I hope that raising our taxes on people coming to visit and play here is not going to discourage them. I certainly do want people to come here. I was hoping that there was going to be an industry that would bring more tourism. Where can you go in California and stay in a hotel that is cannabis friendly? Where can you go and visit a farm that's a cannabis farm? This is something new. Thank you.
Other public comments?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. My name is George Fry. I'm concerned about the lack of transparency. this item shows up. There was no request for proposal. I don't oppose the TOT tax. In fact, I was in Reno for 3 days this past weekend, and the TOT tax was $18. It was 12% at the Atlantis Hotel. I was there for a Rotary District convention. But I think we need to start from the beginning. There seems to be less and less transparency going on with this board. I have to tell you, in my own humble opinion, I've been coming to these meetings for over 20 years, and I cannot believe what a dysfunctional board we have. It just blows my mind. These people may very well be qualified, but they should submit for a request for proposal just like anybody else. They shouldn't be given any special treatment. You know how I am about transparency. But I'm really disappointed in this board, and I'm especially disappointed in 3 of the board members. For all I care, they could go away.
Chair, the supervisors aren't on the agenda here on this.
Are you done?
Well, I got interrupted, which isn't unusual with this gentleman here.
Okay, let's focus on what we're saying.
I was focused on it, but I got interrupted. This guy does that all the time. I hope that he doesn't even make it to the November election.
Thank you.
You're too much. You're a real piece of work.
Thank you, George. Thank you.
No, I'm not finished. I got 1 minute and 6 seconds.
Go ahead, 1 minute and 6 seconds.
Thank you very
Focus
much.
on this item.
You are too much. I hope you don't even get to run for dog catcher.
George, this item.
I am talking about this item.
This item.
It scares the hell out of me that he's going to vote on it.
George, this item. Thank you. Other public comments?
Jason Campbell, District 5. I'd like to hear some dollar figures on this subject. We've been hearing a lot of percentages back and forth, 5, 10. We're at 6%, I'm understanding.
Sir, I got a question. I didn't hear your opening statement.
Jason Campbell.
No, not who you were, but what you first said. You wanted to hear more.
Dollar figures.
Dollar
I want
figures.
dollar amounts on what we're talking about here. All we're hearing is percentages, that 5%, 10%. I'm under the understanding we're at 6% right now. Are we going to raise to 10? What is the percentage that we're projecting to raise to? And what are the dollar amounts? What are we collecting now? And what are we going to collect if we raise it to 10? What are we going to collect if we raise it to 18, 15, 20? What are the dollar amounts that we're actually talking about here? You guys are scraping for money. You throw away revenues left and right. We all know that you've thrown away $13 million in tax revenue. I'm paying permits on greenhouses that you guys have a new building director that's come in and completely done away with that. You could have been collecting $1,600 a year from me on building permits for greenhouses that you've thrown away now. None of this makes any sense. You're throwing money away that was guaranteed and scraping for money that hopefully we'll get. Dollar amounts, please.
The dollar amounts are up here in the proposed 10%.
There's a handout on the podium that has the PowerPoint slides.
Lisa, do you want to read?
So,
I think I had a few minutes left too. So, reading that, it clearly says an increase of $401,000. $401,000? That's a joke compared to $13 million. An absolute joke.
Hopefully we get it.
Thank you. Any other public comments?
Anthony Worcester from McCollum Hill. I am aware that our cost of living is going up in Calaveras County. And I'm not either for or against raising the TOT. I just want to remind people that ever since the cost of gas went up, our state legislature decided to raise our gas tax. Food has gone up. Costs more to eat in a restaurant now. I've eaten at the same hotel in McCollum Hill for 3.5, almost 4 years, and all the prices went up twice now since I've been here. So I think there's probably a lot of other people who are in my position too who are a little concerned. So I asked one of the managers at Rayleigh's, I said, gee, why are the vegetables, why is everything so much higher now? This was a few months ago. And he said, well, our suppliers tell us it's because of the gas tax. So, like I say, I'm not for or against this. It's just I think it's really good to think maybe about what Al said. Maybe keeping a lower tax would be very helpful for us getting more visitors. Just a thought. Thank you.
Other comments? Seeing none, I'll close public comments and bring it back to the board. Other board comments, questions? Supervisor Mills.
Yeah, just a thought. Thank you, Chair. Those areas that are highly dependent upon tourist activities, and I'm thinking of South Lake Tahoe and Mariposa County as the gateway to Yosemite, do have higher tax rates. And in the case of Mariposa County, it's much like the City of Angels Camp. They're very dependent upon their TOT to support their general budget year over year. And for instance, when Highway 140 was closed due to a rock slide and the effect that it had on that community. So as long as the tourism is a priority in this county, then having this ability to make use of that funding positively to support tourism and to support the activities. And fire departments are supporting tourism, whether we like it or not. Police departments and the sheriff's department supporting tourism. That's just part of what they do. So this is basically a fee for services for people who come here on a temporary basis to take advantage of our infrastructure and the many things that we provide. We have in essence become almost a Disneyland of the Sierra Nevadas. We are a place that people come to visit, and we need to do everything we can to provide the best experience possible. And the one way we do that is to be sure it's a safe environment and that the roads are safe and that these people can bring their families and enjoy being here. And the TOT is one of those ways that happens.
Any other comments from the board? Seeing none, this was an informational item, so thank you very much for your presentation. We will now go to lunch. We will return from lunch at 1:45. All right, we're back from lunch. We're back in session. Madam Clerk, item number 22.
Item 22 is from the Board of Supervisors to receive a presentation and annual report from the IHSS Advisory Committee.
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Bonnie Newman. I'm the chairperson of the IHSS Advisory Committee, and I've handed you a packet of information. And for the audience, I have 5 handouts here if you'd like to come and follow along. I'm going to give you a very brief synopsis of what we've accomplished during the past year and what we hope to do. We're going to focus on the packet of information that has what's on the board up there. Also, I included some information about the program. The thing with the little circles is all the entities that are involved in the IHSS program. You can see there's at least a dozen different programs and agencies that deal with IHSS, countywide and statewide. The other information that I gave you is a monthly report on our activities in IHSS. And before I get into the entire program, I'd just like you to look at that, please, and notice how many consumers there are in our county and how many providers there are. Something that I found is extremely interesting is the majority of our clients are not senior citizens. They are approximately 2/3 of our clients are under the age of 65, some as young as newborns, and people over the age of 80, we have approximately 60 people in this program. In each district, you can see how many clients are, well, they're not by district, but they're almost by district on consumer locations, who you're representing in your district. Okay, Marty. Okay, the goal of the IHSS program is to support income eligible, and that's low income people, elderly, blind, and disabled persons of all ages by providing access to personal care assistance and enabling consumers to remain safely in their homes and avoid early placement in a care facility. That's good. You can leave that right there, yes. The advisory committee consists of 11 members of our community, and we are charged with providing ongoing advice and recommendations regarding the IHSS program and the public authority to the governing board, that's you folks, and any administrative body or agency in the county that's related to the delivery and administration of in-home supportive services. In order, next slide, in order to accomplish those goals, some of our duties and responsibilities include staying informed and educated on IHSS and the public authority issues, and those change month to month. New mandates come out all the time. We are to provide consumer and provider input into IHSS and the public authority. That's by being a forum where people can participate. And we participate in outreach, educational, and advocacy activities. And one of your handouts is a newsletter and our program card and our resource list. Our other duties and responsibilities are to provide a forum for consumers and providers of personal assistance services, advocates, and other interested parties to participate in public authority policy and program development. This is a moving program. Things change every year, and we want to keep appraised and ahead of that. We're also charged with reviewing, advising, and making recommendations to the governing board, that's you all, on pending legislation that may impact the IHSS program, their consumers, the providers, and the public authority. And finally, Our last mandate is to provide input on collective bargaining issues. We've had a little concern that we're not supposed to be involved in union activities, and as a committee we are not involved, but we certainly have, through our forum, gleaned enough information to advise you on possible changes and improvements that could be made to the program, as well as how the union that represents the home care providers is or isn't working for the program. So, this past year we've struggled. We have a total of 11 members. Last year we lost 2 to death. This year we've already lost 2 to health issues. So once again, we're appealing to you to look to your constituents to find out who in your area can serve on our committee and help us make this determination of where this program could go. Now, I haven't really gotten a whole lot of referrals from you all, so you need to dig deep. Ask the people that you meet with who could serve in this capacity. I've noticed that thinking of eliminating the Commission on Aging later, that's very much tied in with this. And although the majority of our consumers are not senior citizens, we're all going to be senior citizens someday, and we may need this program as well as the younger people who are still below the age of 65. What we do is we keep people safe in their homes so they don't have to go into a facility. I know you've heard me say before that the average length of life in a facility is 13 months. 13 months is not a very long time to live in a place that you're unfamiliar with, and you may not be getting the best of care. People work in shifts in facilities. Very seldom do they form bonds with the people and look out for them. So even when people go into facilities, there's a need to watch over the person, the consumer, who is in need of assistance. We have, over the years, recruited new kinds of people, not just IHSS consumers, but also consumers of home care services that are paid for private funds or through insurance. So those people also qualify to serve on our board. Right now we're down 2 consumers and 2 members of the public. So please help us fill those slots so that we can perform adequately and we can have a full spectrum of input from all the people that we serve through IHSS. Something that the committee has entertained is the idea of creating a private pay program for people who aren't low income or who may be low income but don't wish to participate in the program. They would be able to pay through their own means someone to come and assist them in the home. We're talking about housekeeping, we're talking about transportation, we're also talking about personal care services, which include assistance with bathing, assistance with medication, sometimes assistance with injection, and sometimes assistance with everything when you have a severely handicapped child or someone who is maybe no longer a child but still is in need of full-on assistance. Not all of our clients are physically disabled. Some of our clients are mentally disabled. Some of our clients are both. And oftentimes those clients need 24-hour supervision to keep them safe. And the maximum this program will pay someone is 9 hours a day. When you're working 24 hours a day and only getting paid for 9 hours, it becomes a little unwieldy. One of the things that we've found out is to have somebody come in and assist you, you're going to have to pay them every hour they're in the home. So if you need to take a day off and go to Sacramento to have a doctor's appointment and you're gone 12 hours, as a provider, your pay is going to be that entire day plus part of the next day's pay. So you will end up being shorted the second day. Are there any questions?
More questions?
Thank you.
Supervisor Garamendi.
Thank you very much, Bonnie. As you know, I serve on your committee.
Yes.
I'm liaison from the board to your committee, and I think this committee is turning a new page, and I think we're going to have some really good advice for the board in the upcoming year. I think you guys are getting into some meaty issues, so thank you for your work.
One of the things, yes, one of the things you're helping us is to broaden to accommodate a new kind of consumer, which would be children who do not have a voice, who are represented by a parent, a custodian, or a guardian, and to allow them to participate on our committee, because in all the years that this committee's been in effect, and it's been like 15 years, there has never been anybody stepping up and representing the children or the young adults or the old adults who are not able to verbalize their needs or express how they feel or what they want. So and we found out that that's going to take state legislation to change that category. But as you can see, the majority of our clients are not senior citizens, so those people need to have a voice and have a way to express what they need in the way of services. So, I didn't even take 15 minutes.
Well, we have to open up the public comment. Sure, absolutely. Push the bottom button to the red. There you go. You're good.
Marty Crane, I am the secretary for the IHSS Advisory Committee, and a couple of things. When we fill this committee, we need all the various voices from people who have, like Bonnie was saying, information about clients and situations and needs that we can't see. And as you know very well, the only people that come to this podium are the people that can either walk or roll in here and get to the building. None of the other people can get here and have their voice heard. So thank you for that. But also, as we fill this committee, we also need to make sure that we have some skill sets on this committee. I'm only planning to live to be 100. I may not be replaced on the committee, but I'm the secretary. And we have really done a lot of work in pulling all this together and having everything documented and organized and tech and everything. So we need to keep that in mind as well. And we have an amazing group of people on this committee now. And it's only been a short 2 or 3 years ago that we were, I don't know, down to maybe 3 or 4 people. And the ability to put all this together just wasn't there. So we've come a long way. So we're grateful for your support and respect for this committee. Thank you.
And I'd like to add, this committee is a funded committee. We're responsible for $6,000 of federal and state monies. So it's real important to us to make sure we're making every dollar count. Now, when you look at that graph that has the little circles on it, know that the IHHS providers on the bottom left-hand corner is costing all of us about $5 million a year. There's about 330 providers that are getting paid approximately $5 million. of your money, state money, and federal money. You all are kicking in about $900,000 a year of that. The state's kicking in the other 1,800 or however much, 1,880,000, and the feds are picking up the rest. 1.8 million, I'm sorry. My math is really off. But that's only for the payment of wages. You've also got social workers that are being paid out of this program, the public authority that's being paid out of this program, and know also that other people are dipping their hands into our pockets, which is the union, and we have to pay for our fingerprint and background checks, so we're all, above board. And we pay dues to certain organizations for the information that they give us, and that would be the California In-Home Supportive Service Consumer Alliance. So there's a lot of money involved in this. You may not have even heard about this program before because it is so much under the radar, except when I come in here and open my big mouth and bring everyone's attention to it. But it's a program that we all could benefit from knowing about if we don't participate in it, or by using the services ourselves. So don't count yourself out that you're in good shape now and you may not be tomorrow, because any of us could fall down on the steps out front and become disabled.
Chair, I do have a question before.
Sure, Supervisor Mills.
Bonnie, what kind of accomplishments do you think that IHSS would like to accomplish in the next year?
You mean our committee?
Yes.
Well, we've worked 5 years on our bylaws. We researched everything, and we want to see these bylaws passed, accepted. If there's any crimes being committed, of course, we'd want to know that, we're not working within the scope of the law, but as much research as we've done, we think we've covered just about everything that this committee was intended to do that was not doing for 10 or 12 years. You've never gotten a real formal presentation before except last year when Jennifer was here, and that's 13 years of not reporting to you. As it says, our main thing is supposed to be giving you ongoing advice and recommendation. So if we don't get the information to us, we can't give it to you. We rely upon the public authority, IHS, I want to call it the welfare department, but what are they called now? Health and Human Services, as well as SECA and the union. We get on conference calls so that we know what the latest legislation is and how it's going to impact our program, and what we need to do to tell you what to do to help protect this program. So we rely upon you in a big way, but we've never come to you and asked you to step up like we are now. We don't want to be eliminated. We know that we're important. We just want everyone else to understand how important we are, because it could be us.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bonnie. You got to turn your microphone on. There you go.
I just wanted to add that the numbers that Bonnie shared with you about the cost and that this program, we desperately need this program. Our people would be sadly out of luck, and it would be, in my opinion, the scourge of the earth if we let that happen. So we desperately need this program, but if we had to just fork out the money ourselves as Calaveras County, we could not afford it. So I'm grateful for the way that it's progressing, and that we're dotting the I's and crossing the T's, and thank you very much.
Okay, I need to open up the public comment. Is there any public comments on this issue, this item?
You did a good job. Everybody knows.
No comments?
Mr. Chair, can I
okay.
add something real quick while Joan's walking to the podium?
Sure.
I just wanted to say that this committee is statutorily required. There isn't any fear of getting rid of it or eliminating it, and that our records indicate they have 9 out of the 11 members. So there is a need for some consumers. If there are other vacancies, I'm not aware of them.
I just wanted to say that, you know, these people do a really good job. They really care about the people in this county. I've had the pleasure of attending one of their meetings, and man, they talked and talked and talked, and really seemed to want to make sure that they were doing what's best for everyone as a whole, not just the consumer, but also, you know, the workers and everybody involved. And they heard from about as many people as I could think of them hearing from. They really wanted to get their information there. I think they do good work. I think they're important. And that's it. Thank you.
Come back often.
Any other public comments?
I would just like to, I'm George Fry, I'm the vice chair. Last year I was the chair of IHSS. I'd just like to compliment Bonnie on driving forward and improving. We've come a long ways in probably the last 4 or 5 years with all the challenges we had, and we're getting to the point where we have minimal challenges. So thank you very much, Bonnie.
Any other public comments? Okay, seeing none.
I'd like to add one last thing. He talked about challenges and threats, and there are some challenges and threats still ahead. One of them is something called EVV, Electronic Visit Verification, which is intended to root out all the fraud that's going on. They're going to require a gizmo, some kind of electronic something or other, whereby we have to check in and out every time we change a service that we provide. It's very cumbersome. There's a lot of concern that it violates our confidentiality of our clients. So that's one thing that we're anticipating happening in the next year. And as you know, we had to do our own fingerprints and background checks several years ago. That was to eliminate fraud too. So there's all kinds of layers of bureaucracy that are added onto this program over and over that suck money out of the services and give, excuse me for saying, but a bunch of pencil pushers a job with benefits that we do not have. We do not have benefits. So the challenges and threats to this program are very real, and we will probably be coming to you to ask you to help us fight the different obstacles that are coming before us.
Thank you. Supervisor Garmendi, your light's on?
Just ready to make a motion to accept the report.
It's not an action item,
then
it's
there
an
we go.
information item. So we want to thank you so much, and before you leave, Marty, you came to the podium earlier today and said that you were kind of been out of commission for a couple of months, and I know why. I'm not sure everybody out there understands why, but Marty lost her husband. It's been like not quite 2 weeks ago.
Yes.
Bill Crane, and excuse me if I get a little bit emotional because I knew Bill for a long time. I worked on many projects with Bill. Bill was instrumental in a lot of things in the community in Valley Springs. He was heavily involved, like you are, in Red Cross. He will be dearly missed, Marty, dearly missed by not only myself, but many members in the community. So on behalf of the board, speaking of the board, our condolences to you and for your loss.
Thank you. I just want to say that
we haven't lost him. As I shared with him when he said, you know, I sent out an update, a text update every day for 2 months to a lot of people and hope that they would share. There's a lot of value in learning by sharing. And so we'll be having a celebration of life/community on June 30th here at the town hall. And but we haven't lost him, because he asked me, he says, you know, I'm not really sure where I'm going, you know, after all this is over. And I shared with him that, you know, a lot of people are very passionate about where they believe that they will be going after this life. And that gives them peace and solitude and comfort, and that is wonderful. But no one really knows for sure. But I can promise you one thing's for sure. All the fingerprints that you put on this community, and all the, by the way you lived your life, and the fun and games that we had while we played together as a community and did solid work as a community, that's planting seeds. And in one of the responses to the update, someone said, Bill planted a lot of seeds. We can expect a lot of beautiful wildflowers, a few weeds, but a lot of wildflowers. And he is firmly planted in my heart, and your heart, and your heart, and your heart, and your heart, which is the case with everyone that we love. And so when I would sign off on all the text, it was always sprinkle, sprinkle, because it was all about sprinkling love and kindness. So let's just go forth and sprinkle, sprinkle. Thank you.
Yeah, June 30th, San Andreas Town Hall from 1 to 6 p.m.
Mr. Chair, can we take a 5-minute break?
Yeah, we'll take a 5-minute
Thank you.
break to allow the breakdown. All right, we are back in session. Madam Clerk, item number 23.
So before I introduce item 23, I'd like to do the report of closed session held at lunchtime. Public Employee and Performance Evaluation, Government Code Section 54957B1, Title Planning Director. The board received a performance evaluation, and there was no reportable action taken. Item 23 is from the Administrative Office to adopt a resolution supporting CCWD and other water agencies and counties voicing support for the outcome of the AB 142 process and the desire for legislation to be carried forward implementing the recommendations of the report and its special provisions that include wild and scenic designation of approximately 37 miles of the upper McCollum River.
Mr. Moss.
Good afternoon. Brian Moss, Administrative Office. I have Mr. Dave Egerton joining me today. Very last minute, went back to the back of the room and said, would you like to join me at the front table? And there's actually a reason for that, because today is really in support of water districts, including CCWD, on the McCollum River Wild and Scenic designation. So as this presentation goes forward, I think his presence will become even more evident. So thank you for this opportunity today to come speak with you about this. The Board of Supervisors already did support the district on the Moke River Wild and Scenic designation. This is actually a follow-up to that, and we'll get into the meat and potatoes of that as we move through this presentation. So thank you again for being here. So the first slide here, we're talking about the California Wild and Scenic Rivers Act. You may be aware it was passed into law in 1972 for the purpose of preserving designated rivers or segments of those rivers that are free-flowing and possess extraordinary wildlife, fishery, scenic, or recreational values. You also may be aware of Assembly Bill number 142 that was signed into law on October 5th of 2015 that required the Secretary of the California State Natural Resources Agency, and we'll refer to them as the CSNRA from here on out, to evaluate 5 segments of the North Fork McCollum River and McCullough River for inclusion into the California Wild and Scenic River System. There are 5 segments that have been considered, and we'll see a map of this in a minute, and that is segment A1 that you see is the North Fork Moke River from 0.5 miles downstream of the Salt Springs Dam, which is, of course, is what I would call a high country end of the river. That's at the confluence. This is considered potential recreational. A2 is the Bear River confluence of 0.5 miles down upstream of Tiger Creek Powerhouse, considered wild. And again, you'll see this in a few minutes. Segment B, North Fork Moke River from 1,000 feet downstream of the Tiger Creek Afterbay Dam to State Highway Route 26. That is being considered as designated as scenic. C1, again, North Fork from 400 feet downstream of the small re-regulating dam, at the outlet of the West Point Powerhouse to the southern boundary of section 12, and it gives you the township and range there. It's considered wild. Section C2, again, boundary confluence of the North and Middle Forks McCullough River, which is recreational. Moving on quickly to D, this is the main stem of the McCullough River from the confluence of the North and Middle Forks to 300 feet upstream of the Electric Powerhouse, and everybody knows where Electric Powerhouse is, considered scenic. And then finally, the mainstream McCullough River from 300 feet downstream of the small re-regulating dam downstream of the Electric Powerhouse to the Pardee Reservoir, and that's considered recreational. So with that said, this is the map that kind of outlines what we're looking for in the segments A, B, C, D, etc. here along, starting up here at the reservoir. And this is actually even more explanatory because this gives you, and I'm sorry that that's a bit blurry, at least it is for my eyes. Anyway, it does give you the recreational and the scenic, etc. Designations as you move down the river. And maybe we can do this and get a little bit of a better. No, let's try this. That's better. So you can see the scenic, and then of course the wild and the recreational there, and it volleys as it moves down the stream. Okay, or I shouldn't say run down the stream, it's actually the river. So that is the aerial depiction of what the proposal is today. So not a surprise to anybody in this room that over the last 30 years, there have been various groups who have worked towards designating all, if not part of, the Upper Moke River as either a state or federal wild and scenic. And I'll tell you in a few minutes why it's not a good idea to be federal wild and scenic. As a result of that, one of the more recent pieces of legislation was SB 1199, brought forth in 2014. It was introduced without input from our counties, Calaveras and Amador water agencies as well. It obviously was opposed by CCWD, CPUD, and Amador Water Agency, and of course Jackson Valley Irrigation District, and community groups throughout the region. Again, not a surprise there. There have been stakeholder meetings even held in McCullough Hill. SB 1199 failed to move forward, and primarily, even though there was a chance that something like this would get through Sacramento, there was a lot of concern stated from the locals saying this is a water source and this is a needed water source for the future of our jurisdictions, our water districts, and our counties. So in 2015, Bigelow went ahead and introduced a compromise bill. This allowed for the California Wild and Scenic Rivers Act that required the CSNRA to study and submit to the governor and the legislature a report that analyzes the suitability or the non-suitability and eligibility of proposed McCullough Hill segments to the Wild and Scenic Rivers system. And again, a compromise bill, again because of the outcry of our water districts and our counties. So essentially what this did is it required input from local agencies on long-term water needs for Amador and Calaveras County, which is, I think, a pretty nice concept. Again, we are a source county for surface waters. Everybody's aware of that. And there is a real need to protect those, not just from the environmental standpoint, but certainly from a resource standpoint as well. So the study was released. The final part of it was released on April 18, 2018. It concluded that the studied 5 segments of the McCullough River, which is approximately 37 miles, are indeed suitable for California Wild and Scenic designation. It also does not include areas with PG&E facilities, and we'll talk about that in a little bit more detail here in a couple slides. It includes specific information and recommendations for the designation of the proposed McCullough River segments that we looked at on slide number 2. So on April 25th, 2018, CCWD board took action to support the CNRA report, and this is absolutely critical for everybody to understand, with special provisions and desire for it to be enacted into law, okay? Because we think of wild and scenic, and we think about we may lose reservations, we may lose rights, etc., on the river, which is not something that will certainly work for us. So the 5 special provisions are as follows. So special provision number 1 says it will not affect existing water rights. Absolutely critical, okay? I don't care if you're talking about the Stanislaus River, I don't care if you're talking about the McCullough River, but we don't want to lose water rights for the public agencies, the public water agencies in Amador, Calaveras, and or Alpine counties. Special provision number 2 is provides a pathway for water agencies to obtain new water rights for local water agencies. Again, you know, our counties right now, we're still considered very rural, but over a period of time, that can change. And certainly, you cannot grow a community without a water source, and everybody's well aware of that. And just look at LA and how they turned a desert into a city. And we won't talk about where they got their water. Special provision number 3 shall not affect PG&E facilities. I already discussed that. And or Roaring Camp Mining Company, which my understanding is on the Amador side of the river. Neither the governor or the state agencies can apply for federal wild and scenic designation for the McCullough River. This is why I mentioned federal a few minutes ago. Federal is much more restrictive. We don't want more restrictive things. We want to have a balance between the recreational, the wild, the scenic, etc., the actual use of the river, but at the same time, we don't want to have our hands tied wherein we won't be able to, again, lose water rights or water reservations, or even water growth or changes. Special provisions shall control any conflict with state wild and scenic act. So these special provisions really assure that county water agencies may certainly fully exercise their existing water rights without any impact from wild and scenic legislation, and that certainly makes sense and is consistent. Maintain and replace facilities on the river as needed. You know, Dave can certainly speak more to this than I can, but as an example, I know CCWD pulls water out of the Calaveras below Hogan Dam, and there's every now and then they may have to do some kind of work on their pumping and or siphon systems, okay? And or replace them simply because they get clogged up. So that's a very important fact here. Pursue new water rights in new facilities, population, or climate change demand, and that's kind of what I was touching on just a couple minutes ago. Even though we're very rural, and we probably will always be rural, we will certainly continue to see an impact, and we do see that a certain amount today. I would say even, you know, from the Bay Area and from the Valley. So wild and scenic designation with special provisions prevents potential water grabs by deep pocket entities from outside Amador, Calaveras, and Alpine counties, and I'll leave that to your imagination. Now, it also protects all parties. All parties will defend special provisions throughout the legislative process, and this includes water districts and counties, including East Bay Mud, So if you were thinking I was talking about East Bay Mud before, I might not have been. Foothill Conservancy and Friends of the River. So a quick note on CAL FIRE and timber harvesting here. CAL FIRE, I believe, is in the room as well today. And thank you. And you know, they certainly strive to avoid retardant from impacting waterways. I mean, we think about our own Butte fire, and certainly that fire unfortunately made its way across the river. So they do their best to avoid that when in proximity to a waterway. You know, how important is that? Drinking water supply, at least in a raw source. A retardant line is often tied in with the waterway using bucket drops from a helicopter with water. These guys are masters at that. CAL FIRE's they're absolute masters about how they do this kind of program, especially in an area like as considered as sensitive as this. CAL FIRE does not anticipate any changes to firefighting strategy as a result and/or tactics if the Moke River is designated as wild and scenic. And now it's important to note that there may be timber harvesting restrictions within 200 feet of either side of the McCullough River if it is designated as wild and scenic.
Yeah, we need to take a break. All right, we're back. Apparently somebody was trying to break in and not break out, so.
It was a frog.
It's a frog.
Yes, Jeremiah.
And I don't even know what to say about that because I can't upstage it with this presentation, certainly. Anyway, so with that said, what's next? Down to the meat and potatoes of this. Final study with special provisions language will be presented to stakeholders for review and consideration of support. Potential legislation drafted carrying the recommendations of the AB 142 study. And if local agencies don't have control of the bill, the special provisions could be stripped out. Unacceptable, okay? Obviously, which certainly would be devastating to the county's future. So with that said, I'm going to open this to questions of the board. And I have Dave here, fortunately for me, who has the water district perspective on this.
Supervisor Mills, your light is on. You have questions.
I almost feel like I've lived this from its very inception as a director at CCWD. Where are we at with the budget trailer bill? Is it a possibility?
There are efforts underway to try to make that happen. In Supervisor Mills, sorry, I almost want to call you Director Mills. I feel like we're
That's
stepping
all right.
And thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the board. I appreciate you considering this item today. First, you just got to say you've got an incredible staff person here, Brian, to work with on water issues. He is passionate about these issues, and it makes it really enjoyable to work with him on these. There's an ongoing effort to try to take the results of the AB 142 study, including for us what's most critically important are those special provisions that Brian did talk about, those 5 provisions, which fundamentally make sure that we do not compromise our water rights or our water infrastructure that we have. We have no stranded assets as a result of the designation. And it's not just us saying that. We've had our legal counsel, expert water law counsel, to be able to look at every word, every iteration of this, to be able to say that this protects our interest. So ideally, from our perspective, the best outcome would be if this does move forward in this session so that we can incorporate the outcome of this very long and arduous process to get to the final report in the language that we have, and have that incorporated whole cloth into the law. There are other examples within the state. We work from those to end this effort. Other river systems like the Yuba and Cache Creek and that included special provisions around the designation. So as they were designated by law under the Wild and Scenic Act, they included those provisions as well. That's what we're trying to do. Our main concern, though, is that we don't want the legislative effort to undermine the work that's been done to reach this result. And it has been a very long, arduous process to get here. The bottom line, this report under 142 is really to determine whether it was suitable for designation in the context of the long-term water supply needs of our communities and in these watersheds. And to really understand that, we had to be able to present information to the state as water agencies, and that's my colleagues and friends with Calaveras Public Utility District, Amador Water Agency, Jackson Valley Irrigation District, in particular, for us to be able to present our long-term needs within our counties and the water supplies we thought were necessary to serve those needs. And so we went through a lengthy process before the report was prepared, doing our own individual reports on each side of the river to determine what our needs were. And that was then brought forward into the report by the resource agency staff to develop the final language that we see. And I've got to say they did a brilliant job. Fine people there at the resource agency and their consultant that did this work. Very inclusive, very transparent. I think it was like 16,000 comments I believe they got on the report itself, and they went above and beyond to really try to understand our needs and issues, and we spent many hours with them going through different versions of this. So.
And you've achieved a very broad level of support that's almost not been heard of in the McCollum in literally decades, and I appreciate the effort that has been taken by all the stakeholders here to finally come to an agreement on what is best for all of us. So thank you to, I see Donna's back there and Rich. It's like you can name names, Joel, because you all have been involved in this very directly and personally for years. And it's a long overdue process that we need to get a conclusion to. So thank you for your work.
And in Supervisors, you mentioned that we were in a very adversarial position with SB 1199. It was, we were all, we were divided. We were investing a lot of time and financial resources either to try to move that through if you supported it, or in the case of our water agencies to end it. And fortunately, Assemblymember Bigelow gave us an alternative pathway where the fundamental issue of whether water supply needs could be met within the context of the designation gave that the proper forum to be thoroughly analyzed and resolved. And again, I feel like we've done that. So thank you.
Supervisor Oliveira.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming, Dave. A quick question, probably for clarification. Once a designation is made by Wild and Scenic, can that ever be reversed on state level?
Reversed on a state level? I would suspect it would require a legislative act, which would be highly unlikely. Just to note, on the federal designation side, that is a really important component, and I appreciate Matt being here from our Congressman's office, McClintock, and I know that our Congressman's very passionate about this issue, but we strongly do not want to see a federal designation move through, as Brian indicated, and this really makes it harder for that to happen, because this provision would actually say that the governor, the state itself, could not file for a designation, which is one of the two pathways for filing for designation on the federal side. So that really does make a big difference.
Okay. And another question for clarification. How much recreational use will we lose from this river of the 5 segments, whether it's designated as scenic, recreational? Is there a give and take on that?
As far as lost recreation, I don't think that you would lose recreation. To me, this is entirely supportive and compatible with recreation. Really what it does is it prevents the construction of any new dam on these segments, which, to be completely candid with the members of the board and the public, our local agencies have no intention to build a facility on those stretches. This is not where we plan to take water resources in the future. We, particularly in our communities, will either be upstream or downstream, and we can make it work within the constraints of a wild and scenic designation. This, frankly, really, when you really get into the minutiae of this, there are so many other challenges moving forward on future water projects and water rights, particularly around environmental laws, that this will not tip the scales one way or the other. We will be able to meet this requirement and still get our projects accomplished.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Any other questions? If not, I'll open up to public comments on this item.
Good afternoon. Al Segala, Taxpayer Association. I appreciate an excellent presentation. And if you can return to the slide which shows the tributaries and the extent of control. I'd like to read a letter. It's such an excellent letter. I didn't write it. Anthony wrote it with a lot of research. But this is to Gary Tofinelli, Chairman. The Calaveras County Taxpayer Association voted on May 9th, 2018 to oppose the proposed state designation of the Macomb River as a state wild and scenic river. We ask you to carefully consider the following points before voting on whether or not you will support the designation. Number one, is locking up the river's potential use in perpetuity good public policy? The proposed designation means that no additional dam or reservoir may be added to the river. But ECORP Consulting Incorporated, Calaveras County Long-Term Water Needs Study dated October 2017 concludes that if a wild and scenic designation is established for the upper reaches of the Macomb River, the water districts may be affected even in baseline conditions with their ability to supply water on a prolonged drought. Therefore, we will need more water storage, but the state wild and scenic designation would foreclose that opportunity regardless of how much conditions change. Number two, shouldn't additional water rights for electric power generation and future growth of industrial, commercial, and agricultural land uses be made available and support population and economic growth? Current water rights on the Macomb River are for domestic and agricultural use only. Future additional water rights will be limited to domestic use only if the river is designated a wild and scenic river. Number three, attorneys for the Amador and Calaveras County water agencies have drafted 5 special provisions intended to protect water rights in both counties. How do we know if the state legislature will include all 5 of those provisions in a bill to designate the Macomb River as wild and scenic? We know that draft bills are subject to last-minute changes before a vote. And last, the Calaveras County water agencies and the Amador County water agencies currently support wild and scenic designation of the Macomb River is based on fear, not collaboration. The water agencies fear a water agency in Southern California will build a dam on the Macomb River and make most of the water there, thereby restricting the water supply needs for the future.
Any other public comments?
Good afternoon. I'm Donna Leatherman, District Manager for Calaveras Public Utility District. I've been working on these efforts with the other water agencies and counties that have been involved, and just would like to reiterate everything that Dave has said. It's been a long process. I would hope that they would not undesignate it after all of this, please. And our Board of Supervisors, or our Board of Directors did send a letter of support in the efforts moving forward, and I'd like to submit that for your consideration in support of the designation as well.
Good afternoon, Vicki Reinke, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Calaveras County Republican Party regarding the wild and scenic, and I know we're not here to discuss the merits of whether we should have a wild and scenic, but I do want to go on record. The Calaveras Republican Party has always opposed any wild and scenic river designation. We opposed SB 1199, the 2014 Wild and Scenic River Bill authored by Senator Lonnie Hancock. At the time, all the water agencies were also opposed, and it did come up on this screen, so I was glad for confirmation on that. The bill never went through, and the final vote was never passed. Then came AB 142, a wild and scenic study bill authored by Assemblyman Frank Bigelow and the Republican Party supported the initial bill that required a study to be done on the Mokelumne River before any wild and scenic designation could be brought back to the legislators. And AB 42 was amended, and CCRP, we pulled our support and took an opposed position on this bill because it was no longer a bill to require a study, just a study, but a bill that led to a temporary wild and scenic status on the Mokelumne River. You know, how did we get there? And then the study was completed and the public meeting was held in February in Mokelumne Hill for public input. And the Calaveras Republicans spoke in opposition to the wild and scenic designation at that time. And we sent a letter in response to the draft study report. And as you can see in this, it was in the documents you had in your packet, section 7.2 draft report and public meeting section, that we are on record as does not support. So the CCRC did receive, and that's the Calaveras Republican Central Committee, we did receive a nice presentation on this proposal for a wild and scenic designation. And that's the piece for us that we cannot support a wild and scenic designation. Sadly, this does. It's not just asking for some stipulations on things, but it's actually going to become a permanent wild and scenic river. And after review and discussion, our board recommended that we stay neutral on this proposal until a bill is written and we can study the bill to determine a position at that time. Because this isn't in any kind of legal language, we as citizens understand that things can change very quickly on a bill, just like AB 142. So we're going to wait until it is a bill and then come forward with our reasons why we would oppose or support. And I wish that you would consider that as well as a board. You're responsible for future generations in this county, and that was always our concern. When you lock up a river permanently, not just us locally,
Thank
but
you.
what about the state? Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Nick Cashy. I'm the Deputy Chief Operations for CAL FIRE Tuolumne Calaveras Unit, office in San Andreas. Wanted to comment and provide some clarity on some information or perhaps misinformation regarding the wild and scenic designation as it relates to fire suppression. The wild and scenic designation does not affect our ability to use fire retardant. As stated in the presentation, we strive to keep it out of the waterways. Somewhat self-correcting due to our fixed-wing aircraft. If you think of a canyon, the narrower it gets towards the water, the less ability they have to get down that low, which our rotary wing is used for water dropping. But this designation does not affect our ability to safely and aggressively attack fires in the area, and we remain committed to doing that. Thanks.
Thank you, Chief.
Hi. At the fair, I talked to a guy that likes to go up into the wild country and fish, and he has to go way up, way out of line to find a place to fish that is free of pot growing and the people wanting to protect their crop. I also like to go places like that, and I find myself trepidatious about doing that because there's a lot of pot growing that is not legal, but they're doing it, and you put your life in...
Oh, hold on, okay? Hang on.
You put your life...
We need to talk about the river designation.
I know,
not
but
pot.
this is what I am talking about.
Okay, but not pot. Okay.
Well, it's got to do with pot. Anyway, there's, there are water rights that we do have. And I personally feel that we have San Joaquin Valley and other valleys that source counties need to consider because we like to eat. And I do not think cutting off farmers and ranchers from water in favor of shipping it down south is a good idea. And to me, this is where this is going. You talk about deep pockets, that's where it goes because they can get more money down south, then they can get here. And they asked our good citizens to cut back on their water use during the drought. And those very same people that did this here in this county have had their water rates hiked up over, I don't know exactly how much, but a lot. And they are up in arms about that, and I don't blame them. So when people say that there's not an impact on things that are going on now, I don't agree. And I understand that CAL FIRE just said that it won't affect them. But if you have a restriction on fuel buildup along the river, then that puts a lot more red tape for them to cross to keep the fuel buildup down, to keep something happening like the Butte fire. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Rich Farrington. I'm from the Amador Water Agency. Our board president has asked me to address you today on this issue. I'm going to pass out resolutions from our board and Jackson Valley Irrigation District supporting the AB 142 study and the recommendations, and also a letter from the Amador Board of Supervisors supporting legislation implementing the recommendations.
Excuse me, you'll have to give it to the board clerk. Yeah.
I have also included in the package a copy of the Calaveras County Water District letter, which we work real close with, and they have a copy of the recommendations from the 142 study and the actual 5 special provisions in case you haven't seen those. Unlike previous versions of wild and scenic designations, the 142 report and recommendations preserve local access to water rights, and they would prevent deep pocket outside water agencies from raiding McCalmy River water and sending it to LA or the Bay Area. I have confidence that the legislation with the special provisions can pass the legislature because of the broad stakeholder support that we have. We fully support the resolution recommended by your staff. That's Resolution 3758, and we urge you to adopt it. Thank you.
Benjamin Stopper, District 5. Although I grew up in McCalmy Hill all my life, I mean, from the time I was 7 years old, I used to run down to the McCalmy from my house to go fishing constantly. I love how it is. I would like to preserve how it is. Originally, I was against the original wild and scenic designation, just for it tying our hands and being able to sustain our own area with our water rights. I think these gentlemen have done a lot of good work, and the realization that we're a very small minority in our state that progressively will probably do wild and scenic whether we want them to or not. So these recommendations and these provisions gives us the opportunity to protect what we have to a certain point. Although I don't necessarily agree that it will stop any water from going to LA, because as soon as that water leaves our county line, we lose control and they'll find another way of acquisition. But I do support these provisions because the way the state generally will go will be the opposite of what we generally want, so we might as well work towards a common goal and still protect our rights. Thank you, gentlemen.
My name is Catherine Evett, and I'm a resident of Amador County, but I'm the president of the Foothill Conservancy, which has members in both Amador and Calaveras counties. I'm here to urge you to support your local water agencies and to support your many local residents who are in favor not only of protecting your local water rights, but protecting our local river for us in perpetuity. We've got a great deal of support in Amador and Calaveras County for protecting the river, and with all the hard work that's gone into the special provisions that are in the AB 142 recommendations, I think we've laid the groundwork here for something that should work for everybody, where we get to have a river and we get assurances that there's water for our county's future. I want to mention that over time, we've had support for about 75 appointed and elected Amador and Calaveras County officials, over 100 local businesses. As Mr. Egerton mentioned, there were more than 1,600 comments, maybe it was Mr. Moss, on the AB 142 study, and the overwhelming majority of those was in favor of the recommendations. I did want to clarify something about timber harvesting. It's not that it's restricted to within 200 feet. It's just subject to a special assessment that the timber harvest will protect the river resource. And I've spoken with foresters at SPI, I've spoken with CAL FIRE folks, and timber harvest plans and fuel reduction projects are not turned down because they're adjacent to wild and scenic rivers. Important point to point out in terms of future water supply, and this is highlighted in Calaveras County's long-term water district study. What our local water agencies are looking at is water and storage on tributary streams, not on the North Fork and main stem, and the wild and scenic designation would only protect the North Fork and main stem. One of the big advantages of securing a wild and scenic river for our communities is it has tourism branding value. The Calaveras Visitors Bureau has long supported this because they recognize that. The other thing that I have seen over time is it has value in attracting grant funds for our communities. There have been fuel reduction projects in the past that are prioritized because they're in the watershed of a wild and scenic river. They're youth recreation grants. There's a lot of good that can come from this. And I think, we've worked hard to get to this point. My organization and Friends of the River fully supports the recommendations, including the special provisions, and we very much hope that you will join your water agencies, the Amador County Water Agencies, and Amador County Board of Supervisors in doing likewise. Thank you.
Bonnie Newman from Double Springs, where water is plenty. It gushes right out of the ground, so we've never really had a concern about water. But a couple of things jumped out at me as the presentation was being made. And the first thing that cropped up was population. There is a limited amount of resources in this world. Population has gotten to the point where maybe we're not using those resources, or there's not enough resources. And how can we eliminate or reduce population? Well, quit making it so easy to procreate and overwhelm our systems, our resources. I ain't going to get a whole lot of support in that area, but that's one way we could protect our water. The second thing that stuck out to me was this word water grabs. And I'm immediately thinking the Twin Tunnels, where proposal is to siphon water out of Northern California, send it down to the LA area so they can populate some more. I was born in LA. I wouldn't go back there for anything. It's dirty. It's congested. It's awful. We don't want to see population get to the point where we don't have wild and scenic areas at all. I was heartened to hear that there's not a proposal to build more dams, because one of the things I think is a mistake is modifying what God and nature has created. There's a difference between a dam and a lake. Lakes have very shallow entranceways. Dams fall hundreds of feet. And we're talking about future generations, providing for future generations. If there's no beautiful places to go and visit, how are we providing for future generations? I think of a movie a long time ago, Soylent Green, where there's nothing left except people standing shoulder to shoulder, shuffling in lines, trying to get pellets to eat. Unless we do something about population, and I think it's the scourge of just about every problem that we encounter, I don't think there'll be an answer. But if we can protect what is near and dear to us, which is beautiful land, water, trees, flowers, I think we'll get a grip on things. Thank you.
Give this guy 2 minutes.
Good. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Joel Metzger, Calaveras County Water District. I manage external affairs, conservation, and grants for the district, and I have been very involved in this process, along with Dave and Peter and many others. And I did hear some comments about the legislative process and how can we ensure that these special provisions do stay in the language. And I just want to assure all of you that we are on top of this. We are working with some of the top lobbyists in Sacramento and working with our own legislative folks, with all the districts. And we are watching this as carefully as you can watch any piece of legislation. And we've made it abundantly clear that if any of this language changes, that our support is contingent upon that, and we will fight any change to that language. And I think that the lawmakers in Sacramento realize that we have a unique situation here where we have water agencies, all water agencies who use this river, and environmental groups who've come together, who put the time in to reach agreement, and it's in everyone's best interest to adhere to that language and to preserve that and to fight for that. And that's what's going to happen no matter what legislative vehicle we take, whether it's a budget trailer bill or a standard policy bill. We will work together to ensure that language stays true to what we're presenting to you today, and you have our word on that. And if it does get changed, then we'll go down there and we'll fight to make sure it goes back to the original form. So I know that there may be some fear and some uncertainty that we might see changes, but please know and please be rest assured that we will make sure that that does not happen. And I also wanted to leave you with this. We've spent months and months working with some of the best legal counsel in the state who've looked at this language, and they've assured us that we are protected with our water rights and this county's future is safe and secure. We're not going to be limited based on an inability to access our water. And we rest confidently in that analysis from the best legal counsel in the state. And I assure you, you can rest confidently in that as well. We care deeply about these water resources. We are the steward of these water resources, and we're going to do everything we can to preserve this county's future, and that's what we're doing with the proposal before you. And we hope that you will support us in this effort. Thank you.
Any other public comments?
Anthony Worcester from McCollum Hill. I would like to thank all the folks from the water agencies, both Amador and Calaveras, have been extremely helpful because I had a lot of concerns about the draft report, a lot of them. And they have really been quite marvelous in clarifying things for me, getting information, and contacting CAL FIRE because I'd heard all these rumors from people who were fighting the Butte fire that they could not use fire retardant in the river because it was potentially to be designated as wild and scenic. So the fire could have been stopped in the first few hours had they been able to. So naturally, I was extremely worried. And I now feel much more certain, and if CAL FIRE will also just go ahead and issue a press release or some kind of statement that goes to every single fire department, whether it's volunteer or CAL FIRE or whatever, in all of Calaveras County and Amador County, I will feel even happier. But Joel's been great. So I just would really like to thank everybody.
Talk into the mic.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I have one remaining concern that you folks right here can straighten out very easily, and that is on the screen when you put the special provisions, those aren't the real special provisions. And I think in all fairness to our Board of Supervisors and to the public, that needs to come out today. You can read them out or whatever, but the actual legal language that is in the provisions is quite a bit longer than what you saw. And the type of water that we can get in future water rights that we may want to acquire when population grows are different. They're only for residential. as I understand it. So if I'm wrong, I would like to have someone correct me, but I think that before you folks decide whether or not you're going to support this now or stay neutral until you see the bill, whatever, it would just be good to hear or see the actual provisions. Thank you.
And I would just answer that and state that, and certainly this was abbreviated on the provisions, but the meat and potatoes of it, the actual provision language, I want to say, all the provision language has been supported and given to the board. I know that I probably attached more than you needed, but I do believe that the board does have the actual language.
Any other public comments?
Hi, my name's Jane Childress. I've been resident for over 35 years in McCullummy Hill, and I love the McCullummy River, and I urge your support to follow the water agencies and the Amador Board of Supervisors to protect and create a wild and scenic designation for our McCullummy River. Thank you. And thanks for all your help.
Other public comments? Seeing none, I'll close public comments. Bring it back to the board. Supervisor Mills, your light is on.
Oh, I was looking at whether he wanted to lead, Supervisor Oliveira.
Supervisor Oliveira,
Thank
passing
you.
the baton to you. Do you have questions?
Here we go. Just a real quick one. I noticed Amador County Board of Supervisors are listed in the board packet as being non-committal, but supports special provisions. In other words, they're neutral, but they support the special provisions. Am I interpreting that correct?
I'm not aware of that. My understanding is that they did, and maybe Director Farrington could give us better information on that.
It's in what you gave us.
Are you referring to the actual draft or the report?
Well,
language?
actually, it's our packet number 206, where it lists out of the 1,646 comments received, CNRA received letters from the following organizations providing written comments and taking a position on designation. First one, bullet point, Amador County Board of Supervisors, parentheses, non-committal but supports special provisions, end parentheses. Here you go.
Well, that has been superseded by the letter that was in the handout that I gave
Okay.
you.
You have
So
that.
it's a much stronger position.
I just
So that
want to
was
clear it up.
that was an early kind of a sensing of the board as we went down this path. And actually, at the time the final report was issued, there was some ongoing discussions with other stakeholders on the language of the special provisions, and there were some fairly major changes. And I actually participated for 12 hours of conference calls with 4 water rights lawyers and our 4 general managers, and where we submitted comments and back and forth with the state. So what the letter that I gave you just a moment ago reflects the current support for the 5 provisions.
Okay, thank you.
I got it.
Do you want me to go next? I'll go next.
Supervisor Mills, you can go next.
Thank you, Chair. I don't think there's another person in the room that has fought wild and scenic status on a river in Calaveras County as long as I have, without question. And I go back to the Stanislaw and I remember what happened. If you want to talk about an act of Congress, that's an act of Congress. But when originally AB 142 came out, and I know General Manager Edgerton, you can repeat what I did, I said no. I voted no. It is very we have to understand that there's a lot of different types of water rights, and oftentimes the general public doesn't really grasp that, and it's not your fault. It's just the way that things work out in the state. And then we start talking about pre-14 and post-14 and all the other details. But is this going to lock us to a specific use in perpetuity? I don't see that. I think that your study has defined it well enough to know what we're going to be what our needs are and what our expectations are, and it will give us standing should it be need to be implemented. The most critical provision here is provision number 1. And that is a deal breaker no matter how it flies. So if we're going to head, the state was heading down this road, folks, with 1099. There was no options. They were going to do it whether we liked it or not. So for Assembly and Bigelow to step in the middle of it and try to find another compromise, a way to work around it, this at least gives us standing, which we did not have before in the original bill. So as long as those 5 provisions stay in place, I am fully in support of what the districts are trying to do. I think you've gone above and beyond in trying to prove your case. And so I will continue to hold that support from my position.
Supervisor Garamendi, you have questions or comments?
I think we all need to recognize that something spectacular is happening here. We have water agencies and environmentalists from both sides of the river agreeing. A lot of us who don't normally agree on things are coming together and agreeing. That is a really big deal. I think that, the patron saint of Calaveras, Mark Twain, said, whiskey's for drinking and water's for fighting. I think what we're doing is we're recognizing that the threat is not amongst ourselves. It's from the outside that's going to come to try to take our water. And so by coming together and building this legislative barrier, it throws some lumber in the road, because it may not be in my generation, but it will be in my children's generation that somebody's going to come for it. And we need to think that way in this county. Multi-generational, looking ahead. So this is a remarkable act, and I think we ought to all recognize the people in this room that really worked hard to make this happen, and I compliment you all, both sides of the river, for making this go. Thank you.
Yeah, and I'm going to have to agree with Supervisor Garamendi and Supervisor Mills. This is going to come no matter what. If we don't make a stand here, if we don't partner up with other agencies going forward and try and get some stipulations in there and say, hey, we're in agreement, but under these stipulations, and we hold stiff with that, as communities and agencies that serve these communities, it's going to come, and there's not going to be much we can do about it. So this is an opportunity, at least, for us going forward, because they're going to keep trying, they're going to keep trying, they're going to keep trying, or eventually just pass it without our input whatsoever. This is the second time that I'm aware of that they've tried, and I'm sure there's people waiting in line if this fails to bring it back and try and designate it what it is. So I'm in favor of what's before us here. So I will, on that note, call for a motion.
I'd like to have the pleasure of making the motion that the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors support the efforts of these districts with the 5 special provisions that are so stated, and that our support would go away should those provisions fail to be included.
I'll second that motion.
I have a motion by Supervisor Mills and a second by Garamendi. Call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. Can we take a 5-minute break while we break down here? All right, we are back in session. Madam Clerk, item number 24.
Item 24 is from the Public Works Department to adopt a resolution establishing the fiscal year 2018-19 schedule of fees and land classification for property-related solid waste parcel fees.
Good afternoon. Brian Moss, Administration. Actually, I'm bringing this item to you. As you see, this was brought forward by the Public Works Director, Mr. Krovitz. And this item here is something that comes before the board every year. And it's brought before the board every year. It's actually your parcel fee of $150. As everybody in this room is probably aware, $150 is collected by parcels where we have structures each year to help support the Integrated Waste Management Program. That includes everything from operating our Rock Creek landfill to our 6 transfer stations, yard collection, yard waste collection sites, and even our Red Hill landfill, which is currently in closure off of Red Hill Road. This is, I would say, is rather old hat. This is not a new fee. Again, it's required pursuant to government code that it be brought before the board for readoption each and every year.
This was established in 1991?
That is correct.
It
It was established in 1991.
It's been the same ever since?
It has been the same ever since, with a whole lot more programs added to it.
Supervisor Mills?
And just one question, Brian. Is there a possibility we may not want to relook at the table of residential equivalents at some point, considering that was established?
I agree. I absolutely agree. I do know that from a historical standpoint, that there was a lot of discussion about not only the residents, the existing residents, but parcels that maybe didn't have a residence on them, et cetera. I think there's a lot of things that we can look at on that whole program.
The reason I also say that is because with fee exemptions, unimproved parcels don't pay the fee.
Correct.
And yet they do generate from time to time green waste.
Correct.
That we have to take care of. So they're basically doing it at the benefit of others.
Correct. Absolutely. And that is kind of what I was trying to make a point at, is that you're absolutely correct. You have the parcels with structures on them versus the ones that don't. And who, I mean, obviously, if I have property up here and I come up here because I've got dead trees, because of bark beetle, or what have you, I'm not saying that they would certainly take any trees to the Red Hill yard waste facility, but certainly, there's the issues of slash, there's the issues of pine needles if they decide, even though I recognize there's not a structure on the property, but I think that there is certainly the potential use there for unoccupied properties.
We charge a fee for green waste.
We do charge a fee for green.
Per cubic foot.
That is true. But as far as the general use, I would have to say that the general use, indeed, for the betterment, for the use of the landfill, et cetera, certainly that is something for consideration. And Supervisor Tofanelli, you're absolutely correct. We do charge a fee for special material, in this case, green waste. You're absolutely correct. And I cannot speak to the cost recovery at this point, but I think that's a whole other issue, something else that we can look at as well. What is the true cost of taking the green waste versus what we're charging? And maybe that breaks even today. I do not have enough experience at this moment to give you the answer for that.
Well, I believe when we adopted that, there was a nexus study on it, but at that time and moving forward, though, into the future, we were using it as cover. Partially at the end of the day, we have to cover, and we were using it for cover, but that's going to be, we can't do that coming up, I think, in 2019.
I think it's 2020,
2020.
And you're absolutely correct, especially using the pine needles. We've used as what is called our alternative daily cover, or ADC specifically, and you're absolutely correct. We're not going to be able to use that as ADC any longer. There's some good points to that. I mean, do we want to really fill up our landfills full of pine needles as well? So obviously there's secondary markets and those kinds of things to consider when it comes to that kind of waste.
Supervisor Oliveri,
Yeah,
Mike Thomas?
Mr. Chair, thank you. Just a quick note. Just for the folks that don't have the benefit of looking at the agenda packet, we are maintaining the fee at $150 a year.
Correct.
For year 2018, 2019.
Correct.
No increase.
Correct.
Thank you, Mr.
Absolutely
Brooks.
correct. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I'll open up for public comments.
Sorry. Thank you. Bonnie Newman from Double Springs. I was going to bring up the point of green waste or yard waste they do charge for, but the option is to burn it. Okay, and then we wouldn't have to pay anything. So do we want to pollute the air, or do we want to create a little more at the landfill? And also, they also charge for wood. If you've got a wooden structure you're taking down, they charge you $8 a pickup load to dispose of wood, which can also be burned. So we've got two ways of looking how we're going to get rid of some of the garbage that we create, whether it's green waste or wood, which isn't really garbage, because if you got a bag of garbage, you could probably dump it at anybody's dumpster if you're driving by, and you wouldn't go out to the dump for a bag of garbage. So, you know, there's different ways of looking at it and what's going to be more beneficial to the environment and what's going to generate revenue for the county. So I'd just like to make that point. Thank you.
Bonnie, there's one other alternative.
What's that?
You can chip it in a chipper,
Yeah.
and then you have mulch, and you can ground cover. So.
That's the best idea.
Al Segala Taxpayer Association. Usually I'm here to complain, but this time I'm saying thank you.
Obviously, do you have any words
I
for that?
I concur with Al. The longevity of our dump depends on it. And with the green waste, there's also the thoughts of the methane output from it in the future, because burning it not only pollutes our air, but the methane output from decomposition pollutes our air. So either way, we lose.
Any other public comments?
I'm Steve Fairchild. At Moaning Cavern, we have a road, Parrots Ferry Road, that leads from the bridge up. And it seems to be a favorite dump for people coming from Tuolumne County. I have over the last year or so taken about 15 or more mattresses, beds, lumber, scrap from people building stuff. They go along Parrots Ferry Road, dump it, and I go down there and I shoveled into my truck, and I had a pile of that and took them down, and they didn't charge me for those, which I was happy about. They mentioned at the time that it is a problem countywide. They actually had, according to the man who was there, photographs of people dumping stuff on the side of the road with their license plates, clearly identifiable. And nobody in law enforcement was the least bit interested in pursuing those people. So right now, as it stands, every 2 weeks, I go down along Parrots Ferry Road and pick up trash and haul it down. And usually it's big stuff, of course, it goes all the way down, but locally. And I don't know how to solve that problem, but it's just my job at this point. It would be nice if we could catch some of them and let them know, at least, you know, some in the newspaper, for instance, if they got fined or something. I don't know who's doing it. Maybe it's people with motels in Tuolumne County, but Parrots Ferry Road, unfortunately, is a great target for that. It's got, you know, you get lots of visibility and it's downhill. Thank you very much.
My name is Antoinette Rambo, and I live in Valley Springs. I do use the Rock Creek landfill to take periodically, you know, clippings or eating debris that's left in my house, sometimes wood and whatnot. But, you know, this year is an unusual year. We had a funny winter, you know, and everything's drying out. I woke up just last week or something, and I still had green-looking things around as I was clearing my yard. Surrounding me, the two lots. They turned yellow overnight. So I wouldn't dare burn at all, period. You know, it's right up to, I see Highway 26 from my house. So what I'm saying, I'm going to have to get permission from one of the lots is up for sale, and then just to put a little fire break. And I know we put our fence line inward from our boundary, just so we could go around and keep that. But I like to keep a fire break big enough for a fire truck to get around and save the 3 neighbors were all wood and the 1 neighbor's stuccoed house. But I take it upon myself to pay and get that done. Again, I take it upon myself to clean the culverts in front of my house that the county should be maintaining. They don't, you know. Bring me, and I say, if we're going to save money, why don't we use the incarcerated help that's there sitting 3 cots. They're eating 3 meals in a cot, and they're finding it. Put them to work in the county. Pick up litter. You know, I'm sorry if we have to bring that kind of concept back, but we need to save money. Okay? And that's all I have to say. Thank
Any other public comments? Seeing none? Oh,
Getting slow this afternoon. Thank you. Bill Wilson, District 1. Personally, solid waste facility is a boon to this county for me. We get to visit it once a week. We take one black bag and we take one white bag, and that's about it. Everything else goes to the chickens, goes into the compost. Used to go into the garden. Can't do that anymore. Anyway, I think keeping the schedule the way it is, thank God.
any other public comments? Seeing none, we'll bring it back.
I would just like to just make a couple comments. The current cost for disposal is for wood waste is $4 a cubic yard, and it's actually brought over to Chinese camp to Ultra Power for power generation. That's actually a very good thing. It's a good use. I can tell you, I shouldn't tell it myself, but I've been here so long, I remember when Public Works actually had an agreement with Hyponex, which was a company that did yard barks and that kind of thing. And that was part of the recycling of the old wood waste there as well. Also, something was said about methane. I think that Mr. Stopper mentioned that. Within the last several years, a flare has been installed actually out at the landfill. So I know that when they first turned that on, it ran for a long time. And now I think it's more of an intermittent kind of thing, which is a very good thing. And then finally, there was a comment about illegal dumping. I hate to tell on my old department, but there is what is called the Local Enforcement Agency Program in environmental health. If there's illegal dumping in the county, they're the ones. If it's actually garbage, I mean, if it's white goods such as refrigerators, that kind of thing, contact the Code Compliance Department. If it's actually refuse, go ahead and contact environmental health and have an LEA program to respond to that.
Supervisor Mills, your light's on?
Just a point that both the county and the state hand crews are active along our roadways on a regular basis. So, yeah, we're putting them to work.
Supervisor Olivera?
I just lost my train of thought, but it was along your lines, Mr. Moss. It'll come back to me. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Garamendi?
Would you like a motion?
I would love a motion.
Make a motion to accept this.
I second.
A motion by Garamendi, a second by Mills. Call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0.
Thank you.
We will move on to item 25. Yeah, I want 25. Let's go keep going. Peter's here.
Item 25 is from the Planning Department. To receive a presentation on the 2017 Housing Element Annual Report to the California Department of Housing and Community Development.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Peter Howard, Planning Department. This is a report that's required by state law and presented to the board. Thank you. Report required by state law to be presented to the board and an opportunity for public comment on housing development in the county. Every 5 years, we are required to update our housing element, and housing targets are provided by the state to the county, and this is in response to that. Government code requires this report, information for you to help in assessing how we're doing with housing. Also, again, provide the opportunity for public comment. The housing element is a mandated element of the general plan. It's a requirement of state law that every county and city has a housing element. The goals of the state are to attain the state housing goals by providing these requirements. Each locality is responsible for its fair share, and we're required to designate and maintain a supply of land to meet the housing needs. We're not required to provide the housing, but just to ensure that the land is available, properly zoned with adequate infrastructure to support the market to provide that housing. That's been a challenge for the state, statewide, but particularly in some of the more urban areas where housing costs have skyrocketed, the availability of land is not there, the cost of construction keeps increasing, and the legislature keeps hitting us with ever new increasing requirements to try to somehow provide more affordable housing for all ranges of people in the community. The tool that is primarily used is called the Regional Housing Needs Assessment, or RHNA. It's a projection by the State Department of Finance where they look at what are the growth projections for each county and city, and then Housing and Community Development will take those numbers and allocate them to different regions. Our region is the Calaveras Council of Government, so between the county and the City of Angels, the number that is provided to us to try to meet that housing range is provided. So for the time period of 2014 through 2019, the number that was allocated to Calaveras County was 1,079 housing units. This is how we've sort of broken down where we've done so far. Yeah, those numbers are legible. Of the 1,079, we've actually built a total of 597. That's not bad for us. A lot of communities are well under that ratio of constructed to demand, or I would say demand necessarily, but the state allocation. You can see the distribution over the years. And what's interesting, I think, stands out is we've been gradually increasing with a bump in 2016. I believe that was primarily due to rebuilds after the Butte fire. But you can see we've increased, and I think it was around 60 or so in 2013. So you see sort of a gradual increase. We're still sort of recovering from the economic downturn of 2007, 2008. But we are seeing things pick up. The range that's provided by the state is very low, low, moderate, and above moderate. Typically, the above moderate is not hard to meet. That's where the market demand typically is. That's where the most money that can be made by builders, by selling things at market rate. There are some programs available that we try to take advantage of for the lower income ranges, but those are challenging, and there's not many developers, particularly in a rural county like Calaveras, that want to take advantage of those programs. So meeting those lower income level housing needs, it can often be a challenge. To see that we've done 142 very low income homes in this county is really a positive thing for us. One of the things that we do get to use in accounting this are secondary dwelling units, accessory dwellings we call them here, sometimes referred to as granny flats, and that's probably one of the best ways that we here in Calaveras are able to meet some of these housing targets. We also have to report to the state the types of housing, whether it's built on-site, stick-built home, or manufactured, and how many dwelling units. And so this table here shows the different numbers. Again, manufactured housing is probably one of the easiest ways for market rate housing to meet the affordability requirements. We haven't had any projects that were specifically funded through any of the state or federal programs that are available for affordability. So all of this is basically just being done through market rate housing. Now there are other housing programs that the county operates that are unrelated to the construction, but to provide for financing for people to live in different existing homes. But that's not really a purpose of this reporting. It's really looking at new construction and how we're progressing during the 5-year window of the general plan, the housing element, to meet those targets. So coming up in the next year, we've got the housing element redo in 2019. We'll get started on that. later this year when we get our RENA allocations from the state. During that process, we will need to review our implementation program and the objectives to see, how we've done, and these reports that we provide annually to the state help us in looking at that. We'll then prepare the revised housing element. As a part of that, there's a lot of public input and outreach to different communities, looking at what kind of housing is necessary. There are some programs that we have not taken advantage of that we could do better at. And then it goes to the state for certification. It's important that we have a certified housing element, particularly as legislation moves forward at the state level. More and more programs are tied to a certified housing element. Some legislation that's going on right now is looking at transportation dollars not being available to a community that doesn't have a certified housing element. One of the concerns I have is recent legislation that's under consideration right now is actually tying the RENA targets, that you have to meet those targets, not just provide for the opportunity to meet those targets. And that's something that other county planning directors and the lobbyists at different county organizations are trying to work with the legislature to make sure that all this legislation to address what is primarily an urban housing issue doesn't have a one-size-fits-all approach for statewide. We have our challenges. I think we're doing a good job in trying to meet those, but the mandates from the state just keep getting tougher and tougher. So we're looking forward to the general plan or the housing element update next year, and being able to be certified so we can continue to participate in the funding programs that are available to us. That's all that I have as far as this. This requires opportunity for public comment. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to try to answer those.
Supervisor Mills.
Just one quick question. Is there a financial impact that you're thinking they might impose in the future for failing to meet the RENA goals?
There could be. They're looking more at sticks rather than carrots these days in the legislature.
That's what I'm thinking.
And there are some really big concerns across the state as far as what the legislature is doing to almost mandate that a city or county construct housing. We have no control over whether a builder comes and decides they're going to put in an apartment building or a single-family home. That's really due to the market. And for some reason, the legislature doesn't seem to understand that.
Supervisor Oliver.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Maurer, it's in Sacramento, as all over the country, the homeless issues are becoming more and more prevalent. We're seeing cities like Stockton, San Joaquin County, Sacramento developing some type of temporary housing for the homeless. There is funds available for that and becoming more and more predominant now. Is there any way we can actually use those funds and help our low income or very low income housing and commingle, not commingle, it's a bad word, to dovetail that financing into to benefit both programs? I know it's a very broad question, but
yes, the housing element addresses homelessness as well as permanent housing for residents of the county. We're working, there was a meeting a couple weeks ago and another meeting coming up with a large coalition of county staff and other interested parties to look at the homeless situation here in the county and see what we can do about that. We do provide an opportunity for development of a homeless shelter. That was something that we amended our code a couple of years ago to ensure that we're in compliance with state law as well as the provisions of our housing element that said we were going to do that. So there's the opportunity to develop a homeless shelter. That hasn't happened yet. Again, it's one of those things where where's the financing for it? Who's going to be responsible? Which organization or agency is going to step up and operate that? So it's a complex issue. We're probably more fortunate than, say, Stockton or some of the larger urban areas that have a much higher homeless population. But they're here. There's certainly a homeless population here that we need to be concerned about.
thank you, Mr. Maurer. I'm happy to see that we're looking at that line.
Yeah.
Any other board comments, questions? We'll open to public comment.
House of Gallant Taxpayer Association. It's a good report, Peter, and we really agree with your thoughts about the state trying to use one size fits all. Incidentally, a good deal of our problems are coming from the state, and yet we look to the state for solutions. When I was a little boy, I didn't always behave myself, and my dad had me hold my hand out. He had a belt, and if I pulled my hand away when he swung that belt, I'd have to get 2 hits instead of 1. It's character building. Well, maybe we need to develop character when it comes to the states. Socialism doesn't work. It's been tried over and over again. That's when the government decides what the people need and want and controls it. The consequences go all the way to starvation. So we know this is true, yet we know that the state is constantly doing this. Look what it did to CCWD. It was just yesterday they convinced CCWD you better provide plans for water shortage, even though there was an abundance of water. So they put out little signs, we're in shortage. People tore up their lawns all over. Then they lost $400,000 or $600,000 in income, and it dawned on them it was a big mistake. It didn't have to go that way if we held our hand out and go ahead and take a hit and stand up for what's right. The state, when it seeks to control our local communities, it does more damage than good. And yet we turn to them for direction. One of the things that could be done on the positive side is to seek outreach with the industry, the building industry, and other industries that are involved with this, maybe as realtors, and then come up with solutions of how we can deregulate, how we can open up our opportunities in our county so that we have prosperity. The prosperity takes care of the housing supply and demand. It's a market process. It's not a dictatorial process. It's not determined by a committee or a Soviet or anything like that. We need to take advantage of the beautiful freedoms that we have and put it to work and to bring about solutions to housing. Thank you.
Bonnie Newman from Double Springs. About 25, 30 years ago, there was money to build shelters in abundance. At that time, the Women's Center got some funding and built their first shelter. The second round of funding, I think it was CDBG monies that came around, could have been used for a homeless shelter, a transitional shelter. The Human Resource Council at that time was not interested because it meant they would have to create another program. That's why the Women's Center has 2 shelters up there, 2 domestic violence shelters, because the opportunity to take on the homeless or to create a shelter for transitional housing was overlooked. So when there is the opportunity, if we don't rise to the occasion, someone else will benefit. It won't always be Calaveras. We don't need another domestic violence shelter. Maybe we do. I don't know. But certainly we should not bypass any opportunity that another county will take advantage of when it will benefit the citizens of Calaveras. So I just thought I'd give you a little bit of history on the homeless shelter from 25, 30 years ago, how we missed the opportunity to create something that we would probably be building on today instead of wondering how we're going to address that problem. Thank you.
In 2004, there was a proposition on the ballot statewide to fund for folks that are behaviorally challenged and there was $600,000 worth of funding that was given to this county. I'd like to know what's been done with that. Obviously, we can't do it with just $600,000. We need to go in with somebody. And that was all part of the Prop 63 stuff where they were taking money from people who were millionaires. Any money they made over $1 million, a percentage of it went into that because statewide Senate or Assembly didn't have the guts to stand up and take care of all of those people who were thrown out of their homes. And when Ronald Reagan became governor of California. So I would like to know what's going on with the $600,000. Thank you.
I take exception to the numbers on this report. I can't remember exactly what the numbers are, but I know of at least 12 homes this spring that were raided, and they were not housing people, they were housing marijuana. And it was the only reason that those were addressed was because it was federally generated. It was not our local sheriff's department that generated it. It was a combination of our sheriff and the federal government. How many more homes are out there that are growing marijuana and not housing people?
Yes, back on the subject.
I'll allow her. She's talking about housing.
And so, you know, that's why I take exception to the numbers. They do not include all the houses out there that are growing marijuana and the people that are maybe staying there also. That is, it just throws a monkey wrench in all these figures. Thank you.
Marty Crane. Three things. First of all, when Bonnie was giving us a little history lesson, I just want to add to that she knows exactly what she's talking about. Years ago, we didn't have a women's crisis center, a crisis center. Bonnie started the women's crisis line. It was a phone line. That grew into the women's crisis center. When I served on the committee, I kept thinking, well, there's men out there that are being abused as well. We've got to take the stigma off of here. We've got to at least figure out how to do it without the word women's on there. So it took a few years to see what that would look like. So now we have a crisis center. And we also, so I just want to say that, but then we also, we have a housing element, and we keep it up to date, but we never implement it. And I just wanted to say that the more we drag our feet and don't put priority towards the affordable housing that we know we need, the more human suffering expands. And we don't see it when people are suddenly without a roof over their head and their clothes get soiled and whatever. We tend to look down on them and we disrespect them. And so shame on us. So can we just please get on with it and take care of business and get us some affordable housing? And affordable for the people that live here. Thank you.
Affordable housing is not an easy issue. In Hawaii, we did a lot of shelters. In Honolulu, different parts of town, we had shelters. Many of the homeless did not want to be in shelters. It's the same condition today, only there are even more. So it seems having homeless shelters seems to work for people who are not on drugs and who are really psychologically grounded. It doesn't seem to work for others who really maybe have mental problems and major drug problems. So this is not an easy issue. What I notice here that might be helpful would be simply to preserve our existing housing stock. I've noticed that some of it is in bad shape, and people either can't afford to fix the homes, or they don't want to fix them and have to pull a permit and have their real property tax go up. I have no idea the numbers on this, but I know it is a fact. So it's good to set policy as a county to preserve the existing stock we have and perhaps generate more rental units that way. It's also good to forget about in most cases, multi-story, multi-family housing. It's generally much better for low-income people to be in with the rest of the community in a little single-family house. And the Section 8 rental program has been quite wonderful for that on the big island of Hawaii. So the kids are brought up, they're next door, they may be on welfare, but they've got Section 8 housing, and their neighbors are working, and their neighbors can pay those kids to do chores, and a work ethic evolves. And this is something explained to me by a policeman in the city of Hilo, which is capital of the Big Island. It's so basically there's a lot of things to look at. So it's not as simple as looking at what the state wants. They want us to supply a certain percentage of housing units for future population. Guess what? What future population? Where are the jobs that will bring in the future population who will want to live here? What kind of economy do we have to support and get these people in a good occupation? What kind of job training programs do we have? I don't think we do. I think we have Habitat for Humanity here. They have a thrift store for building materials right there in San Andreas. I think they're a really good organization to work with. Thank you. But this is not easy.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Board. Getting on a little bit after 4 now. Housing. I didn't hear anything about homeless veterans in this. Veterans are the people that served this country, came home, and have been kind of kicked aside. Some of us were fortunate enough to be able to hold it up and hold it together, serve our country, come home, and build a life. Some of us went over there and served and came back and never recovered, never really come back. Low-income housing, simple. There's called tiny homes. We can do that. We can do shipping containers, turn them into homes. We can give those to the homeless people. We can set up whole areas just for that. Just a shower and facilities and a place for them to go and talk to somebody, possibly get medication or an examination. A lot of those people, that's all they really need. The state, if we have our hand out, what are we? Like Mr. Mills said, a welfare county. We rely on the state. We rely on the federal government. We don't stand on our own. We throw tax money away by banning things. Thank you.
Other public comments?
Good afternoon, Vicki Rinke, Angels Camp, and I don't want to repeat what's already been said. Elsa Gala said a lot of what I agree with, and same thing with Anthony. Yeah. No, of course we agree with a lot of things. I just wanted to bring up one thing. When we talk about housing, and so this is just something that I notice, and it never seems to get changed, and that there's, I think, different terminology that should be used when we talk about housing. Affordable housing is a term, but subsidized housing is another term, and I think those two things need to be distinguished, because when you talk about Calaveras County making affordable housing to me is what someone can afford to buy on their own. A subsidized housing is housing that someone can't afford at all, so they can get a subsidy through the government so that they can live somewhere. And I think those are two different programs. And so backing up to some of the things that were said, if we want affordable housing, you guys need to start fighting our government to reduce these regulations, these crazy regulations. And now I guess there's a new regulation that's out that says a new home has to have solar on it. Do you know how much that's going to cost to build a house now? These are the things that you guys need to fight as our representatives and the people. We try. But that's why we don't have affordable housing. So we all have kids. We know that they can't afford a house because affordable housing isn't what we imagine affordable is. That means their salaries have to be able to make that house payment. And so anyway, I just want you to keep those things in mind, and I don't know if that language, where it can be distinguished. Thank you.
Any other public comments? Seeing none, we'll bring it back.
So just a couple of comments. It's accurate that affordable housing is different than subsidized housing. They are two different things, and part of the mix that we need to look at includes all of those. And I would agree with Anthony that it is not a simple thing. It's not just simple numbers of how many new houses are built. The second attachment in the board packet includes all of the policies and the implementation programs of the housing element. It's something I intend to bring back to you that we can discuss these and look at some priorities as to what we need to do to move forward with meeting the needs of our community residents. So this was just a narrow component of the overall housing issue and picture for the county and part of the annual reporting that we must do with the state. So I have nothing else unless you have any further questions.
Supervisor Garamendi.
Thank you. I just want to, our action item, the item before us is you're statutorily required to show this to the legislative body as you send it on to the state. So we're not having a big discussion about housing or any of our needs at this point. You're just showing us.
We've submitted this report as required by April 1st at the state, and this is just a presentation to you so you are aware of the numbers. We can certainly schedule something in the future to have a more thorough discussion of the broader picture of housing issues in the county.
Thank you. Supervisor Mills.
Well, the question is ADUs going to be included in this whole concept?
ADUs are included in the permit.
That was my point.
Accessory dwelling units.
Any other board questions, comments? If not, thank you, Peter. It was an informational
I
item.
have extra copies of the PowerPoint if anyone's interested, and we'll be posting the actual report to the state on our general plan webpage.
So, item number 26. How many people are here for item 26?
Yeah.
All right. We'll give Peter a minute here to clear out, and then we'll...
Get him safe.
We'll get into it.
Are there any more PowerPoints? I shut the projector off.
Yes, there is another
one. Oh, there's one other one? Receiver present.
Peter, could I have one of those handouts? Could I have one? Thank you. Thanks.
Why don't you make that statement?
Ready?
Yes. Madam Clerk, item number 26. Big item on the day.
Item 26 is from the Administrative Office to adopt a proclamation recognizing that Calaveras County's policies comply with federal immigration laws within the limits of its legal obligations imposed by state law and judicial authority, and proclaiming Calaveras County's non-support of the California Values Act, and that Calaveras County does not constitute a sanctuary jurisdiction.
And Mr. Chair, I hadn't put together any formal presentation for this. The item was designed more as a opportunity to conduct a study session for members of the public to provide input for the board to ask questions. There are a number of departments here, most notably the Sheriff's Department, if there are questions from the board. And then it also includes a proclamation should the board choose to adopt that proclamation.
Supervisor Mills?
Chair, would discussing the background be helpful to the public, or has everybody read the background prior to making comments so that they better understand our direction?
We can discuss the background that's in our board packet, if you'd like. PowerPoint here is... So, Madam Chair, would you like to please read the background for us on this item? If not, I'll read it. Did I say Madam Chair? I said Madam. At this point, you know, it's 4:30 in the afternoon. Excuse me, Madam Clerk. She knew I was talking.
So it'll take just a second for it to come up for me. I got it. So you would like me to read the staff memo? Okay. Okay, so I already read the recommendation, which is adopt a proclamation, blah, blah, blah. Background. On October 5th, 2017, the governor signed Senate Bill 54, SB 54, into law, which includes what's known as the California Values Act, or ACT. It went into effect January 1, 2018. The act makes California the first sanctuary state for undocumented immigrants, which grants protections to people who are in the United States without permission. Long before the act became law, it has proven to be controversial and divisive. It has placed local government officials in a position of wanting to follow arguably conflicting federal and state laws in the conduct of their duties without being penalized by either the federal or the state government. This tension has been escalated. On March 6, 2018, the United States Justice Department filed a complaint in the federal court in Sacramento alleging that the California Values Act runs afoul of the federal supremacy clause in the United States Constitution. The United States Constitution declares that federal law is the supreme law of the land for certain areas of law that are of national importance. Immigration is one such area of law. The federal government alleges that its immigration laws preempt the state laws and that the state laws obstruct the federal laws. The United States seeks to restrain the state of California from enforcing and implementing provisions of the act. Currently, the Department of Justice has a preliminary injunction motion scheduled for hearing on June 20th, 2018 to enjoin state implementation of the act. The County of Orange has a motion to intervene scheduled for hearing on June 5th, 2018, which is co-set with an individual and resident of Los Angeles named Dana T. Blackmore, who opposes the act. Each of the foregoing motions are pending in the federal court in Sacramento before Federal District Court Judge Honorable John A. Mendez. This study session and proclamation is designed to allow the Board of Supervisors to consider the California Values Act, allow staff from impacted departments to discuss their concerns, and to allow the public to provide input to the board. Following the study session, the Board of Supervisors may elect to adopt the proclamation. The alternative, the board may elect to direct staff to draft a press release setting forth the board's non-support of the act and/or direct staff to monitor the federal court case and report back to the board after the federal court rules on the hearings in June.
Okay. That being said, I'll open it up to public comment. Matt, you have something you want to present? Hold on. Matt, would you like to give a presentation?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, honorable supervisors, and thank you for your public service. My name is Matt Reed. I'm from Congressman Tom McClintock's office, here to read a letter from Congressman McClintock regarding California's sanctuary policy addressed to the chair of the board. Dear Chairman Tofinelli, I write to support local citizen groups that are seeking a resolution declaring Calaveras County will continue to comply with federal law regarding the sharing of information with federal law enforcement of illegal aliens known to the local law enforcement agencies. The state of California has adopted a series of nullification acts that aim to thwart enforcement of federal immigration law, which are now being challenged by the Department of Justice in federal court. These acts would place local communities in direct defiance of federal law and prevent them from protecting the safety of their citizens. The doctrine of nullification, upon which this state action rests, is toxic to the rule of law and the fundamental principles of federalism. When it was used by South Carolina in 1832 to ignore a federal tariff, President Andrew Jackson declared it to be, quote, incompatible with the existence of the Union, contradicted expressly by the letter of the Constitution, unauthorized by its spirit, inconsistent with every principle on which it was founded, and destructive of the great object for which it was formed. Calaveras County has a long and distinguished history in supporting the preservation of the Union and the principles of federalism upon which it rests, dating back to its earliest days. I urge the board to consider the importance of taking a stand against California nullification acts that threaten these principles anew. Sincerely, Tom McClintock. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to hand the, Matt, can you hand a copy to Madam Chair? I mean, not Chair. Now, Al, you're up.
Al Segala, Taxpayer Association. Well, we concur, and we urge you to pass the resolution. I think we submitted the resolution to you, which we copied from other counties that previously passed it. And so our contribution was to change the name of the county to Calaveras County, and we checked it, and we didn't make any mistakes. So we appreciate you passing the resolution, and perhaps someday in the future we'll return to harmony in California.
Afternoon, board members. Thank you very much for bringing this up for discussion. We've been hoping that this would come up for a very long time. What's this agenda item about? It's about SB 54, AB 103, and AB 450, which were passed and signed by the governor and became law in January 2018. Opposition to SB 54 is not a political issue like many would like to make it. Jerry Brown and State's Attorney Alex Becerra and Kevin DeLeon have made it their personal war against President Trump. Opposition isn't about deporting DACA dreamers or other citizen minorities. It isn't about non-citizens here legally. It's undocumented aliens committing crimes and being held accountable for them. Opposition is about saying that we are in union with federal government's constitutional power to control our borders in compliance with U.S. Code Sections 1373 and 1644 and Article 1, Section 8 of the U.S. Constitution. It's been said we don't have those kinds of people up here doing those kinds of crimes. But let's not forget about the 20 undocumented aliens that were apprehended in the cannabis bust at the old airport in 2016. And the more recent enforcement against illegal Chinese cartel grows in the middle of residential areas in Rancho Calaveras. That tells me that there are those kind of people up here doing those kinds of crimes, and they're not just from Mexico. They're crossing the northern and southern borders from all over the world. So this California Values Act and its companion bill limits law enforcement to reporting those kind of crimes listed, and they punish business owners for informing on illegal workers. So I've given you a handout. This is the resolution that Tuolumne County passed on May 1st by a vote of 5-0. I also believe that Mariposa County also recently passed a similar resolution, 4-1. I've read the Calaveras proclamation, and I'd like to suggest a couple of changes. It's a proclamation. I can stand here and I can proclaim that I care about the county all day, but unless I resolve to do something, it's just talk. So I'd suggest changing the wording to resolution instead of a proclamation. And then there are a couple of other items relating to the federal government, including representatives of rural local governments in California and nationwide in the process of determining what the legal definition of sanctuary is, and also urging the federal government to recover costs.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Marty Crane, I just have a question. So I think I heard in the presentation that our law enforcement would be, Calaveras County would be required to turn over all names of all illegal or undocumented aliens. And not just the ones that have committed a crime that we've discovered. It sounded to me like we're supposed to turn over every name of every undocumented person in our community. So some time ago, I spoke with someone in law enforcement, and they shared with me that in order for us to keep the community safe, we have to have the community telling us what's happening in the community. And if they think that they're going to be somehow reported and then rounded up and out of here, they will go down underground, and they won't come forth and help law enforcement by telling them what's going on. And our communities will not be safer. So I'm wondering if we're going to be making changes to stuff. I don't think I'm in favor at all of giving them a list of every undocumented person. If I'm all for, if you break the law, you serve the consequences. But that part doesn't work for me at all, and I don't think it would make our communities safer at all. Thank you.
Donna Farr, District 2. According to the United States Constitution, Article 1, Section 8, the Congress shall have the power to establish a uniform law of naturalization, to make laws which shall be necessary and proper for carrying into execution the foregoing powers and all powers vested by the Constitution in the government of the United States. California's SB 54 usurps this power from the U.S. Congress and is therefore unlawful. I feel that the board's proposed proclamation is nothing more than political grandstanding and less than worthless. As our supervisors, you must stand up and show the courage that has been shown by other counties and jurisdictions regarding the issue of illegal immigration. The Calaveras County Board of Supervisors must show that they represent their legal constituents and prepare a proper resolution denouncing SB 54. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Ann Hill from McComney Hill. And a sanctuary county? No. We need a resolution, not a proclamation. Let's resolve this issue. A non-sanctuary county is very important. Many cities and counties across California have declared only to comply with federal immigration laws. They have opposed California's sanctuary so-called law. It's past time for Calaveras to follow suit by filing an amicus brief joining the lawsuit against Jerry Brown and his cronies. Where would we be today if our forefathers had not fought against a tyrannical government? When the people stand up to the tyranny, the government then fears the people. That's liberty, and that's what we're looking for. We want to be liberated. So please, as a board, please vote for a non-sanctuary county. Thank you.
It's not evening yet. Good afternoon, Board. Bill Wilson, District 1. How many of us here are Native American? You have Indian blood. Okay, you're the only ones that are allowed in here. The rest of us are all illegal aliens, by God. My grandparents came here in 1847. Nobody asked them to. They just came here. You know why? Because there was a potato famine in Ireland, and they couldn't feed their 7 children. They came to Scott County, Iowa. We came to California in the 1850s chasing yellow metal. Who did we displace? Who did we steal this land from? Mexican government. We created war. We beat them, beat the snot out of them, kicked them all the way down to Mexico, drew a line in the sand, said, this is our line. Now we're going to build a wall across that. If you talk to ICE, you know, most illegal aliens are Canadian. They're white. They come across the border, not the southern border, the northern border. Poor people come from the south. They come up over that border. What do they want? They're coming to this country for the same damn thing everybody else has. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Because they don't have it where they are. They live on dollars a day compared to us. Pennies in most situations. Live in situations that our homeless don't even have to deal with. You ever been to Tijuana, just the other side of San Diego? You ever seen the outskirts of Tijuana? You ever seen cardboard shacks made out of 7-Up signs? That's basically where we're at. You guys, yeah, that's affordable housing. Huh? I agree. Affordable housing. Take that sign down and make a house out of it. Anyway, I don't see any problem with people coming here and working. If you're a criminal, you're a criminal. Some people around here are criminals. If we have an illegal alien population, it's going to be because we have illegal growing in this county. Otherwise, there's nothing to come to Calaveras for. And you guys have ensured we're going to have an illegal alien population. Thank you.
My name is Leah from District 3. In January, along with SB 54, 11 other bills became law that provide protections to illegal immigrants in the workplace, education, housing, healthcare, and fighting deportation. All these bills use citizens' taxpayer money for the benefit of non-citizens. We can't do much about that, but we can stand with law enforcement to abide by federal immigration law. SB 54 restricts law enforcement in sharing data with federal immigration officials. When a county cannot notify ICE of a release of a dangerous criminal, the community is at risk. These criminals are not husbands and wives who are here trying to provide for their family. These are rapists, cop killers, gang members, drug dealers, and human traffickers. As an employee of corrections, if anyone doesn't believe me, I encourage them to visit either of your neighboring counties' prisons. I've talked to ICE agents at work, and they don't deport everyone that is reported to them. We are a nation of laws. Immigration management is not just an idea, but immigration law is clearly stated in the supreme law of the land, the U.S. Constitution. Leaving emotion out of it and following the U.S. Constitution, it clearly states immigration is to be managed by the feds, not the states. If each state had their own immigration policy, we would have chaos. I encourage you to sign a resolution stating Calaveras County will abide by federal immigration law and consider joining the lawsuit filed by the DOJ against California to invalidate these unjust laws. Thank you, and I would like to hear from our sheriffs in the back, too, if they would be willing to speak.
Trent Fiorino, District 1. And I kind of take a little bit of offense to the comment that we're all illegal here. I'm the grandson of an immigrant. My grandfather came to America on a cattle boat from Italy, and he was detained along with his mother until they got papers and could come into the country. They called them WAPs. And I was called a WAP as a kid, didn't know what that meant. That's what they called Italians. It meant without papers. But they got the papers, and they came in. And my grandfather worked hard at becoming an American citizen. That was the most important thing to him. And he was so proud to be a citizen of this country that he would not speak Italian in his home. My father never learned to speak it, and I never learned to speak it. I wish I did. My grandfather was so proud to be an American. He came here and made it legal. Well, we're talking about people that are coming here and committing crimes. They don't want to be legal. They're taking advantage of our system. We're not talking about the immigrants that came here because they wanted to be part of this great country. So I'm a little offended when it says we're all illegal. We're not all illegal. I'm an American citizen. I'm a grandson of an immigrant that became an American citizen and learned to speak the language of the land and worked here and raised a family here and had a lot of grandchildren that are raising families as well. What this is about is saying we are not going to be a sanctuary county to illegal criminals, and we're not going to shelter illegal criminals. You need to make a resolution, not just a proclamation. We need to stand up for legal immigration in this country. Thank you.
Benjamin Stopper, District 5. I am a U.S. citizen. I was born in California. My parents were born in California. Their parents' parents came to the United States through the proper immigration process. And at this point, being born in this many generations, I feel like I am a native. There is a proper process set for proper immigration. This goes hand in hand with anything when it comes to code compliance or anything else. Everyone should be held to the same standard of the law. These people have all made very good arguments on one side or the other about how the laws apply and everything, so I'm not going to repeat them. But when it says here the Family Values Act and how the was sanctuary jurisdiction, a lot of these people are selling it that we're tearing families apart because these people's children have been born here, but they didn't immigrate here prior to those children being born through the proper channels. So that if they get sent home and they tear apart a family. Well, if I break a law, I go to jail and I tear apart my family. So we should be held to the same level of the law. There's a proper path through the federal government to become a citizen. Yes, there is reform needed. We all agree. I think everyone up top, whether they're on the left, right, agree that we need to reform it. Whether we agree on what it needs to be reformed to is a whole nother thing. But we need to follow the laws, be held to the same level of the law, and if these people are coming here and not following the law in the way they come here, then they need to be held accountable for what they do wrong. And so I support this well, I would hope they would change it to a resolution now because I heard differently earlier. I agree with Mark on this one, on the change from what the wording says to a resolution, so that this actually has some muscle behind it. But my sole purpose in this is to say, I don't have anything against any other race. I have very good friends that are on many races. I have family that are mostly Mexicans, but we need to be all held to the same standard of the law, and the law's been laid forth by the federal government, and that's the law we need to back up in this situation. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Candy Struby, District 5. I would just like to read what is inscribed at the base of the Statue of Liberty. It reads, "Give me you're tired, you're poor,
your huddled masses yearning to breathe free, the wretched refuse of your teeming shore. Send these, the homeless, templars tossed to me. I lift my lamp beside the golden door. Think of that.
Katrine Lambie, District 2. I happen to be one of these legal immigrants who came to this country for a lot of reasons, but also because I really believed in many of the principles that I thought this country stands for. I have lived many years here. I've participated in the society to the best of my ability. I find it really disturbing to hear in this room the statement made that somehow illegal immigrants are all criminals. I find that very disturbing as a blanket statement, and I don't think it speaks well of all of us.
Jack Lynch, District 4. I have two items that I would like to make comments on. First of all, I would agree and endorse the concept of this document should be called a resolution rather than a proclamation. If you look at the definitions of resolutions and proclamations, you quickly see that the resolution is the more proper designation for this serious statement by the Board of Supervisors. Secondly, I'd like to have you take a look at the proclamation in front of us, specifically paragraph 3 under its proclaimed. And if you look at the statement that's been prepared by staff, be it further proclaimed, notwithstanding this proclamation, the County of Calaveras will adhere to its legal obligations under state law unless and until the declared unconstitutionality by a court of competent jurisdiction or otherwise be repealed by California legislature. I object to that section entirely. The U.S. codes that are referenced here were established first. They have preeminence. And this document is saying that because the state of California came along with SB 54 the day before yesterday, we as a county is going to respect it until SB 54 is set aside. My feeling is the opposite of that. The county should stand in complete support of the federal laws, the codes that are specified here, and leave out that particular proclamation section, paragraph 3. So I'd urge you to look carefully at that and please delete paragraph 3. The rest of it I don't have any problem with. Thank you.
Hello, sirs, ladies. My name is James Hampton, and I live in Douglas Flat, so I guess Dennis Mills is probably my man. No, who's my man? Michael Livier? Okay, anyways, I know that our law enforcement all swore oaths to the Constitution of the United States. And as far as I'm concerned, if they swore the oath, they need to live by it. And the gal that was just speaking a couple seconds ago there, you know, as soon as those people jump over the border, they are criminals. That's all I got to say.
I'm Gordon Walker from Rancho Calaveras, and I just want to say that my parents from Oklahoma came here, my parents and my grandparents came from Oklahoma in the 30s during the Dust Bowl. They were back there as farmers. That's what they did until they could stay no longer. They came to California and picked fruit. They're all as white as I am. They worked the fields. They worked the San Joaquin Valley. Later on, I grew up in Salinas, California. My first job at 14 years old was picking strawberries in Salinas. My second job was picking apples in Watsonville. My third job was irrigating hay fields back in Salinas again, until I had a car, moved on. Later on in life, I got into the construction trades. I worked there. And a lot of the people there, I'd say a good half of them were illegals from Mexico who came up here in the construction trade. And I always said, I thought you people were here to pick our crops. They said, no, they pick crops for 6 months, move into something else, get a job where they can. So this impacts the job market big time. You know, people think it doesn't. They aren't taking anybody's job. They are. And as far as I'm concerned, homeless people, people who don't have a job, seeking employment, can't find a job, can work those fields. I did it. I'm no different than they are. Sure, it's 30, 40 years later, but they can do that stuff. There are jobs out there for everybody. So for me to support somebody who pay for their house when when the illegals are here taking the jobs, that doesn't fly with me. You know. And as far as sanctuary cities go, the sanctuary state, sanctuary county. Why don't we have sanctuary against the EPA for their overburdening? Why don't we have it against the BLM for the things they do to us? Why don't we have a sanctuary for our Second Amendment? You know, it's just crazy, the sanctuary thing. So if we have guts, you know, we can do one or the other. If we're stuck with sanctuary, I'd much rather have it for us than for someone else, you know. That's all I got to say.
Vicki Reinke, speaking on behalf of Calaveras Republicans. And you know, we've been up here expressing our concerns about SB 54, so there's nothing new there and I just want to say thank you for finally taking this up. This isn't just about Calaveras County. When you guys take support on this, it's about our whole state of California. The state of California needs to listen to the people and follow the law, and sanctuary cities are not good. A good friend of my niece's was murdered in San Francisco, Kate Steinle, and that was one of those cases where they were protecting an illegal criminal who had been deported 5 times. This is what we're talking about. Nobody's talking about legal immigration. Of course not. And people should come here legally. So anyway, I want to just thank you for taking this up. I hope you do pass a good resolution. And I do agree on that one, be further proclaimed, that Jack talked about. It just seems to conflict with everything else in the proclamation, which should be a resolution. Thank you.
I believe that you should go by what Tom McClintock's aide said. That letter, I think it describes the situation, and I believe, I love all people, but I believe that we are having culture shock from illegals, and not just from one country, but many countries. And so that's pretty much, I'm ditto on McClintock, and I believe it should be a resolution. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mary Boblet. I represent the Motherlode ACL Committee of Northern California. We are a formal committee of the ACLU, and we have been engaging with law enforcement and the county since last January of 2017, when a campaign was started to better understand how California cities and counties are carrying out their policies with relation to the Values Act, which was passed last year and went into place this January. We learned a lot from our sheriff. We learned a lot from Chief Fordall of Angels Camp. We met with Amador County officials and Tuolumne officials, and they have some major concerns about this proclamation. They're here today. I would have enjoyed hearing from them before I speak, but it's no secret that they rely on communities all of the communities to help solve crimes. And when proclamations like this come in through anti-immigrant hate groups such as an organization called FAIR, and there is a field director by the name of Susan Tully, perhaps she was in touch with Al. When they tried to come into our county and try to tell us what would work in our county, law enforcement would tell you something completely different. So I don't believe that the folks here have any right other than to have a type of proclamation. Other people have said that this should be a resolution, but the title of the proclamation is that you don't support the Values Act. And when Los Alamitos did that recently, the ACLU filed a lawsuit against them because cities and counties are required to follow state law. And when other folks mention that state law and federal law are intermingled in this proclamation, they're exactly right. You guys are towing the middle road there because there's not much that you can do. But what you can do is perhaps resolve that you're going to create a place where everyone is treated fairly by law enforcement, no matter their background, what they look like, or where they were born, and that you're going to support your local law enforcement to help them solve crimes, because this proclamation, if you remove the state law portion, is nothing but an anti-crime solving proclamation, because people will hide in fear and they won't help law enforcement.
Thank you.
They'll be happy to tell you all about that.
Fauna Randall Smith, District 3. I just learned that my family suffered some people might think a minor, but it was a family tragedy, so I'm not necessarily in my best state right now. I'm going to be very careful about my choice of words. When I was in high school, I remember in our history book, there was an interesting cartoon from the 1840s or 50s, and it had a fat cat, Irish Tammany Hall guy standing there at the docks with his hand up, and he's denying entry to his brothers and sisters from Ireland during the potato famine. And I'm reminded today that here we are again. The people that are here don't want to let other people in. And sure, I believe that laws should be enforced, although at the moment our laws are quite unjust. We're seeing American citizens being asked if they are citizens because they're speaking Spanish. We've actually seen people get deported who shouldn't have. We're seeing abuse of power by our president. You talk about nation of laws? Come on, we have an oligarchic family abusing our Constitution, enriching itself from the White House. So you want to talk about a land of laws? Let's start talking about what's happening at the top. Now, gosh, it's going to be hard. I'm really struggling not to use the word, but I'm really disappointed that there are people that think that it's okay to cast aspersions on an entire group of people they don't know, like we've seen in another issue. They're all this, they're all bad, they're all evil, they're all criminals. It's a lie. It's a straight up lie. Oh, I'll mention this. My family's been here since the Mayflower. I've got 5 signers of the Mayflower Compact in my family tree, which is my family was a participant all through American history in everything that happened. I have no doubt that I have ancestors that did really bad things. White man conquered this land with the gun. And what we're seeing today is another attempt to drive wedges into our society, say bad things about people that they don't even know. It's unchristian, it's un-American, and it's plain wrong, and it's ugly, and it's nasty. Pass your proclamation, whatever, but it's going to reflect on this county. I came in here earlier and said there's good people here, and there are. But everyone's going to think we're all a bunch of racists here in this county. Everyone's going to think that across the country and in the states. So you guys vote how you want. But you shouldn't be doing this. This is not right.
Again, my name is Antoinette Rambo, and I'm full-blooded Mexican. But in my family, I have 10 aunts and uncles, 10 on my dad's, 10 on my mother's. So we're all integrated through my cousins' marriages and things. We have Chinese, Korean, Black, Jamaican, you name it. We have it. But you know, everybody, including my grandmother, I remember when she was like 55, 57, she immigrated and became a citizen, and we all went to the graduation ceremony. We all were little kids, and we taught her what she had to say and passed the test and all that. And she was proud. To this day, I have family members who are immigration lawyers and things, and they've been telling family and extended family and friends, you need to be properly immigrated. You have to become a citizen to stay here. Now, I've had family and friends immigrate to Italy, France, Denmark, wherever, and they had to abide by their rules as well, too, to immigrate in those countries. But everybody makes a choice. If you want to split your family up because you got caught and you can't prove you're a citizen and you have to leave your children behind, that is bad parenting. That's your fault that that happened. But I don't think we're prejudiced in this country. You know, I even as a young teenager, my father was really, really candid about not having an accent. You don't know how many summer jobs were able to get because I didn't have an accent. When they saw me, those people were prejudiced. Who hired you, you know? And I would have to tell them. I got hired over the phone. But you know, the thing is, I've never been embarrassed to be who I am. Here, and I can tell you, here in this town, in this county, I have been asked more for my green card than anywhere else I've ever lived. And I turn around and I go, I don't have a green card. Didn't need a green card, will never get a green card, okay? And I'm a citizen, believe it or not. And you know, they're shocked sometimes, but it's the truth. Thank you.
Jill Hampton from Murphy's. I'm upset. We're not racist. You know, the thing is that Obama has ruined our country. Hillary Clinton has ruined our country. They made it where we cannot say anything or we're considered racist. I am so sick of this political correctness. We're letting illegals come over here and destroy our lives. I mean, everyone's fighting against each other. It was never like that before. We all got along great and stuff. And even a lot of the black people are saying, you know, we're tired of them always using us. Now they're not using us no more, so they want the illegals to come over so they could use them now. We need to get back to the way it was and work and just be a good country. We're not racist like you guys say. They're not. And stuff. I'm sorry, I'm just really upset and I'm really tired of all of this. Please support President Trump. He knows what he's doing. He really does. Please.
Anthony
Ma'am,
Worster.
you spoke already on this item? No?
No.
Okay, all right.
I just spoke an
Who's the
awful
other
lot
one?
today.
I'm sorry, who's the other one?
Okay.
Well, she spoke just last on the other item.
Let me know when my time starts.
It
Are we
starts
set?
right
Okay.
now.
Okay. I would like to just suggest that, well, first of all, I'm very happy that you folks are looking at this proclamation. I'm very grateful that after all these months that you actually are looking at the issues involved and bringing it to the public. And I really appreciate that. It's not an easy thing to do, as you can tell by the reactions of
people here in the room. People get emotional about the issues, and they all have different ideas. So, thank you. And then, this definitely should be a resolution, and also it needs a few more further resolved to be sure that it is sent to President Trump, Tom McClintock, Governor Jerry Brown, and our various state assembly and state senate leaders. In other words, a proclamation really isn't the right vehicle. So I did a little research on this yesterday. I used to write a lot of resolutions, but for the county council on the Big Island of Hawaii. So a resolution is used by counties for many things, but one of the things that I found out yesterday that resolutions are really good for is to simply show your unhappiness, your discontent, your disappointment that you have no power to change a state law. And I thought, all right, that's what this is. So we as a county are supposed to be following state law. Well, in this case, state law conflicts with federal law. Federal law preempts. However, a resolution is definitely the way to go, and it's a very good way of letting our governor know that we're not happy with SB 54. Thank you.
I think I'm going to step in it now. I looked up xenophobia. It's the fear or hatred of strangers or foreigners or anything foreign or strange. And I can't help but feel in my soul that the federal immigration laws are steeped in xenophobia, racism, and bigotry, simply by the virtue of how it's been spoken about in the White House. This country existed for thousands of years, inhabited by indigenous American Indians. One people, many tribes. White man came here and brought white man's religion, which totally decimated the self-sustaining cultures that existed for centuries. It's the white man who brought the black slaves against their will to serve in servitude. It's the white man who's always felt supremacy over brown people. There's a program called Ancestry.com. If everybody went and got their DNA screened, maybe we could get rid of everyone who doesn't belong here. White people need to go back to Europe. Black people need to go back to Africa. Okay, I'm being radical here. Whoops, sorry. I'm being really radical here because the problem with America is we have abused the land that we live in. We have subjugated people that we consider different than ourselves. We have exploited every possible resource that exists for the perpetuation of development, populating the earth. And I just wonder why we can't all get along.
Other public comments? Any other public comments?
Joan Wilson, District 1. Yeah, a lot of us immigrated. You know, somebody in my family immigrated here. What I don't want to see, I've worked next to both legal and illegal immigrants. They aren't much different, really. Some just didn't come here legally. I understand that. I agree that's wrong. So do the legal immigrants here. What I don't want to see is I don't want to see families detained because of their color. I've heard that people want to go back to the way things were, and that's fine. This is a good county. I do agree with that. However, it's the only county I've been in that has to have kindness zones. That says a whole lot to the rest of the state, to the rest of the country. If we need to be reminded to be kind to each other, then we better take that lesson serious. If we need to be reminded to not be prejudiced, then we have some problems. And, you know, we're all prejudiced. Really, truth be told, we are all prejudiced. I have my prejudices. But I don't want to open up a way for it to be easier to be prejudiced. So when you people consider this, think about those things. Think about Kindness Week. Think about what might happen to your family or your neighbor's family. We don't want criminals here. Nobody does. There was a whole group of people that tried to help get rid of them. But just remember, there are families involved. We don't want to detain them without reason. I don't want to see anybody put in jail because they can't prove that they're supposed to be here. I have my driver's license. I have a birth certificate. But if something happens to those, I could be in jeopardy. But luckily, I'm white. So I guess that won't happen. Just keep some of those things in mind. Thank you.
Okay. Public comments, more public comments. Any other public comments? No more public comments, and I will close public comment session on this. Bring it back to the board for discussion.
I have a question to the lady Mary that was in the ACLU, and she sort of indicated that if we passed something that we might be sued. I would like to ask her that right up front, if she's here still. Ma'am, when you were talking to the board and stuff, you gave your speech and stuff, and you indicated that the ACLU was bringing lawsuits against people, counties was passing resolutions. Is that what you were applying to us?
The city of Los Alamitos passed a resolution stating they would not abide by the Values Act, and the ACLU filed a lawsuit against the city of Los Alamitos.
So then if we pass a resolution, you would sue us?
Your title on your proclamation, which is not a resolution, does not put you in jeopardy, as far as I understand, because it's a proclamation, not a resolution. And in fact, your title is interesting, and I imagine Megan helped craft that, and perhaps it's worthy of some review to make sure that you're not in legal jeopardy. It's something I don't believe cities and counties around this area have all tried to follow the middle road. City of Sonora, by the way, last night voted 5-0 not to pass a resolution. City of San Diego voted not to pass a resolution, but their counties voted to pass a resolution saying that they don't like the Values Act. But no, only the City of Los Alamitos, as far as I know, has stated that they refuse to follow the Values Act, which is a state law.
So then if we change the proclamation to a resolution, then the ACLU would bring suit against us?
It's possible. I can't confirm that. I'm a member of the Mother Lode Committee of the ACLU of Northern California. I'm not an attorney. I would recommend speaking with Megan. It's a touchy subject, and you have to ask yourself is it worth it to promote hate? Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And another one to Matt, since you're a historian, did you also know that Andrew Jackson also sent a letter to the governor of South Carolina? He put 3 frigates off their coast, 5,000 troops on the border, and he sent a letter to the governor and told him if he did what he was going to do, he would personally go down and drag him to the nearest tree and hang him.
I am not a historian, though I suspect my boss is, and I was aware of that story. It was left out of the letter, though.
Oh.
Any other board comments, questions, motions?
Sheriff, Captain Macedo.
Good afternoon, Sheriff DiBasilio. A couple of things I want to clear up, but first I want to start off by saying that my job as a sheriff is to protect this community, and that's what I plan on doing. That's first and foremost. I want to go back to a comment that was made about the illegal immigrants that were arrested during the marijuana bust at the old airport. First off, the Values Act was not in play at that time. Second of all, we did contact ICE, and they never recontacted us. The Sheriff's Department and all county sheriffs, because I've been working very closely with the State Sheriff's Association on SB 54 since it was inception by Senator De Leon. We opposed it. We still oppose it. And we are in the process of trying to get it changed to this day. So there are a lot of holes, shall I say, in SB 54. It does tie our hands. A lot of people don't understand that this state bill, it's going to allow criminals back into our communities. That's just the bottom line. The ACLU and everybody else who is for Prop 50 or for this SB 54 can argue all they want. I've talked to many Democrats who felt that the bill was a bad bill, but they felt because of the political pressures with Mr. Trump that they needed to vote for it. So again, it has put the sheriffs in a bad position. And I'll also be clear that the sheriffs in this state, we are not immigration officers, never have been, never will be. That is not our job. It's not in our job title. That is up to federal immigration. They're the ones that deal with that. We do treat, and this is directed at the ACLU, we do treat everybody fairly. Now, if they are a criminal, whether they're white, black, green, illegally here or not, they get treated the same way as a criminal, and they go through the justice system. And again, I will do everything that I can to keep this community safe. Any questions?
Sheriff, there's a lot of noise and a lot of emotion around this, but just as a very practical matter, does this proclamation make our community safer or not safe, or no?
Well, it's kind of like It's a piece of paper. It's like having a restraining order against somebody. The person that believes that restraining order is not going to go back and deal with their ex-wife, spouse, whatever the case may be. This proclamation is not going to keep the illegal aliens out of this county. Since SB 54 has been passed, we've had 2 people that have come to our facility. One was removed by ICE with a warrant. I do not recognize detainers. And the other one bailed out before we could almost figure out who he was. So there are some holes in the program, and that's what we are working with. And when I say we, I'm talking about the State Sheriff's Association, with Governor Brown to plug those holes so that we can keep our community safe. Most people know I'm a Republican and Governor Brown is a Democrat, but I will say that he has been very helpful in bringing the bill to where it's at now. Not that it's the best, but what it was at its inception was absolutely terrible. And if it wasn't for Governor Brown, we would not have the abilities that we have now. And he is still working to continue to work with us to make this bill stronger so that law enforcement can keep our community safe.
So in essence, this proclamation has no material impact on your work?
No, sir.
Sheriff, we have 3 options in front of us as put forward in the staff report. Pass this proclamation, issue a press release, or wait and see what happens in the federal courts on June 20th. You're in charge of the security and safety of this county and our citizens. What is your recommendation?
Talking about putting me on the spot.
Right on the spot, Sheriff.
Well, I will tell you this, that obviously we all know that the federal government has filed a lawsuit against California, and on June 20 that hopefully will be heard, and I think we'll have a better sense of direction at that point. I'm not going to tell you what you should or shouldn't do, but I will say that on June 20th the federal government is going to have a say in this. So I'll throw it back at you.
I'm going to assume that's a wait and see.
Mr. Calaveras.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Counsel, can you give us any legal update of what we can expect or what's on the boilerplate for this June 20th hearing, where it came from and who's going to hear it? Do you have any knowledge of that?
Well, I can certainly, as the staff report indicated, there is a federal case. There is a hearing that is set for June 20th. It is the federal government that has brought a case against the state government, seeking an injunction, basically saying that asking that the court enjoin the state from implementing the law. So certainly once we know what happens with, this is going to be an ongoing case, but after the hearing on June 20th, jurisdictions will certainly have some indication of where things are going with it. Just one thing I did want to indicate, I know that there was a comment that referred to the county submitting an amicus brief. And that is one thing that the board should be aware of, is the federal court has, it wasn't a formal ruling, but it did issue a minute order that basically says that any amicus briefings, that anyone who is submitting amicus briefs are advised that the court would only consider briefing that helps the court beyond the help that the lawyers for the parties are able to provide. So any duplicative or cumulative arguments will not be considered by the court. So at this point, it appears that the federal court is not looking for additional input from amicus briefs.
Okay, thank you, counsel.
You're welcome.
Sheriff, Captain, being from law enforcement and being part of your jurisdiction, I understand the job that you have to do no matter what this board decides. And I do charge you with the responsibility of keeping every resident and every visitor safe in this county.
And I accept that.
Having said that, if this board decides to take any action in the way of a proclamation versus a resolution versus any other position on this board. I want it known that I will support law enforcement, and I will not stand for a sanctuary county. I'm sorry. My military experience, my family military experience, my law enforcement will not allow me to do that. It's one of the few times I'm voicing my bias, if you call it that, as a county supervisor. It's my responsibility to you folks. We got to keep this county safe. Thank you.
Supervisor Mills.
Yeah, I had some time to do some research on the OMB 2002 study at the Office Federal, and looking at the illegal immigrants and the number of them that were jailed in federal, state, or local prisons, comparing that to the number of times of deportation and the types of crimes committed, et cetera. And then they also drew a parallel to people living in the United States legally, and what were the incarceration rates, where, for what. That study was updated in 2011, and it does clearly show that illegal immigration does have an impact, a negative impact, on the incarceration rate, that there's more people out there simply because of the type of crimes they're committing. So it is a safety issue, and I agree with Supervisor Oliveira. There's enough data to show there's a safety issue at play here. I heard a reference to slaves, and I do take a little exception to that because I do recall that the Irish were slaves too. And they were brought to New York and Boston to fight fires because they were the only people they could get rid of. And so this isn't an issue of race or color, and I don't see this as an issue of hate. This is an issue of, if we're going to be a law-abiding society, then all people have to abide by the laws equally. And it's not for one to say, I am more lawful than you. But if you come here, and I will tell you that even though I'm 1/8 Wyandot Indian, my father is an immigrant, came through Ellis Island. And there were requirements for that, and that meant that you had to have a sponsor. You were not going to be a ward of the state. You had to be able to be of sound health. You had to be able to speak, read, write the language. And if you couldn't, you went back, no matter what the conditions you came from. And I have worked in my career in the Central Valley with a lot of people who are legal immigrants. And they take deep exception to people being allowed to fast track themselves here and not have to go through the process. And for all of the residents of California to pay, in essence, a financial burden, for those that have chosen the easy path, literally puts in jeopardy us as a nation of laws. And I don't see the threat of someone wanting to sue as being a reason to stop a process. So I'm definitely in support, but again, I don't like the idea of a proclamation here. I think that we're not proclaiming National Poppy Month. There's more to it. So I'm sorry I have to have you standing there. My apologies.
It's okay, I don't mind.
But I think it's important for us to take a position at some point. Is now the time to take that position has got to be the question. I look at whether it be a resolution or a proclamation. In speaking with other counties, it almost comes down to political fluff. Okay, you're telling people you're upset. You're telling people you disagree. But the only way that you get attention to government is to sue them. Get them into court. That's what gets the attention. So people can stand and talk all day long, but until you're able to walk in that door and look at a judge, it really doesn't mean a whole lot. And that's my concern with even a resolution is, what is it going to mean? Is it going to tell everybody that we're upset? I think they know we're upset. But is it enough? If there was a way for us to join the lawsuit, that would be a little different situation. But I'd like to see what happens on the 20th to know whether or not this board is willing to step into the middle of that kind of an activity.
Well, to your point, the resolution or the proclamation that you folks decide to do is obviously completely upon you. My job is, again, to keep the citizens of this community safe. And if they're criminals, again, whether they're illegally here or they're legally here, if they're criminals, that's my jurisdiction, that's my wheelhouse, and I will deal with them appropriately. Period.
And sir, I would expect no less.
There you go. We're on the same page.
There you go.
Sheriff, I have a question, maybe a couple questions. Prior to SB 54, and like you said, it's all political, and people voted for it.
People didn't vote for that. That was pushed
people
through.
didn't vote for it. What I meant, legislature vote for it because of political pressure and so forth on it. But prior to it, and I know because of Trump and his stance, but have any of the immigration laws at the federal level changed?
Cap Macedo. He's my political analyst.
Good afternoon, Jim Macedo.
That was the easy button on your desk.
Good afternoon, Jim Macedo. I'm a captain with the Sheriff's Office, and the short answer to that is no. And if I could just add one thing that the Sheriff and I spoke about this morning. We are obviously aware of the federal challenge to the California state law. The Sheriff's Office and the Sheriff's Association did not sit idly on their hands. They did bring forth a bill earlier this year. That bill was to amend SB 54 to address certain crimes that are not included in SB 54 that would allow us to contact ICE if somebody was responsible for those crimes. That bill died in the Public Safety Committee. It died prior to ever getting a vote. And I can tell you that the environment at the state capitol as it relates to law enforcement or anything relating to ICE right now is incredibly toxic. So the Sheriff's Office and the collective sheriffs of the state have really voiced their opinions pretty loudly and pretty clearly. But unfortunately, realism sets in when you're trying to discuss policy and actual real-life problems, operational issues as it relates to this bill, and you're being told that policy and realistic facts do not matter. Politics rules the day. So with that said, there was a group of sheriffs from California that went and met with the president this last week, and they talked about this very issue. Some of those same sheriffs are members of the State Sheriff's Association to try and explain what is actually really going on the ground in California. The sheriff talked about our two specific cases, and we are doing our best each and every day as it relates to any conflict or any issues that come up surrounding this particular law. But I'm sorry for such a long answer, but no.
That's fine. But basically, no, the laws had not changed. It was the stance of Trump and Sessions on immigration that prompted this SB 54.
I would classify it as the California reaction to the election and some of the activities of the current administration.
Thank you. I will say this, that my grandfather also came here, immigrated here, him and his 3 brothers. They came here legally. They immigrated through Ellis Island, came to California, found jobs in Napa, on the farms. They worked. They always were employed. During World War II, my grandfather got a job in security at the naval shipyards. And after that, after the war, he was hired in the Jackson Police Department and was hired as the chief of police there. And his brothers moved to Jackson and found employment in Jackson. They all worked. The history is there of coming here legally, finding jobs, and working and abiding by the laws. He actually became a police officer, chief of police, and upheld those laws. That was his job. My father worked as a police officer in Jackson for him and upheld those laws. They took an oath. So the history in my family is such that we did immigrate and we followed all the laws and came here legally. So this thing about showing up illegal, and I know it's been going on as far as other industries in the state, but there are some here illegally that don't have jobs, and they are committing crimes, and I think those are the ones that we are talking about here. We're not classifying all into one group, that I keep hearing that it's all one group. Like the sheriff stated, it's his job to keep us safe, and when there's a criminal that they arrest, it's up to him to make sure that they're incarcerated until time their rights are served on them, or they can bail out, or what's in order, they can't bail out, or what have you. And if it comes in fact with identifying them as wanted by ICE, I think they should have the ability to do that. Freedom and exchange any of that information out there so they can be identified. That's all we're talking about. We're talking about criminals here. That's what is at issue here, not whether they're illegal or not illegal. He needs to have the ability to find out nationwide or through federal law whether they've committed any acts against this country or this state. So any other comments or conversation on this, or a motion, or?
I'd like to say something. Is when I became a supervisor, I took an oath to uphold the Constitution of the United States and also the one of California. This morning we opened up with the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States, not California. And I'm a U.S. citizen. I reside in California. I tell that statement to everybody. So I think that most people know how I vote just with that statement. That's how I truly feel, and I would not jeopardize my citizenship.
So where are we then?
Would you like to pull a vote of the board to see if we want to keep with the proclamation or the resolution?
Point of order.
Pardon me? What is your point of order, and what part of the?
It can't be a resolution because that's not what it is on the agenda. It can only be a proclamation today.
Okay, but we're asking if we want a poll. We're asking for a poll right now, which we can do. Okay? We're not voting on any of it.
I have a second point of order.
What's your point of order
It's
on?
kind of confusing. In the agenda, it states that this is a study session, and in study sessions, historically, the county doesn't have any kind of vote that takes place after it. It's just for you to study.
Okay, we're not asking for a vote. We are polling the board, which we can do to give information and direction to staff.
But I
So
also have a point of order about your next steps because
we haven't got to our next step. So if you want to wait until we get to our next step, okay? Let us poll the board.
that sounds good, and if it goes past that, I'll be happy to describe that.
Because I figured we pull the board, we could have staff redo something, come back in 2 or 3 weeks, and we can go that direction. So I would just like to know if the board is interested in going that way or actually keeping where we're at.
Okay, so, ask to poll the board. So I will poll the board, starting with Supervisor Clapp, on whether you would like to continue with the proclamation or have this come back at direct staff to prepare.
I'd like to direct staff to prepare a resolution.
Okay.
I would support that.
Supervisor Mills support that?
Resolution.
A resolution.
I'd support that if we could if we're pushing back a couple weeks, it's not a lot of extra time to wait and see how the court case comes out. So,
Yeah, I got no
Turn on
problem.
your mic.
I'm sorry, I was going to say I would support that But since we're pushing back to do that, if we push back past the court date,
Well, it's going to take 3 weeks anyway if they came back with any,
So we
so
just-
4 weeks instead of 3 weeks.
after the staff can report out on what happened. I don't know, does that sound right?
Yeah, that sounds good to me.
And I would support that. So staff, I think that gives you direction.
I just want to clarify that the direction is for staff to report back any court ruling out of the federal case. There is no guarantee the court ruling will come out on the 20th, but certainly it would be after the 20th, and we would put it on the soonest board meeting after the court ruling came out, and that it would come back as a resolution rather than a proclamation.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
based on county council's advice, would that action take place at the same meeting? Question would
Yeah,
be...
I think what we're asking for them to do is prepare this resolution, and she can report out as what happened, and you can determine on what happened that time, whether we would move forward with the resolution, or if it's in, the court has made a decision, or the outcome of that decision.
Okay. So the agenda item would reflect that, correct? I want to make sure that it's addressed at that time.
Chair, I do have a question. Is there a specific model for this resolution that we're interested in, or do we just want staff to work on what that model looks like?
I'd like to have the third paragraph taken off that the gentleman from Angels Camp talked about.
You need to speak up so we can hear what you're saying.
It was on. Yeah, some of the comments was made that the previous mayor from Angels Camp had concerns on the third paragraph, on whichever, have that looked at.
That removed?
Yes.
Okay.
I think everybody was happy outside of that.
I agree. I hear that. You hear that? I agree. I agree too. I do have one other question of council. It mentions a hearing on June 5th in our packet here in the narrative. Can you comment a little bit about what this June 5th court date is and what can or cannot happen on that date?
It's my understanding that the only thing that's happening on June 5th is a motion to intervene in the federal case on behalf of the County of Orange and then this specific resident of Los Angeles County. So it would just be a motion for intervention.
So it would put it on hold? It would put SB 54 on hold? Or intervention, when you talk intervention,
No, what I'm referring to is they're asking to join the case.
Oh, they're asking to join the case. Okay.
They're asking to intervene and join as parties in the case.
All right. Thank you for clarifying that. Okay. So we have give staff direction. Any more comments or no? Okay. Moving on.
So just to clarify, no action was taken today on the item as it is presented. It will be coming back at a later date.
As a resolution.
Proposed as a resolution.
Yes.
Okay. Can we take a break?
We can take a break. 5
Thank you.
minutes.
5 minutes. God.
All right, we're back in session. Madam Clerk, item number 27.
Item 27 is from Code Compliance, to introduce and waive reading of the ordinance superseding and replacing the current Chapter 8.06 of the Calaveras County Code, Public Abatement Property Maintenance Code.
Good afternoon, Board and Chair. I want to be proudly to present this new revised or repealed 8.06. It incorporates a lot of things, lessons learned from last year, and we believe that the items that we put in here will allow us to be more effective and efficiently, and we're going to outline these very quickly, and then if you have any questions or answers, any feedback, we'll go right from there. And that's, I'm going to introduce Sabrina again. Remember Sabrina, Senior Code Enforcement Officer, and Ethan, okay?
Good evening, Board. Thank you. for listening to us tonight. We'll do a brief presentation and then get right into questions. So the current Chapter 806 was adopted in February of 2017. The County Office of Administrative Hearings was established, which expedited cannabis-related case review, and we saw a significant increase in efficacy and efficiency in cannabis-related cases. General code enforcement cases, if appealed, are heard by the Administrative Hearing Board and then go to the Board of Supervisors. If a case is not appealed, then abatement must be authorized by the Board of Supervisors. Where a citation and order is not appealed, authorization for abatement usually goes on the board's consent agenda. You saw that earlier today. 50 days from the issuance of a citation to actual abatement. So in the updated 806, requirements and procedures are clarified. The language is straightforward and practical and provides transparency and accessibility to constituents, making code enforcement procedures easier to understand. Courtesy letter is implemented, which provides education to violators who might not otherwise know they are in violation of county code. Non-punitive resolution for violators making reasonable efforts to apply, and it allows staff to work with community members who may need additional time and assistance to comply. And by policy, our department will notify the district supervisor when a courtesy letter is issued in their district. The updated 806 also transfers all code enforcement appeals from the Administrative Hearing Board to the County of Administrative Hearings. This eliminates the complicated dual-track approach which we've been doing for the last year. Health and safety issues can be addressed more expeditiously, and more cases will be investigated and more non-cannabis abatement warrants executed. It also implements a fee structure, such as case management, inspection, and appeal fees, which we have not had in our department. This allows for near full cost recovery, and code compliance has the potential to become a general fund independent department. It also implements new fine collection tools, such as recording notices of violation against properties, withholding permits on properties that have outstanding violations until they are addressed and the fines are paid. And there's an even greater potential for code compliance to become a self-sustaining department. Adoption of the proposed ordinance will allow staff the opportunity to increase efficiency and effectiveness and enforcement actions while providing alternatives to citizens in need of lenity and leniency. That's all. Any questions, Board?
Board, any questions?
Do you want to get into the meat and potatoes of the actual ordinance? I really appreciate the concept of Track It. I think that will really help the whole process for everyone across the board in all various departments that will be attached. The one that I'd like to see added as a definition is odors. We didn't discuss odors in this 806 at all. And I think that there needs to be something in there that speaks to it. And I had talked about that quite a number of months ago, that the state of Washington is literally light years ahead of the state of California when it comes to odors. And I'm not talking, let's step away from the cannabis conversation and make this a nuisance code conversation. Odors could be emanating from any kind of source, and what then becomes an issue? If you're going to move into an agricultural area, you're expected to smell agricultural products, but at the same time, in a residential environment of 5-acre, 1-acre parcels, what becomes an obnoxious odor there might be very different from somebody who's living on a 20-acre parcel. So I'll leave you to decide how that all works, but I think there needs to be something in here in the conversation about it.
I suppose in part an odor is addressed when we talk about, if you like a specific definition, we can have it in there.
Correct.
I can certainly find one. We do discuss the definition of nuisance as it's defined in the civil code, which is any kind of nuisance based on common law and case law, and I think noxious odors would probably be encompassed by that, but we can certainly put in a specific definition, and I'm sure I can find one in another jurisdiction's statute.
Okay. And the rest of it, I'll just wait until public comment and see what they can pick up. I've got some other ideas. But.
Thank you guys very much for the document. It seems very complete. and I think it's appropriate. I do have a couple of questions, specifically at page 26 in the one that was online. It's pretty direct. I mean, there's no two ways about how it's going to deal with illegal cannabis. I want to make sure that we're not violating anybody's due process, because this is, I mean, it's on it, and there's nothing wrong with it. I just want to make sure we're on legal good standing, that we're not violating anybody's right to due process and anything in there, because it's you see it, you cut it. I want to make sure we're okay. So you want to give me some comfort?
Well, we don't exactly have a we see it, we cut it situation here. We provide individuals with a notice of violation in order to show cause. And I think we've made adequate findings to justify why we do it that way. And in 2016, as we've discussed, we issued a lot of notices of violation and did, I believe, one abatement. And so the outstanding need for an expedited process that's tailored to the unique concerns surrounding cannabis is certainly warranted. And this is a method that was actually pioneered in Tehama County with the order of the show cause, a model that automatically sets hearings, and then it has been copied around the state. And I'm in contact with numerous county councils in many jurisdictions who've been asking us questions about how we do it. It's been adapted in San Benito County, Mendocino County, and many other counties at this point, Santa Barbara, San Luis Obispo.
And I'm not going to argue. I mean, illegal is illegal. I just want to make sure. Has it been tested in court yet? I'm sure somebody's going to challenge it. Madera County? Yeah,
well, Madera has actually, they treat every cannabis cultivation site as a summary abatement. They regard cannabis in and of itself as a public threat, and they do summary abatements automatically. That's their approach to cannabis. They don't give a reasonable opportunity to correct, and there's no hearing until after the abatement has occurred.
There's not a courtesy notice on a cannabis abatement after we get in that later section, I'm assuming.
That would be in the discretion of the code.
There's nothing that prohibits it.
Nothing that prohibits?
A courtesy notice. It can certainly be issued for less extreme cannabis cases. I mean, let's say someone's growing 2 over their 6 plants. I'd issue a courtesy notice.
Right.
But if you're talking a massive commercial,
2,000 over
yeah,
the 2,
correct.
yeah.
We'd go straight to notice of violation and citation on that. And
Okay.
the summary abatement, which is immediate abatement, that's going to be in extreme cases of environmental harm. And
Right. I liked how you laid that out.
Yeah, and in discussing that if the board would like to discuss that provision, we can certainly do so. I mean, and in discussing it internally, I think there's only been a couple of code cases that we thought that would actually warrant that. Most scenarios that involve imminent threats are the purview of the sheriff's department.
I appreciate the courtesy. I mean, there'll be somebody who'll grow 2 plants over, and we've got 2,000 plants next door to them.
That's right.
It's a priority question.
Again, it's just about education.
Okay. Thank you.
A lot of people don't know,
Any other board comments, questions? No? We'll open to public comments.
Bill McManus. A few meetings ago, I addressed the board and brought up the subject of enthusiasm about getting some of this done, that we can kind of shuffle around and say, yeah, we're going to get to it. Yeah, we've got ordinances that allow us to do this, that, or the other. But without that enthusiasm, it's not going to happen very quickly. If it doesn't happen quickly, it'll never get completed. So I'd like to thank all those who put work into this revision of 806. I know it's a broad ordinance covering all sorts of nuisances. I find it interesting, too, that marijuana has a special section. It is a unique kind of nuisance. And I want to thank Supervisor Mills for bringing up the topic of odor. And I would direct your attention to 8.06.710, paragraph A. And in the first sentence, it says, while the cultivation of cannabis alone does not pose an immediate threat to public health and safety, comma. Now, to me, this part of the statement should not be there. The way I read that is, with the long list of things that are wrong with cannabis, this is saying, you know, on its own, it's not really bad. And to me, this kind of sets up maybe a circumstance where people will go back through it and say, you know, the county said it's not that bad by itself. If none of the other conditions exist, by itself, it's not bad. I disagree with that, and I disagree with it because of the reason Supervisor Mills articulated. The odor that goes with it is unique to the growing, to the cultivation. It happens every time. You know, it's not something that's here and there. This is one of the nuisances that exist just with cultivation. And so I would suggest that starting with the word while, that you strike that language all the way up to the comma. And then after that, strike the word other. Continue on, and everything else in this ordinance looks to be, you know, right on the money. I hope this will provide a reason for people to be enthusiastic about doing this. It'll help them maintain that enthusiasm as time progresses. And I think that enthusiasm is what we were missing before, and hopefully we can reclaim that now. And this ordinance says it's okay to be enthusiastic. Thank you.
Hello again. I'm here, Antoinette Rambo, and I'm concerned about the code compliances. Years ago, when we owned properties in Calaveras County, we used to get notices. I'm talking maybe 25 years ago, 15 years ago. We had to clean our empty lots. Otherwise, somebody cleaned them for us, and we were charged $1,300, $1,400 if we didn't do it. So we did, and we owned numerous lots. Now we have this marijuana thing. We have litter. We have the drying out of the tall grasses and weeds and stuff. Who's in charge of all these code compliances? Because when I call, they revert. You have to call 5 different agencies, and nobody comes out. Like I said earlier, I took care of my culvert. That's county property, but I do it. It's unsightly. Plus, it's a hazard. Someone's going to the lake. They flick a cigarette. You know, I'm on fire. You know, I didn't want that. Now, right now, I'm just trying to find out who owns that lot that they put up for sale, and the other lot, I don't know who owns it. I have to find out again, and go all around and put a fire break, okay? I also know, and I got to say something about the marijuana thing. There's lots of people selling their homes and can't sell their homes because marijuana grows right next to them, or they're buying property and, you know, they're selling to somebody who wants to put marijuana on their properties, and they don't feel that's right to do that to their neighbors, you know, the existing neighbors that they've had made friends with over the years. So, you know, they feel responsible. Again, some of that stuff has gone into the ground, in the litter and the things that have made the ground toxic. And yes, when we have a heavy dew in the morning, you can drive through Rancho Baldwin, Harvickson, and you can smell it. It's in the air, you know. And I'm not going to try to pretend that we can hold our breaths like President Clinton in the past said. He didn't inhale. I mean, you know, if you're breathing, you know, and it's out there. So, you know, we really got to think. Are we really enforcing codes of all kinds for all problems? And are we coming up with solutions and remedies for everything? Who do we call? And are they stepping up? You're our county representatives and departments, and I think you guys really should pay attention to these things. We don't want another fire season like we've had in the past. Thank you.
Good evening. Jed Richardson, Realtor with JPM Realty, and former engineering project manager with Clorox and Nestle, where I consulted for 30 years. The Building Code Chapter 8.06 replacement language under consideration today, while attempting to address the real need of code violations by illegal cannabis growers, creates an undue and unnecessary burden on the citizens of this county by imposing draconian penalties which all of us could face. Namely, it specifies that any notice of violation against a property owner for any code violation, no matter how small, will be recorded and stay with the title of that property in perpetuity. There is no provision in the language for recording that the violation has been corrected. Thus, the notice of violation will be called to the attention of any future property buyer, lender, or title insurance company. The immediate consequence of this action, however, is potentially more dire. The bank or other mortgage holder who will be notified by the county of the notice of violation under the provisions of this procedure, under typical mortgage lending language, may have the option of calling the loan due upon receipt of this notice, placing the homeowner in jeopardy of losing their home. Again, I am not speaking about cannabis cultivation properties only, but all properties within the county. This is especially unsettling since new code has been recently created without fully considering the consequences and validity of the change and applied retroactively to existing installations. Typically, when building codes and standards change, which affect the majority of the population, there is some sort of oversight and public comment. This has not happened, much to the distress of the county's building trade. In other jurisdictions, when codes change, existing installations are grandfathered unless they are renovated extensively. Obviously, we cannot hold people responsible for predicting the future. A simple example of a recent code change, perhaps based on good intention, but a good example of a solution seeking a problem, is the requirement that shipping containers be placed on a permanent foundation and seismically braced and anchored. I'm sure all of us in this room can think of a property which has a shipping container being used for storage. I understand there's about 8 of them on this campus. And I would venture to guess that none of these meet the current requirements. If the violation is not corrected, these properties are all subject to a notice of violation, recorded permanently against the property, notification of their mortgage lender, and a $100 a day fine. I urge the board to send the current Chapter 8.06 replacement language back for revision, and that realtors and building trade be consulted so that our county's economic growth is not stifled in an attempt to fast-track a policy change to deal with illegal cannabis cultivation. Thank you.
Good evening. Just a few minutes ago it was good morning. I concur with the previous speaker. This should go through a little bit more of a study process, maybe a workshop, and invite the people that are involved with real estate, perhaps the Association of Realtors, and also title companies. The title companies have a lot of interest in what happens on property, especially things that are recorded, and then of course bankers as well, and go through this, perhaps correcting the things that have already been problems, and maybe find other ones that could be nipped in the bud, so we don't create something that's going to do more harm than good.
So the proposed language of the new 806 is pretty transparent. Quote, whereas 5 full-time equivalent positions were funded through the Cannabis Fee Fund and the termination of the regulatory program has required the Code Compliance Unit to establish alternative funding sources to continue to carry out its mission at the same level of effectiveness, end quote. So using funding generated by UO registration fees, Code compliance staff were hired to meet the increased demands of enforcing the UO. Now this board's enacted a ban. The UO is terminated. You're voting on amending 806 to fund the level of staffing formerly necessitated by the UO. And while I strenuously disagree with this, some board members, department heads, many ban proponents, staff from county council, maintain growers operating under the UO knew the program was temporary in nature, had no reasonable expectation to continue operating after it ended. So County staff and the board claim the program is temporary in nature, and therefore it's reasonable to expect all of us to fire our staff, go out of business, forfeit our investments and our livelihoods. And yet some of the same staff and department heads and supervisors appear to expect to maintain the positions and payroll of the new hires made to meet the demands of an ordinance that you maintain was temporary in nature. It's an impressive double standard. Lastly, and most importantly, in the name of making a department self-funding through collection of fines, this ordinance compels staff to tirelessly look for opportunities to penalize citizens as if their jobs depend on it, because they will. That's not the kind of county I want to be a part of, but don't get too happy. I'm not going anywhere. Thanks.
Bill Wilson. Good evening. So, code compliance now has to fund itself because we didn't want fees, we didn't want regulation, we wanted to ban cannabis, and we want to now make those 1,000 illegal grows that you knew were here, we want to make code compliance responsible for them to go out, enforce a new ordinance that says, well, you can't do that anymore. And they have to pay their own salary. So, just like the previous speaker, they're going to start having to come up with quotas. How about, how close can you park your boat to a creek? How close can you store your cars and other stuff? There's property around ours. People have cars less than 10 feet from a creek that flows into a pond. They were out there mudding in their four-wheel drive on their property. That water goes down. It ends up in Hogan Dam, I believe. Comes right off that property. Stores construction equipment and other items within 20 feet of a waterway. Code compliance? Have they been out there? Have they done anything? It's been over a year. Those vehicles are still sitting there, rusting. Same on Pool Station. That water ends up in Hogan. Right there on Pool Station, guy has a, looks like now, a used boat lot. Car lot, truck lot, creek runs right through the middle of it. That's just runoff water, right? We don't care. But we need to make sure that marijuana doesn't smell. Let's add an extra chapter in there just for the smell. How about horse manure? How about dairies? You move into next to a dairy, do you expect that guy to stop his cows from excreting that smell? How about a chicken ranch? Move next to a chicken ranch. How about a pig farm? Clyde, you had one. They wouldn't let you have one in your neighborhood because it smelled. It smells. Sometimes you gentlemen just surprise me when you come up with new ways to try to make money while you throw away more money.
Any other public comments?
Jason Campbell, District 5. I'd like to talk about selective enforcement today. You guys, we're not fooling anybody here. This 8.06 is all about cannabis. We want to talk about other code violations we're going to deal with. You guys aren't. This is all for cannabis sites. You guys automatically assume we're all guilty until proven innocent. You want to come in and get administrative warrants so that you can search our unpermitted structures because you think we got something to hide. You can't accept the fact that we're telling the truth, ever. So with that being said, I'd also like to talk about the board rules and procedures. And I would like to read Rule 47.
We're talking about this 806 right now.
Okay.
We have public comment after, so.
Okay, I'll wait on that one. I will stay for that. Thank you. I mean, I guess I could call point of order on it because it does have to do with rules and procedures of the way that things operate in here. So I can finish up this time. I'll sit down and call point of order or wait, whichever you prefer. That's fine with me. So, like I was saying, this whole thing, selective enforcement. Are you guys really going to actively look for code violations other than cannabis sites? Are you just going to take the list and you're going to go after everybody that's on that list? Are you going to show up at any of the illegal sites that you know about? I've been told this whole entire program is going to be complaint driven, selective enforcement. I don't think that's right. We've heard all day long about how people need to follow the rules, follow the regulations, follow the laws. They need to be enforced evenly across the board. Thank you.
Dr. Propona Smith, District 3. I'd like to ask the same question. Is this going to be selective enforcement? Are you going to go and cite Mr. McManus's junkyard in his backyard? I've seen it. It's a mess. You're going to allow at least 700 illegal growers out there while you shut down people like me? I think you're talking about selective enforcement here. I think the term draconian on this particular thing is quite accurate. And I know he doesn't want me to speak because he never does. So the question is, are you going to enforce this across the board, or is this only going after a select group? Because after you shut me down and you fail to shut down all the illegal people, a grievous travesty of justice will have taken place. You're kicking out the good guys, you're inviting in the bad guys, and you're letting your political friends have all kinds of stuff on their properties. If it's complaint driven, this is going to be really interesting. Imagine all the complaints are going to come in about every car, every piece of agricultural machinery that's been sitting there forever, weeds. This is going to get really interesting.
Point of order.
Silence is golden.
May I take the podium?
What time, does he have time left? He has time left. You'll have to wait. You'll have to wait till his time.
Let the record show that the man that has come in here and has cast aspersions across the board towards people he doesn't know has taken offense that someone's pointed out that he has a crappy backyard.
You need to...
Let the record show that this situation is really unjust and wrong. It's nasty, it's mean. You guys are amazing. Amazing.
Mr. McManus.
I would like to remind the chair that I am not on the agenda. And for people to come to the podium and make comments about me personally, they're welcome to make those comments to me outside or any other place. Doing that in a board meeting is not right. I know, Mr. Garamendi, you seem to be smiling. You probably think it's funny. I don't. I am not on the agenda. And allowing that, and the chairman knows that I'm not on the agenda, but how do we unring the bell at this point when someone is allowed to continue on and on and on again doing the same thing? So I'm glad you're happy, Mr. Garamendi. I'm not. Thank you. That's my point of order.
Chair, are you willing to hear my point of order, or would you like me to wait until public comment?
Your point of order?
Yeah. So, as I stated earlier, point of order, selective enforcement, and in the interest of transparency, honesty, fairness, I get nervous up here, I'm sorry, I forgot a couple of the others there, but I'd like to read Rule 47. The board has the power to implement security measures in the board chambers and in alternate locations where the board may meet. Signs, posters, banners, or other hazardous objects which could impair the safety of individuals in the event of an emergency may be prohibited. Any large object, container, that may be deemed as a hazardous object which could impair the safety of individuals in the event of an emergency may be also prohibited. All permitted items shall be placed at the direction of the board chair or board chair's designee. So, I'd like to shed some light on what happened earlier in the meeting today.
You gave a point of order, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm explaining my point of order now. My point of order is exactly that rule, and the ruling that you came to me specifically pointed me out and asked me to leave the room with the sign that I had. And your explanation was that it was political. It had nothing to do with safety. If it was a safety issue, I completely agree with that. If it is a safety issue, let's, as a board chair, gain some control of the room, stop the selective enforcement, and enforce the rules evenly across the board. We've seen signs in here today. We've seen other people bring guitars in here. We've all kinds of different stuff. So what you did was stomp all over my freedoms of speech and expression. Unfairly, because you do not have control of the boardroom and you do not enforce the rules evenly across the board. There has been, are we allowed to clap in here? There's been multiple clapping occasions today. You do not have control of this boardroom. Thank you.
Thank you for your point of order and explanation. Thank you. Any other public comment on this issue?
Point of order.
On this issue?
Oh, well, I can't do public comment. I'm just wondering, when you label something political, isn't that an express violation of his First Amendment rights?
Thank you.
It says nowhere in Rule 47.
Thank you so much. I'm going to gain control right now, okay? I've heard your point of order. Thank you, okay?
Can I have a ruling, please?
I will go forward from here. I don't have to give you a ruling at this, read the document. I don't have to give you a ruling, okay? We're going to move forward. We're going to move forward. We're going to move forward right now, okay? Lack of control. I've allowed your side to talk about marijuana and Measure C and millions of dollars when it didn't even pertain to the items. So you guys talk about not being fair. That's not completely true. And yes, I've allowed some clapping in here today. Yes, I have, on both sides, not just one side. So, and it was started on the other side. So it's not that I'm trying to be fair to everybody. So So thank you. I've ruled on it. Move on. Other public comments on this issue?
Good evening, gentlemen. As you know, Joan Wilson, District 1. It's getting late. Code compliance. Your people were very nice when you came out to my place. Thank you. Wow. 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 I paid my money, my hard-earned money. I paid my money to this county. I paid the taxes. And why did I do that? I did that because there's a sheriff that says he wants to keep this place safe. This place, he wants to keep us safe. I paid.
Where's he going? Point of order, should we stop? Point of order. Order. You don't have control of the board. I don't know. You just let him wander off. Again, ridiculous. Unbelievable.
He is an elected official. I cannot stop him.
He's on the clock. He's on our time. Yeah.
That, you deal with him on that, not me.
Well, you just hitched your wagon.
Yeah, we're going to take a 5-minute break, please, 10-minute break, please. We're going to clear the room. Thank you. All right, we're back in session. Ms. Wilson, you still have time remaining.
Thank you. As I said, you guys were really nice. And you know what? Budgets are being cut all over this county. And I'm sorry if yours is being cut. I understand they are pressuring you to kind of pay for yourselves. Part of me wants to say, oh, gosh, too bad. Somebody's going to lose their job. And maybe that's the right thing to do. Maybe this just has to be hard on all of us. Like I started to say, I paid my money. I paid my hard-earned money. I jumped through your hoops. Maybe it wasn't your individual hoops. You're the government. I jumped through the government's hoops. I did it right. Code compliance came out to my place, and it was okay. When this government gets rid of the 700, the 1,000, the 2,000, I don't know, I've heard all kinds of numbers. When you guys get rid of the illegal, dirty pot growers out there, when you get rid of the ones that weren't willing to do it right, then start this.
Bonnie Newman from Double Springs. Now I'm trying to understand, is this 8.06 an abatement based on smells? Is that what this is? I mean, how come all this stuff about smells is coming in? I'm not understanding what the purpose of this is, because I heard a lot about the odor. It's the odor, and anyway, there's a lot of stinky stuff. Cigarette smoke is really stinky. People will go have a cigarette, get nicotine, oily, dirty nicotine all over their hands. They'll come in here and touch this, and then it stinks. they breathe and their breath stinks. Can we outlaw stinking cigarettes too, if this has anything to do with smells? Thank you for your time.
Any other public comment? Seeing none, we'll close public comments. We'll bring it back to the staff. Staff, you want to answer some of the questions that were asked?
I'll address a point that Mr. Richardson brought up regarding the recording of a notice of violation. In section 806-413C, it talks about how we will record a release of notice of violation once all the violations have been corrected or abated and all fines, fees, and costs of abatement have been paid. So it will not remain recorded against the property.
I'd also follow up on that by saying that an individual, before a notice of violation is recorded, has an opportunity to appeal code enforcement's finding that a violation exists on the property, and that they would have every opportunity to contest that finding, so they have notice and opportunity to be heard and are provided full due process prior to that occurring on their property. And as Sabrina indicated, once they come into compliance with the code, that is removed.
Mr. Mills, your light's on.
Yes, staff, I want to really thank you for hearing what I was saying months and months and months ago about establishing a comprehensive approach, because this does fit within that realm. To say that you are selectively enforcing in my district is an absolute lie. There are many, many places that we are now working together with property owners, with civic organizations and faith-based organizations to help people to get into compliance. And we're not asking, in some cases, for immediate response. And the courtesy visits are an important piece of this. I want to be sure that we, though, handle immediate threats such as raw sewage running down the street or whatever might be an immediate threat in an appropriate way, in an immediate fashion. Where it's not an immediate threat, we don't need to be stepping into that. And I appreciate the thought that, you know, if you're a couple plants over the limit, for instance, on cannabis, or that you have one too many cars in your yard, that somehow that puts you in a realm with junkyard. I'm not even thinking that I see that here unless I'm seeing something wrong. Somebody brought up an interesting point about lot clearing. I don't remember seeing a whole lot in the code about clearing lots, and I know there's certain fire districts that are very proactive within their realm of handling weeds and tall grasses, etc.
I believe elsewhere in the code, fire hazards are addressed, and also that's regulated by the CAL FIRE as well.
Correct.
And
so,
if I may, that also occurs to me that there's one more point that I would like to address, if you don't mind, Mr. Miller.
That's quite right.
The members of the audience addressed or brought up the concern that there was going to be a quota system, or that this situation will incentivize code enforcement to raise revenue by penalizing people. Well, code enforcement has always been funded by abatements. And it just happened to be that over the last 2 years, we got other people who were funded through the fee fund. But prior to that, it was two guys. Their entire salaries were paid by code abatements. That's how they made their money. And this structure of fees is part of an overall change to the way the building department is being run, thanks to Ed's leadership. He's done fee studies and will be bringing those fees to the board, and is trying to make the entire building department, not just code enforcement, totally self-funded. This is part of an overall change of the building department that's occurring under Ed's leadership. And these fee systems are not based on the idea that we're going to suddenly fund ourselves by penalizing people. Many other jurisdictions force property owners whose properties are in violation to pay for code enforcement activity. I mean, that's not an unheard of idea. In fact, it seems fair to me. And that's all I have on that point.
well, to your point, though, when you're, I'm coming to your office, as I did recently, to get a roofing permit. You know, 2 trips, they knew how much those 2 trips were going to cost, and I paid for those trips. This is no different. It's when someone is doing something where it requires a courtesy, it's still a cost to somebody to go out there and provide that courtesy trip. So I think you've done a reasonable job of trying to figure out how do we get true cost recovery for the entire comprehensive package of nuisances and not specifically a type of nuisance. And that's really where this has got to go. We did have a constituent come up to us about shipping containers, and I heard that in the audience today, is that I'm sure for dry storage it's one thing, but where you're adding power or water or a place to sleep or whatever you want to call it, you're suddenly falling into a different realm. Is that the way you're going to approach it?
Yeah, the shipping container issue is not anything new. As we were out there enforcing certain sites, there were shipping container uses going way beyond that normal. Some were used for storage for lithium battery storage. There's explosive, hazardous material, all kinds of things that create safety issues. So at that point, our zoning code is silent on that right now. Other surrounding jurisdictions like Amador has a zoning. And so it comes down to the uses that are very extreme. So with that said, basically the building code, and I have the section code here I can probably give out to the public if they want. If it comes down just to the building code, it's section 105.5. It exempts certain types of permits. Anything greater than 120 square feet of an accessory structure or any type of human-made product would need a permit. And so it's very prescriptive and standard in building code, but it really comes down to the zoning code that we need to address later down the uses that create the more safety issues. So that's why we've been out there not doing selective enforcement, but looking at case by case as we're dealing with those codes. We're looking at the containers. And the comment earlier about seismic bracing, I don't know where that came from, but there's no seismic bracing required. It's just basically the code says you have to, if you put it in you have to put it in a safe area where it doesn't, the wind loads may be tilted over. You have to secure it down like a deck pier or something. It's something very minor, and the permit costs of that are very minor. They're like $200, $300 for a container. So it's not absorbent permit costs to pay for our time to go through to try to make these safe. And so that's where the container is. And I can provide a copy of the code section for anybody here, for the public, and I'll give it to you. Okay?
So it really hinges on
and we're not out canvassing and doing any, going out and trying to, because there's many thousands of those out there that's probably historically been out there. And so we want to address them and case by case as we become aware of them.
So you walk in on a property as an example and you find one thing, now you have an opportunity to look at the whole picture.
That's correct, a comprehensive approach.
And we can be done with it in one type of proceeding rather than these dual track proceedings that we've had all along, which is very confusing, I think, to even a property owner to figure out where they are in it.
Very complicated,
So,
not efficient.
is there really a necessity on page 27 for those? It's been the experience of Calaveras code enforcement. Do we really need those 4 points in there at all?
Under section 8.06.710.
Yeah. 710.
I suppose they can be removed if the board wishes.
Well, I was thinking, remember when we talked before about removing wordy things?
Oh, sure.
So it doesn't really enhance the overall reasoning. It just is there for verbiage, in essence. So.
Well, I don't know if it's there for verbiage, but the idea that cannabis cultivation can be subject to summary abatement is certainly controversial because it's not necessarily in and of itself hazardous, and the arguments being made there and the findings that are suggested by that language are that it is sometimes inextricably linked with hazardous activities. If the board regards that as surplusage, we can certainly remove it.
Okay. I would like to see it removed, but that's just one vote.
Thank you very much. I know this is not about containers, and Ed and I have spoken at length about containers, and we frankly disagree with each other on it, but that's fair. I do have a significant problem as we go through that, as you and I have discussed about hypocrisy. We've got a lot of them here on the school grounds, and I'd really be hesitant to ask someone to come in and pay a fine while they drive by our own violations. So I think we should get that cleared up before we go take that splinter out of our neighbor's eye. Not to be too biblical. I think we also have to think about this in terms of unintended consequences. If there's one thing we learned about the last 806 or the urgency ordinance is that stuff happens quickly, and we don't know where it always goes. So I want to make sure, Ed, that we have vetted this, as Mr. Richardson said, with interested parties, realtors, title companies, our building community. Can you tell me about how we vetted this in the community, or have we just been internal on this?
Right now, this is the process to do that, but we haven't gone out and gone with the other, like.
But you're asking us
right.
to adopt this today, and it goes into, right?
No,
No.
no.
No?
No, this is just the introduction and waiver of reading.
I would suggest that we vet this with interested parties, because they're going to see stuff that we don't see. They could have insights to this that we're not aware of. And I hope before we bring this back to adopt it, we have a Realtors Association standing up there. You have an advisory group of builders that say, hey, this is a great idea. You know, it'd be very good to make sure that we vet it, because they're going to see things that we just don't. Sometimes the county government, we get in our tunnel, we're heading down our path, and we may not see how this is going to impact our real estate market or other. So I hope that before we move forward on the adoption of this, that we have that endorsement of that. And you've already got some of these already in place. Your Builders Advisory Group. We've already got a professional association. So can we have that done by the time we take this up officially?
If the board elects to, we can go ahead. I think that would be a good idea.
Thank you. Thank you. Then I look forward to hearing it next time.
I'm going to address a couple questions. Did this board or any member of this board direct you to make the changes to this 806 ordinance in order to finance your department?
No, I think when the ban ended, or we ran out of regulatory money, and we have literally a lot of code enforcement to do that, so we had to figure out a way to start coming with a comprehensive approach and come up with a fee study. And during the fee study, we talked about code enforcement. When we looked at the prior fee study, the code fees were not incorporated in the building fees. So we're going to be coming back with the fee study to the board to start looking at every aspect of how we're going to fund future activity in code and in building. So you're going to see an option of incorporating maybe up 25% into building fees or without. So we had to come up with some model to start funding our activities, because it was not in there in the prior fee study, as we discovered through our consultants that were doing.
And as pointed out by Ethan, code compliance has always been self-sustaining, with the exception sometimes, like we did with building, when the economy went down, we had to supplement some with general funds to keep people on board. But other than that, both building and code are self-sufficient and always have been.
Well, the study shows that code was not. It was always running a little bit in the red, and building was carrying it. There was an assumption that there were fees incorporated, but subsequently have found out that it's not actually accurate. So under our new study, we're trying to correct that.
Okay. So you are trying to correct that. That's the reason for it.
And further on that, sorry to interrupt, Chair.
Yeah.
If, in a code enforcement case, if it went up to, say, a notice of violation was issued and they voluntarily abated, we didn't recover any costs for that. So that's something that should have been in place long ago, that we're out that money.
Yes, and we're just trying to bring this in line.
Exactly.
Yes. The other question I have, since it was brought up, this ordinance that was brought to us did not have anything to do with odor in it. It was Supervisor Mills that brought it up earlier. So and you tried to clarify it by saying the section about nuisances could deal with that. But specifically odors is not in what was presented to this board. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So,
That's correct.
So
And I think we could
that was
follow up with
inaccurate
that.
was what was being said. It was just brought up by Supervisor Mills, and the board hasn't given you direction on that at this point. So,
And like Ethan said, we could probably be able to break out a definition and make it a little more specific.
Certainly, and it does incorporate the definition of nuisance as found in the Civil Code, which does, if I recall correctly, does deal with noxious odors, because that has typically and historically in common law been a nuisance.
Sure.
I want to make sure that if we're going to deal with odor, we make sure we state that we have a right to farm county, because your goats, your pigs, your cattle have also got odor.
Yeah, as I recall in
And your chickens.
Yeah,
Want to make sure.
In Title 14 and 17, there is a provision that deals with coming to a nuisance. So if you move in next door to an existing farm, that's your problem. I think that's what it says, with reference to like hog farms and any other agricultural activity. Talks about that in Title 14 and 17.
And I'd like, if we're going to include odor, you should tell us what the cost will, because to come up with the special testing equipment to measure those odors, because obviously, I mean, it's pretty subjective to say what stinks and what doesn't, to say the least. So if we're going to include that, let's make sure we do it correctly, not make it a subjective application.
I'm sure there's a reasonable standard, a reasonable person standard we can incorporate.
This is Calaveras. We don't have that many reasonable people.
Any other questions or comments? If not, we were looking for a motion, and exactly, you were looking for a motion to waive the reading of the ordinance.
I believe, Mr. Mills, didn't you have some edits that you wanted to recommend?
That was the edits I was talking about earlier. Was to simply, if the rest of the board was comfortable with striking under 1710A, to try to figure out why, if that's really necessary to be there. That's those 4 points.
Okay, yeah, and then, all right, and then you had the addition of some sort of
A defining odor.
Yeah.
That's all. Just a definition is
Yeah,
all.
but I think we need to pull the board on that, whether we
wanna
want to
do-
have that included or not.
Right.
So
That's what I was
that's the
asking
point.
for.
Yeah. So, shall we pull the board? Supervisor Clapp?
Yes.
Supervisor Mills?
Yes.
Supervisor Oliveira?
Yes.
Supervisor Garamendi?
No.
And I'm a no. So we have a 3-2. So,
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair.
I think County Council?
I just wanted to chime in to remind the board that this is the introduction and waiver. If there are substantial or significant changes to it, I know there was discussion about soliciting input from groups in the community before it comes back for adoption. If there is any substantive changes to what is presented today, it would have to come back for a new introduction and waiver. So I just wanted the board to know that if staff does go out and certainly solicit input and everything else, that it might be coming back in the form of another introduction before the adoption.
Mr. Chair, I would then say, I would make a motion not to waive the reading, but rather have to go out and get the additional input and then bring it back to us, because there may be significant input.
Any other comments on that?
I was just thinking, we sent one direction to them with this last, and I agree, though, that there may be substantive changes after you speak with other groups. Go ahead, your thought. Yeah, Mr. Chair, after hearing Supervisor Garamendi's suggestion, I think that might be a way to go. To be quite honest, but how do we deal with the last vote we just took?
Well, it was just a poll for direction, and certainly
It was a poll?
because, well, one, it was a poll that was 3-2, so certainly staff could incorporate that change in what comes back as a new introduction and waiver at a future date, in addition to any changes that would be proposed by all of these organizations.
And I would agree with that.
Yeah, I agree.
I think we'll be able to look at it its entirety again with any changes, and I would expect that there would be some substantive changes that people will look at between then and now, or now and then. So, I agree.
You agree? So I have a motion by Supervisor Garamendi. I have a second.
No, is that a motion?
No,
Well, he
can't do a
moved.
motion.
He would
No,
move.
can't
He-
do a
he made a
motion.
motion.
Can't do a motion.
To bring it back.
Just a poll, sir. Just a poll.
That was a poll for,
I mean, at this point, you can take an action, or you can just direct staff to seek additional input from various interest groups, make the modification as was previously polled, and bring back a future item, which would be an introduction and waiver of 8.06 with any modifications that were recommended.
okay, well, that being said, let's take a poll on, Supervisor Garamendi brought up, and I think Supervisor Oliveira agreed, about vetting it out to various real estate groups and so forth. So are we in favor of doing that also?
Yeah, I am.
Yes.
Yes. So we're in
Yes.
favor of that, so we're giving you direct staff to do that also, and to bring it back to us after that has all been vetted, so we can vet it here. Okay?
Excellent.
Now, do you have clear direction on that, Mr. Shuri? I'm glad he does.
Thank you for your presentation.
Have a great evening.
All right, now I have another poll for the board. It is 10 minutes after 7. Staff has been here, I think Madam Clerk has been here since 7 this morning. Would you like to, we have 2 items left on this agenda.
I move we suspend the remaining part of the agenda and adjourn.
That's my question. Would we like to move these to our next agenda item? Our next agenda?
Meeting,
2 weeks?
the next meeting.
Yeah, the next meeting.
Not any special meeting, but to a regular meeting.
It's a regular
So you want to postpone these 2 items to the budget hearings day?
Hello. Do you want to do it?
Literally, these are not going to take very long, I don't anticipate.
That's right. The 12th is budget. So do you want to move it past budget? Well, here's what we can do. We may have a special meeting on the 30th.
We can do it then.
If we do have that special meeting, we can place it on that agenda for that special meeting. If we don't have that special meeting, then we can move it after June 12th or that week, but it's probably going to take 2 or 3 days for budgets, to the next meeting in
So
June.
moved.
So moved? Well,
Point of order.
It's not the 30th.
A point of order.
It's not an option.
hold on, George. Hang on.
Maybe the 26th.
We may have a special meeting on the 30th,
31st or the 7th. It
No,
hasn't been
not the 7th.
determined
or the
yet.
31st, or the 7th, not the 30th, excuse me.
Are you thinking we need like 30 minutes to finish this up?
20?
I'm just asking to pull the board. You want to continue or move it to another agenda on another day?
Mr. Chair, I would vote for listening to the last 2 remaining items today.
Supervisor Garamendi?
Let's go.
Let's
go.
So now we want to go. Okay. I just thought I'd ask because I was asked to ask.
Mr. Chair, I believe we had a point of order.
Yes, sir. What's your point of order?
Well, now that you've decided to stay, I just wanted to make sure that I got 2 shots at the podium. One for this afternoon and one for the next meeting. Now that you've decided to stay, I'm not concerned about it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Moving on. Madam Clerk.
Item 28 is from the Board of Supervisors to correct a clerical error related to the term expirations for 3 members of the Murphy Cemetery District Board of Trustees based on the clerk's recommendation determined during the review of the district. So it was determined that there are 3 members on the Murphy Cemetery District Board that have terms stated to expire on 12/31/19, and they should really expire on 12/31/20. I believe that when we converted into our new module for managing the boards, committees, and commissions, I believe there was just a clerical error when these term expiration dates were brought forward. So this would just correct it, and it would correct the, it would stagger the membership terms appropriately.
Any board comments or questions? Any public comments? Seeing none?
So moved.
A motion by Supervisor Garamendi.
Second.
Second by Oliveira. All in favor?
Aye.
Passes 5-0. Madam Clerk, on item 29.
I'll let you get away with it.
Item 29 is from the Board of Supervisors to adopt a resolution disbanding the Calaveras County Commission on Aging. So as part of the review of all the committees and commissions, as the board directed me to do, I have been looking at each one, and it has been determined that the Commission on Aging, which was formed in the 1970s to advise the Board of Supervisors about issues and needs of the county seniors, has not really been functioning in the role as it was created. They have been, over the years, focusing more of their efforts on hosting events and fundraising, things that bring awareness for seniors, and not advising the Board of Supervisors. It's the clerk's opinion that their role as advisory to the board has kind of taken a back seat and been more non-existent, and that the good work that they are doing to promote the welfare and benefit of seniors in our community is better done through a 501c3. So they have partnered with Common Ground to do some of the things that they want to do to serve as outreach to seniors in our community. As a result, many of the members have resigned. So out of a 15-member board, they currently have 4 members. So it takes time and money to advertise for vacancies, process applications, staff time to try to find out if they're having meetings. And I think that for the return on the investment, the board is not getting really what they are looking for. It doesn't mean that the people who are involved or have been involved with the Commission on Aging are not able to come to the board. They can still come to the board. They can still ask the board and make recommendations individually as to things that they would like to see you either support or oppose. So they still have a vehicle for having their voice heard. It's just not in the capacity as appointed by the Board of Supervisors.
Mr. Chair. Yeah. Madam Clerk, is this a complete separate organization from the Area 12 Commission on Aging?
Yes, it absolutely is, and it is not an organization or a group that we are required by statute to have.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Mills?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Any other board questions, comments? If not, public comments.
Bonnie Newman from Double Springs. I attended the Commission on Aging for a couple of months. I did not know that they were not having success in what they were doing. I would suggest this commission not be eliminated. We have too many seniors in this county. I think I heard 30%, 40% are seniors or some number like that. And knowing how the IHSS commission committee was almost disbanded a few years ago. I'd like to ask you, how many referrals have each of you gentlemen made from your district for people to come and sit on this commission? Because if this commission is not doing its job, it's probably because there's not enough people to take on the task. Do they understand what their job is? I would suggest they receive a letter from the Board of Supervisors indicating that there's contemplation to disband this commission unless it lives up to its expectation. Its expectation is also that you folks would be appointing people, recruiting people from each of your individual districts to sit on this board. If there's 15 people, 15 slots, each of you should have 3 people from your district sitting on this board. They would need direction of what their expectations are, and if they're having a hard time with the quorum, suggest that every other month be a meeting date rather than every month, because that can be rather tedious. And if they've been spinning their wheels trying to raise money, rather than doing what they're supposed to be doing, which is advising you on the issues of seniors, and that's just what I'm interpreting because I don't have all of their bylaws and what their expectations are. I just think it would be short-sighted and be pulling the rug out from a bunch of people that would and could serve on this committee that aren't being asked to or given the opportunity or informed that this commission is in jeopardy. Because I've attended 2 meetings and I had no idea there was contemplation for this commission to be disbanded.
As a member of the Commission on Aging and on a medical leave of absence, we had people that dropped off because they were required by law. They couldn't serve anymore. January, February, March, April, those 4 months, I came to this podium and asked the supervisors to please look in your districts and find people to serve on the Commission on Aging. We haven't gotten anything. Diane has spent money on advertising, and you know, we can't keep pouring money down a rat hole. So I would once again ask you to please take a look at your districts and see who could be candidates and see how many people you have from your district currently on the Commission on Aging. Yes, there has been a turn. Everything Diane has said is absolutely factual. But we haven't been able to have a quorum. And I've been asking for 4 months. So I would like for you to make it a priority to find people in your districts so that they could serve. Right now, we only have 4 people. And we can't hold any meetings. So I would strongly urge you to take a look in your districts and see who possible candidates are that, because it's 3 people from each supervisorial district. Thank you.
Chair, I attended the meetings on the Commission for Aging when they were either in Valley Springs or in San Andreas. I actually attended one in Angels Camp. Their bylaws required you can only be on it for 3 years, and so Rex, Bertha, and some of the other main people actually are off now because they termed out. They can only be for 3 years, I believe it was. And they were a nonprofit now, and they were basically going that direction at that time. So I would be really at this point, I think it's defunct. It's basically non-existing, really.
We need to finish public comments first. Is there any other public comments? Okay, seeing none. Bring it back to the board. Okay. Okay.
I just want to make a comment that I was one of the commissioners. I think it's 2 3-year terms, Clyde, but it doesn't matter. At this point, we have Area 12 Agency on Aging that can come and present senior needs to the board. I think they're doing surveys and they're doing everything our Commission on Aging could have done. It's my understanding, due to the bylaws, that's pretty much the only mandate that we had, was come and tell you what seniors need in this county. So for myself, I will take the unpopular stand of saying I think the commission could be disbanded and we're not going to lose anything from the way it's mandated right now. But that doesn't preclude the board from reforming the group in the future and perhaps giving us a mandate that encompasses a little more meat, for lack of a better word, so that gives us something to do, because quite frankly, just coming, I go to 2 commissions on aging and I can bring you legislation from Amador County if you want to know what's going on in senior legislation. That's my comment.
Any other public comments? All right, seeing none, I will close public comments. Supervisor Clapp, you finished with your comments?
Yes.
Supervisor Oliveira, your light's on.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Madam Clerk, have we advertised this in our required manners and procedures as far as these vacancies on this board?
We do an annual notice of vacancies that's posted at all the branch libraries. That meets our requirement for the annual advertisement. Anytime that somebody resigns, I have to run an ad in the paper, and then we would collect applications just like we would with any other group. I've attended several of the Commission on Aging meetings over the last year or two, where we've, had conversations about what their governing documents have described as what their purpose is. And the consensus that I received from the group was, yeah, they wanted to advise the board, but they really wanted to do other work that they thought was necessary in the community. And I am totally supportive of the fact that the works that they want to do are needed in the community. I am just not sure that being the county-appointed Commission on Aging is the vehicle. We have, over the last 4 years, we have had a couple of meetings with representatives of the group, we being myself, County Counsel's office, the CAO's office, the Auditor Controller's office, and we have expressed our concern over the activities as they are not what has been outlined, and have urged the group over the years to become a 501c3, to partner with a 501c3, to do something that would enable them to shed the legal restrictions that the Brown Act and the FPPC have in place for them, and allow them to do the things that they want to do, because they are good things. Nobody is saying that the things that the group was focusing on were not priorities. They just were not priorities as far as advising the Board of Supervisors.
Madam Clerk, you said there's 4 members that are dovetailed, if you will, into Common Ground?
No. No, they currently, out of 15 members, they have 4,
Right.
one of which is on medical leave.
I understand.
So that's 3 that they have. What they're doing is that if they want to do fundraising, they want to collect money, they want to do any of those things, they are partnering with Common Ground to do that, because they can't do that with us.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
I would also just echo, putting on my old hat now, as former Area Agency on Aging Director in Kings and Tulare County. The Commission on Aging definitely can fill a critical role, but I think what the clerks proposed is actually a better operational structure. Most of the time there are nonprofits for the exact reasons that the clerk stated. It's a better opportunity to do fundraising. It's a better opportunity to go after some of the grants and linking with Common Grounds or other senior service organizations, I think is I would expect it to actually grow and be able to tap into some of the resources available at the state level and bring in some of the funding and be a bigger player than being a particular 15-member board. That's a huge number to try and fill when those boards are just really tough to get people on. I just wanted to add that comment. I normally don't say anything on those, but the Commission on Aging and Senior Services is always something near to my heart, and I think doing a nonprofit structure for a Commission on Aging actually makes a lot of sense.
Council, your lights on. So, that being said, do I have a motion?
I would move the item to adopt a resolution.
Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, next item. Announcements.
Supervisor announcements. In compliance with AB 1234, Chapter as Government Code Section 53232.3d, board members shall provide brief reports on meetings they attended at the expense of the local agency at the next regular meeting of the legislative body. This report is required to include meetings attended for which there has been expense reimbursement, such as mileage, meals, lodging, etc., but may also, at the board member's discretion, include any other meeting attended by the supervisor on behalf of the county.
I will start with Supervisor Clapp.
I've attended no meetings that cost the county any, so I have nothing to report out on.
Supervisor Mills.
Yesterday, I attended the U.S. Forest Service General Management Review, and in the course of that discussion, it was determined that 25% of all of the money expended by the Forest Service on a timber sale is spent by people that walk around with a can of paint spraying a tree. I thought that was rather unusual, and because there's now a desire to deconstruct some of the policies of the U.S. Forest Service, they're working towards a goal where the contractor is going to be told, this is how we want that plot to look, and it will be up to you to make it look that way when it's done. And that's the bottom line, put the paint can away. So I thought that was a very big step on their part to be willing to even discuss it. But it was a great conversation. If anybody wants details, come see me.
Supervisor Oliveira.
Thank you, Chair. I attended our board meeting last Tuesday and then went directly to Sacramento to attend the CSAC legislative session. That was a 2-day session, Wednesday and Thursday. Had some wonderful workshops up there. We discussed several issues, got the state's perspective on different issues coming up before the state. Also had to meet with our 58 counties represented there. We discussed areas around the marijuana, new programs on state level. We also discussed the new restructuring of forest health and management with CAL FIRE and state agencies, and had input from our other fellow persons representing the state county-wise. I did attend some workshops on land management and transportation. We did have an opportunity to have a luncheon meeting with Governor Brown, who explained the pitfalls of our new budget and the good things and the bad things. Very exciting. We were very happy to represent Calaveras County there. And I must note, they know who Calaveras County is, and that's good. I'm not going to steal CIO Let's Thunder, but we did attend a couple of issues there together, a couple of workshops, and had a great dinner. So that's all I have. I take that back. I did attend our meeting with Supervisor Topinelli at the Central Sierra Child Support Agency. And once again, that is an agency that's doing a great job. They are in the 92% bracket, I believe, for collections, and they're doing just a great job. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Garamendi.
Well, in accordance with AB 1234, I have nothing to report. In the interest of time, I'll keep my report short. The governor didn't invite me to lunch, but I did get to spend 4 fun days at Frog Jump, and I'll take the corn dog. It was great. So that's all I have to report, Mr. Chair.
Okay, and I have nothing to report at this time. In the interest of time, CAO Lutz.
I like the corn dog because you can't go to the fair without the corn dog. I'll be really brief, but I thought it would be worth mentioning. I also had a chance to go with Supervisor Olvera to the CSAC Legislative Conference. Something that I think was particularly important that we're watching closely is the governor's executive order on some of the forest health and what we're looking at as coming out in the May revise, so we don't miss any opportunities. The governor has included about $96 million additional dollars in the May revise, and within that there's a number of buckets. Relevant, certainly CAL FIRE got about $26.8 million of that to create, at this point, six crews who are going to be going across the state to be doing prescribed burns throughout the year. And why this is relevant, prescribed burns, is that this crew will not be pulled for forest fires. They will be full-time doing nothing but prescribed burning. They're also allocating quite a bit of money, about $30 million to Sierra Nevada Conservancy for watershed improvements. I also am looking closely at a couple of the areas where Department of Conservation is getting funds for local capacity building, particularly on trying to develop some programs to utilize wood, to promote the use of wood, and to really what I would characterize as some early steps of potentially rebuilding some of that timber industry that I know Supervisor Mills was just discussing. There's also going to be some money coming through GoBiz, which is the Governor's Economic Development Office, that would be for locals, for forest product manufacturers. Obviously, on the economic development side, we'll be looking closely at any of those pieces. And on the OES side, looking for ways that we can be working and helping to direct resources to some of our forest management, particularly as everything coalesces with tree mortality and just the increased or the new norm that we live in the state, and the fire danger.
County Council? Madam Clerk? No? Okay, that being said, we will go back to public comments and finish what we didn't finish this morning.
Well, certainly worth waiting for. 2 items I wanted to bring up in public comments this morning. We didn't have time. One is the GIS system. This is a topic that I brought up countless times to the board. The GIS system represents a repository for a lot of information regarding nuisances and everything in the county. So far, we have not seen that be made available to the public. I understand that some of the information that may be deposited in the GIS system would only be suitable for department heads and board members and staff. In talking with some of the people who actually wrote this program, it is possible to create portals for citizens to go in, and you can control the information that they get. The information that we're concerned about is, of course, we don't want citizens wandering over to their neighbor's property to see what's going on there in case it may affect their property. We'd like to have it safe where they can look at the GIS system, find out, first of all, for instance, there might be a pot grow there. It may have been abated. Has environmental health been there to clear the property? Are there any chemicals that the property owners downstream, downwind, and downhill should be aware of? Those are safe things to do. With the topographic contour overlay, they can make their own assessment as to whether their property is in danger from anything. I'm not saying that everyone has it, but it gives them a chance to select testing points on their property to make sure nothing is migrating onto their property. So I would reiterate my request to the chairman that we do something about GIS and get it available to citizens, whether on the county website or not. The second item goes back to last year when then Chairman Olivera decided to push down the road the dispensary ordinance, which was on the agenda. That's 1791. It had come to the board from the Planning Commission where it had been reviewed, had public review, and there were a lot of changes that we wanted to make to that. Since dispensaries represent commercial cultivation, we feel that it's vital that we look at the dispensary ordinance and see if somehow that violates the spirit of 1795. All I can say is dispensaries grow their own marijuana. From what I hear, liquor stores do not make their own beer, wine, and liquor. They buy it from someone else and resell it, and the county gets taxed off of that. So we feel it can be handled in much the same manner, where we can control the indoor growing or outdoor growing, and 1791 has no controls over cultivation for dispensaries. So we've already been through this. We would like to have it brought up again in the future and have some public opinion or public input on the value and how to control dispensaries in Calaveras County. Thank you.
I want to thank Supervisor Clapp, Supervisor Mills, and Supervisor Tofinelli for the direction that they've taken this board. I totally appreciate what they did in voting for the ban, and I will never be able to repay you. I would never take on doing what you guys do, all 5 of you taking on the responsibility of what you've taken on, and thank you very much.
Other public comments?
Joan Wilson, District 1. It was a beautiful day today. We all spent it inside. Oh my. But it was. We've had a beautiful spring in this beautiful county. It's been a long day. You gentlemen have had a lot on your plates, and you have done well with it. We had a fair. It was wonderful to take my granddaughter to the fair. I had a great time. This county makes me proud when it comes to fairs. And that's part of spring, isn't it? Spring is a beautiful time. And with spring comes allergies. I wish you all an allergy-free day. Allergies, the pollen is flying, smells come along with spring. Flowers smell, they smell wonderful. Horses smell, some people don't like that, some people do, some people don't care. Cows, same thing. Garlic smells, onions smell. Some people don't like the smells, some people do. Some people can smell those like 2 cities away in some parts of this state. And marijuana does smell too, yes it does. And some people like it and some people don't. Some people don't realize that it's almost exactly the same smell that you can smell outside of a local grocery store, but that one doesn't bother them. Okay. Homeless. The homeless people are coming up into the mountains because it is a good place to stay. And we've talked about tiny homes. Maybe that might be a way to help with them. Affordable housing. I've had people that I know that have recently been looking for housing, and they're going, oh my gosh, rents are through the roof. You might as well live in the Bay Area. But it's a wonderful, beautiful day. And it's going to be a beautiful evening, and I hope you all enjoy yourselves. And I hope that everyone takes time to reflect on the different smells, the different flavors, and the different people that make up our county, and reflect on what direction you want it to go in. Thank you.
It's been a long day. I saw this flyer, and I hope Mr. Clapp doesn't leave the boardroom while I talk about this. It has, and I'm sure most of the people in District 5 have already seen this, and about the alleged elder abuse and the trial that's going to be in September. There's just no way I can support you, Mr. Clapp. You have run amok ever since you've been on here. One meeting you said all the employees at the county were no good, and then several months later you said they were really good. I mean, who's on first? I want to thank Supervisor Garamendi and Supervisor Oliveira for all of their participation in the board meetings and giving good input, asking really good questions so that we can improve what goes on in this county. I never professed to be the most popular person in town, and that's just the way it is, you know. I speak myself, and I guess it's because I came out of Boston, and I came out of Boston Democratic politics, and so I do speak my mind. But I can't support Supervisor Tofinelli or Supervisor Mills, not because of the marijuana thing. I don't smoke marijuana, I don't buy it, I don't sell it, I don't do any of that. I'm retired law enforcement, and I don't buy into that program. But I'm disappointed that you three played the bait and switch game. That's, to me, that's just totally unconscionable. You lead these folks down, and I'm not one way or the other about it, but you lead them down the garden path, and then you just cut them off at the knees. And to me, that is really disturbing. I would never do that to anybody. And why you three choose to do that is totally beyond me. Maybe you're sitting up there and you're counting votes in the audience. I don't know. But that's all I have to say.
Other public comments?
Jason Campbell, District 5. I got word earlier today, I don't know if you guys are aware or not, but there's an online complaint form for code violations. Every time we try to submit one, it gives us a server error. So I'd just like to put that on record, and hopefully somebody can look into that.
Excuse me, stop this time, please, because I'm going to have, you went on the county website to
File an online complaint.
Okay.
Code violation complaint. And when we try to submit them, all we receive is server error.
Can you? Okay, he's checking it. Okay, go ahead. Thank you.
My other, let's see, sorry, what's the other one? I got some time, it'll come back to me. Oh, I wanted to thank the three of you for all the extra time I'm going to have. And I'll let you use my imagination, or your imaginations, on what I plan on doing with that extra time. And my third point is, Board Chair, I was wondering, do you think that we might be able to have a civil conversation this time about the board rules and procedures? Maybe you won't raise your voice at me, get upset, I'm trying to follow the rules. I want to follow the rules in here. I want to follow the rules out in public. So I think we need some more clarity on what's allowed and what's not allowed in here. One day we're allowed to clap, one day we're not. One day we're allowed to bring guitars and sing songs, which I have no problem with. It's very entertaining. One day we're allowed to bring signs, one day we're not, depending on the subject matter of the signs. We really need to know what's really going on out here. Like I said, I don't like the way that I was treated during the meeting today. I think it was very smart and somewhat sneaky on your part to call me out during a break on a rule, and so that wasn't on record. We don't need selective enforcement here. We need enforcement evenly across the board for all rules, regulations, laws, no matter what it is. Board rules and procedures, cultivation, murder, speeding, it doesn't matter. In code violations, enforce the rules evenly across the board for everybody. I'll take my last 30 seconds to observe a moment of silence for the travesties that are going on in this county. Thank you for your dedication, your hard work, and your time spent here. I know it's been a long day. Have a good night.
Any other public comments? Seeing none, we'll stand adjourned.